Chapter 61, Getting Some Rest. You're not serious, how old do you think I am? You're already having a kid. Gu Jinghua's words nearly made Song Huilan die of anger. You mean your stomach? Gu Jinghua was speechless. Judging from the action just now, I'm afraid anyone would think that. I don't want to waste time talking to you. What I mean is not that I'm having a kid, it's that Liuli is. These few words fell into Gu Jinghua's ears, but they were like rolling thunder. What? You're saying that the girl, Liuli, is pregnant? His expression was shocked, and his voice raised several degrees when he spoke. Song Huilan had long expected her husband to react this way, and she raised a finger to her lips. Shoo! Keep your voice down, Mom doesn't know yet. No, honey, are you sure? You're not joking with me, are you? Steadying his nerves, Gu Jinghua's eyes were full of doubt. This was too sudden, and he was simply not mentally prepared. Facing Gu Jinghua's questioning, Song Huilan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Would I joke about something like this? Liuli is really pregnant. And it's been more than a month. Who? That brat Gu Feng really gave us such a big surprise. Pregnancy is no small matter, you future mother-in-law. Hurry up and take the baby to the hospital for a checkup. With an uncontrollable smile on his face, Gu Jinghua's heart was overjoyed. What's there to check? The two children have already been checked in the Magic City, and both Liuli and the baby in her tummy are healthy. Xinghua, think about it. Our family is happy about this, but what about Liuli's family? She's a girl, so we need to be more considerate. Unmarried pregnancy definitely has a big impact on Su Liuli. As her elders, they need to think more about it. You're right. I'll talk to Xiaofeng and ask him to go to Liuli's house as soon as possible. After he has been there once, the two of us will pay a visit. We must beg the parents-in-law's forgiveness no matter what. Gu Jinghua made up his mind. For the sake of their daughter-in-law, and even more so for the child she was carrying, the two of them were willing to go all out. Yes, that's what I was thinking. For the time being, we shouldn't tell Mom about this yet. It's still premature. The old folks haven't yet recovered from the joy of their grandson bringing home a girlfriend. If we tell her that Lily is now pregnant, and the old folks get excited, it could be disastrous. Okay. I know. After a long chat inside the house, Gu Jinghua and Song Huilan came out of the bedroom. Su Liuli, are you hungry? I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some chicken soup for you. It's good for your health to eat lightly before going to bed at night. Standing next to the sofa, Song Huilan looked at Su Liuli, who was standing next to her mother, with a smile on her face. Mom, chicken soup, is that light? Gu Feng smacked his lips and looked weird. Go, what does it have to do with you? It's not for you. Wang Ma, go prepare a black chicken soup, make it light. Yes, madam. Before Su Liuli could say whether she wanted some or not, Song Huilan directly instructed Wang Ma to go to the kitchen to prepare it. Huilan, I feel like you're acting strange. Are you hiding something from me? Grandma sat quietly in front of the sofa, one hand resting on her walking stick, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She had felt strange at the clothing store, and when she got home and saw her daughter-in-law's behavior, the feeling grew stronger. No, Mom, I have nothing to hide from you. I was thinking that Liuli is a frail girl, looking thin and weak, and I wanted to give her a boost. Embarrassed, Song Huilan quickly explained. Yes, Mom, Huilan was just telling me that Liuli is too frail, her nutrition is not up to par, and her resistance will decrease. I took advantage of this visit to give the girl a good conditioning. Gu Jinghua followed suit, and Grandma's eyes were doubtful. Xiaofeng, come with Dad, I have something to tell you. Oh. Gu Feng put down the glass in his hand and got up to follow his father into the bedroom. 10 minutes later, the father and son came out. Liuli, tomorrow morning your aunt will take you out to play. The capital is very big, is there anywhere you want to go? Back in front of the sofa, just in time for her mother to ask Su Liuli where she wanted to go. Mom, isn't your company busy? No. Even if it is busy, I can still find time to accompany Liuli. Auntie, I'm fine with that. This is my first time in the imperial capital, and I don't know where is fun. Before going to university, I almost never traveled far away. This is her first time in the imperial capital, so she really doesn't know where is fun. In that case, Auntie will pick a few fun places tomorrow and take you for a good tour. Sitting on the sofa, the family chatted for more than an hour. After more than an hour, the black chicken soup that Auntie Wang had prepared was served on the coffee table. Su Liuli, try it and let me know how it tastes. Auntie Wang used to be a chef, and she's really good at cooking. Song Huilan gently handed a bowl of black chicken soup to Su Liuli. Thank you, Auntie. After Su Liuli took the soup, Song Huilan ladled another bowl for her grandmother. As for Gu Feng and her father, who was sitting next to her, they were ignored. What do you think of the taste, my girl? Grandma asked with a smile as she watched Su Liuli take a small sip of the soup. Well, it's delicious. I've never had such a delicious bowl of chicken soup. In my impression, chicken soup should have a slight fishy smell, but this bowl of soup has no fishy smell at all, and I can even faintly taste the aroma of lotus root. If it's delicious, drink 2 more bowls. There's plenty here, I'll give you another ladle after you finish. Seeing that Su Liuli liked it, Song Huilan couldn't help but be happy, holding a spoon in her hand, ready to ladle another bowl for Su Liuli. In this way, she drank 2 or 3 bowls in one go, and Su Liuli was finally full. Mom, it's getting a bit late, so why don't we go to bed early? Gu Feng got up and spoke up, noticing that Su Liuli was a bit tired. Okay, let's go back and rest. Xiaofeng, Liuli's room is next to yours, so you take Liuli back to rest first. Song Huilan raised her hand and pointed to the innermost part of the first floor. There were a total of 4 bedrooms on the first floor, and for convenience, Grandma Gu Feng's bedroom was also arranged on the first floor. Liuli, let's go back and rest. Grandma, we'll go first. Good night, Grandma. Su Liuli got up and did not forget to raise her slender hand and wave at her grandmother. Good night, girl. Seeing her granddaughter waving goodbye to her and saying goodnight, the old lady was also very happy and smiled in response. Mom, I'll escort you back to your room to rest. Xingua, you go up first. Their room was on the 2nd floor. Hearing Song Huilan's words, Gu Xingua strode towards the 2nd floor. Gu Feng, on the other hand, took Su Liuli back to the room and didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he sat down on the bed in the room. Auntie and uncle know already? Standing tall and straight in front of the door, Su Liuli raised her hand to brush her hair off her forehead and looked at Gu Feng hesitantly. Well, they know everything. Gu Feng nodded. Upon hearing this, Su Liuli was taken aback, her face turning red with a little nervousness. What should I do? After asking the question, Gu Feng gave a faint smile and said, What do you mean, what should you do? Humph, you're joking. What did your aunt and uncle say? They said to go back home with you as soon as possible and find Grandpa to apologize. After Grandpa beats me up, they will bring gifts and apologize in person, and they will also ask for your hand in marriage. After Gu Feng finished speaking, Su Liuli's face froze. Propose marriage? Did my uncles and aunts really say that? Of course they did. I wouldn't dare lie to you. But Liuli, I have to ask you something. Chapter 62. As embarrassing as proposing marriage to one's granddaughter. Looking at Su Liuli, Gu Feng got up and came over, making an expression of being aggrieved. What is it? Feeling that Gu Feng was up to no good, Su Liuli took a small step back. When Grandpa beats me up, can you say something in my defense? If I really lose an arm or a leg, who will support you and your daughter in the future? Upon hearing this, suddenly Su Liuli couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. She thought Gu Feng was going to say something else, but it turned out to be this. Her hands were as soft as young shoots, and her teeth as sharp as gourd rinds. Su Liuli brought her hands to her mouth, pretending to think for a moment, and then said, Well, I can't say anything against you, but it depends on how you behave. After saying this, she didn't forget to give a haughty little snort, and there was a kind of charming charm in her every gesture. Okay, I will definitely behave well and try to get my wife to intercede on my behalf. My wife? I'm not your wife. Gu Feng said the words my wife, and Su Liuli blushed instantly. Turning around, she looked at Gu Feng with big, watery eyes. It's getting late, you should go home and get some rest. Good night. Huh? Can I not go? Su Liuli gave the order to evict the guest, and Gu Feng looked aggrieved. No way. What if your aunt and uncle see? Go back to bed quickly, or I'll tell Grandma that you bullied me and she'll beat you up. She lifted her head slightly, revealing her goosebumps. With Grandma on her side, Su Liuli was now like a proud white swan. Let me go back and rest, but can I have a reward? Isn't that a reasonable request? She pointed at her own face with her finger, and Gu Feng looked at Su Liuli with a smile. Su Liuli stood in front of him, beautiful and refined. After hesitating for a moment, she put her hands behind her back, stood on her tiptoes, and gave Gu Feng a little kiss on the cheek. Okay, go back now. Gu Feng still stood in the same place, unwilling to leave, so Su Liuli could only half push him out of the room. Good night. As he was pushed out of the room, Su Liuli stuck out her tongue at Gu Feng and said good night to him before leaning on the door with one hand. Okay, good night. The door closed, and Gu Feng had no choice but to return to his own room next to it. The next morning arrived. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Gu Feng got dressed and opened the door to his room, just in time to run into Su Liuli, who was also leaving. You're up early. Su Liuli looked surprised when she opened the door and saw Gu Feng. I thought I had already got up early, but I didn't expect Gu Feng to be the same. Aren't you the same? It's a good thing, the air is fresh outside. I'll take you for a walk in the courtyard. Taking Su Liuli's soft, bony little hand, the two of them prepared to go for a walk in the courtyard. Just arriving in the living room, looking at the three people sitting on the sofa, Gu Feng and Su Liuli were taken aback. Mom and Dad, Grandma? You got up so early? It's only just 6 o'clock, I didn't expect my parents, including Grandma, to have already got up. Grandma getting up was no surprise to Gu Feng. The elderly sleep very little, and Grandma usually gets up early too. What he didn't expect was that his parents would also be up so early. Good morning. Liuli, you were quite tired from shopping yesterday, why don't you rest a little longer? Upon seeing Gu Feng and Su Liuli, Song Huilan got up and quickly came to the two of them. While talking, she subconsciously took Su Liuli from Gu Feng's hands and brought her to her side. Auntie, I couldn't sleep. Can't sleep? Are you feeling unwell? When Su Liuli said she couldn't sleep, Song Huilan thought she was feeling unwell, and her tone was very concerned. No, I'm not feeling unwell. Seeing that she was about to be misunderstood, Su Liuli waved her hands anxiously while explaining, it's probably because I went to bed early last night, and I woke up relatively early today. Oh, that's okay. Waking up early can still let you breathe some fresh air. Feng, you didn't get to explore the house yesterday, so take Liuli out for a walk. Take her to get acquainted with the area. Okay. Gu Feng nodded in agreement, as that was what he had originally meant. Liuli, let's go. With a tacit nod of agreement, she followed Gu Feng as the two of them walked out of the living room of the villa together. Song Huilan watched the two of them leave before returning to the sofa. Mom, today I'm going to take Liuli for a stroll, do you want to come along? Song Huilan asked Gu Feng's grandmother as she returned to the sofa. She knew that the old lady liked to be in the thick of things, and since her granddaughter had come to visit, she would definitely want to go out and about together. Isn't it inappropriate for an old woman like me to go out with you young people? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Can't you see that the girl is close to you? She was by your side the whole time we were out shopping last night. If you go along, you can still chat with her. Last night when we were shopping, except for the breaks when we tried on clothes and bought things, Su Liuli almost always followed her grandmother around. It was obvious that the girl was very close to her grandmother. Ha ha ha. Huilan, you're right. The girl Su Liuli is indeed close to me. Having lived a long life, I only have one grandson, Gu Feng, and now that I'm with the girl Su Liuli, I feel like she's my own granddaughter. I'll go change clothes later, and we'll go together. The old man was happy in his heart, and his smile had not disappeared since yesterday.
Walking out of the villa with Su Liuli, looking at the scenery in the Gu Manor, Su Liuli's eyes were full of surprise.
How big is this place?
Standing in front of the villa, I can't see the edge at a glance, he muttered to himself. Hearing Su Liuli's words, Gu Feng raised his hand and held her wrist. I don't know how big it is either, it's huge anyway. There's not much in front, it's all lawns and greenery, I'll take you to the back.
Watch out for the steps.
Gu Feng led Su Liuli around the villa to the backyard, where a huge rockery came into view. Behind the rockery were 2 more buildings, lofts of some kind, but he wasn't sure what they were used for.
And there's a pond. Are there any fish in it?
Moving his gaze away from the rockery, Su Liuli suddenly noticed that there was an even larger pond in the distance.
There are fish. Come, I'll show you.
Su Liuli was curious, and Gu Feng didn't think much of it, leading Su Liuli straight to the pond.
Dad had someone build this pond, and there are a lot of fish in it.
Dad, Gu Jinghua, doesn't have many hobbies, and keeping fish is one of the few. He brought Su Liuli to the front of the pond, and standing outside the fence, you could vaguely see many fish swimming around in the pond. From a distance, the pond didn't look very big, but when you actually came up to it, you realized that it was actually quite big, with a diameter of almost 20 meters.
Chapter 63, Can you save it? As for the fish inside, there are big ones and small ones.
It is worth noting that most of them are ornamental fish and they look very good.
There is a fishing platform next to it. Do you want to try fishing?
Seeing that Su Liuli is so interested in the fish, Gu Feng pulls the other person over to the fishing platform. It is getting cooler in the morning, so before asking Su Liuli to sit down, he does not forget to spread the plush cushion next to him.
Guess if I can fish or not.
Following Gu Feng's instructions, Su Liuli sat down in front of the chair, her lips lightly parted and a smile on her face.
I think I can. Just imagine, if I couldn't fish, the other person wouldn't have asked me. Well, I can't say I can only say I know a little about it. Before I went to university, I often went fishing at the reservoir with my grandfather.
Su Liuli said, recalling the past, whenever she wanted to eat fish, her grandfather would take her to the reservoir. The fishing equipment was simple, but they managed to catch a lot of fish every time.
Why don't you try and see if you can catch any fish here?
While talking, she took a red bucket from the side, and if she really could catch any fish later, she could put it in the bucket. When she came back in the evening, she could stew the fish. Crabs and soft-shelled turtles were not allowed to eat, but fish could be eaten in moderation. According to the doctor, eating some fish in moderation can supplement protein.
Su Liuli took down the fishing rod and hung the bait in a very professional manner. Gu Feng stood nearby and watched silently. Fishing requires patience. It was still early, so he was in no hurry. A few minutes later, a fish took the bait. Su Liuli exclaimed happily.
Seeing this, Gu Feng hurriedly went over to help hold the fishing rod.
Oh my! It looks like a big fish.
Judging from the force on the fishing rod, the fish Su Liuli caught is definitely not small.
Liuli, go over there and let me do it. Well.
Su Liuli left, and Gu Feng held the fishing rod tightly with one hand while tightening the fishing line. Slowly, a dark red fish gradually surfaced.
What kind of fish is this? It's so beautiful.
Seeing the dark red fish in the pond, Su Liuli covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time she had seen such a fish in her life.
I don't know either.
Gu Feng himself didn't know much about fish, and he didn't know what kind of dark red fish this was. But from what I can see now, this fish is a conservative estimate of at least 5 catties.
After a few minutes, with a lot of effort, they finally got the big fish into the bucket.
The fish almost occupied half of the red bucket, and 5 catties was definitely a conservative estimate.
Su Liuli, you're in for a treat tonight. I'll take it back later and ask Wang Ma to make a steamed fish for dinner.
Gu Feng said with a smile, and Su Liuli said with some concern, this fish isn't poisonous, is it? In nature, the brighter the color, the more poisonous the thing. This fish is so bright, she really doubts if it's poisonous. It can't be poisonous, don't worry. According to Dad's personality, he wouldn't put a poisonous fish in the pond.
Let's go, I'll take you back.
Putting the fishing rod back in place, Gu Feng carried the red bucket in one hand and pulled Su Liuli back with the other. Back in the living room, my father and the others were still sitting on the sofa chatting. It was worth noting that my grandmother had changed her clothes. She was wearing the same clothes that Su Liuli had given her yesterday.
Ha! Why are you two carrying a bucket back? What's in it? Song Huilan got up and came to Gu Feng, looking down at the red bucket. A fish?
Mom, we just caught a fish from the pond.
Let Wang Ma cook it tonight. Sure, no problem. We've been wanting to eat fish anyway.
Song Huilan agreed with a smile, taking the red bucket from Gu Feng. You two go and sit in the living room and relax, I'll put the fish in the kitchen.
Not bad, you little rascal, you know how to fish?
Gu Jinghua smiled with relief when he heard that his son and daughter-in-law had caught a fish from the pond. It was rare that his son shared the same hobby as him.
Not Dad, your son is not capable of doing that, it was Liuli who caught it. This fish must weigh more than 5 kilograms.
Liuli? Ha! Fishing is the best way to cultivate one's character.
Liuli girl, you have a good hobby. I'll take you to a bigger fishing spot sometime.
Gu Jinghua laughed, but then his grandmother suddenly raised her hand and said, Liuli, come over to Grandma. Ignore your uncle, he gets like this whenever he mentions fish.
Go help Huilan put the fish in the kitchen and add some water.
We'll have fresh fish for dinner for the two kids.
Okay, Mom, you guys chat, I'll go.
With a smile on his face, Gu Jinghua walked through the living room to Song Huilan's side.
Wife, what are you doing?
Put the fish in the fish tank in the kitchen, the fish will suffocate if there is not enough oxygen.
Gu Jinghua kept talking to himself, but Song Huilan's face looked a little hesitant.
The more she looked at the fish, the more familiar it looked, as if she had seen it somewhere before.
Husband, do you see how familiar this fish looks? This fish? What's wrong with this fish?
You wouldn't know unless you saw it. When he saw the dark red fish in the red bucket, Gu Jinghua opened his mouth wide, and his eyes nearly fell to the ground. His happiness turned to sadness.
This is my blood-red dragon.
As he stared at the fish in the bucket, Gu Jinghua suddenly felt a little pain in his heart.
Shoo, keep your voice down.
This is your blood-red dragon?
Whispering, Song Huilan looked at Gu Jinghua silently. My husband likes to keep fish, and she knows about this blood-red dragon.
It was auctioned abroad and cost 1,000,000 yuan. It was less than 3 catties at the time, and it took several years to grow to this size.
I never thought my daughter-in-law would catch it. Well, dear, this is indeed my blood-red dragon. Can you save it?
She looked very sad.
No matter how much it cost, she had kept the fish for several years and it had finally grown to this size. I want to save it too, but what will you let your daughter-in-law eat? It's just a fish. I'll get you 2 more some other time. Don't say it's a blood-red dragon, even if it is, or all the fish in the pond. If the daughter-in-law wants to eat them, she'll find a way to cook them all. No, it's hard to raise it this big. Can you go and talk to the girl Liuli? Just now, he was still praising his daughter-in-law for having a good hobby, but he never expected that she would be so lucky. Out of the thousands of fish in the pond, she managed to catch the blood-red dragon. Chapter 64, Unlimited Gold Embossed Cards. I'll go discuss it? This is your fish, discuss it yourself. Leaving behind a remark, Song Huilan carried the red bucket straight to the kitchen. This fish needs to be put in the kitchen's fish tank first, otherwise it won't last long. Watching his wife leave with the red bucket, Gu Jinghua glanced at the several people chatting in the living room, and with a resolute heart, he took a few strides and followed Song Huilan into the kitchen. The baby fish is about to be steamed, so while there's still time, I should take a look. After a minute or two, he put the fish in the fish tank and Song Huilan sat back down on the sofa. Ha! Mom, what's Dad doing in the kitchen? Seeing that only his mother had come out, Gu Feng asked subconsciously. Your father is studying fish. Studying fish? Yes, studying how to make fish delicious. Song Huilan smiled awkwardly, but she didn't dare to tell her son and daughter-in-law that her father was in the kitchen facing a fish and was sad, because if she did, the 2 children would die of laughter. Liuli, I cooked some bird's nest for you this morning, drink some. By the way, when are you planning to go back to school? Auntie, we plan to go back tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? Su Liuli explained that they had to go back to the Magic City tomorrow morning, and Song Huilan's brows shot up. Is it too urgent to go back tomorrow morning? Is it okay to go back in the afternoon? In the afternoon, that's fine.
Tomorrow is Sunday, and there's not much to do anyway, so it doesn't matter whether they go in the morning or the afternoon.
Since you say so, they'll go in the afternoon. That's fine, I'll arrange it for you, and you can go back in the afternoon tomorrow. Our Liuli is really a good girl.
Mom, you stay here and chat with Liuli. I'll go to the kitchen and see if breakfast is ready.
After a brief chat, Song Huilan got up again and went to the kitchen.
When she arrived in the kitchen, she saw Gu Xingguo standing in front of the fish tank at a glance. Without paying any attention to him, Song Huilan took the initiative to help Wang Ma and the others.
Wang Ma, how is the quality of this bird's nest?
Madam, don't worry, I went shopping early in the morning and bought this bird's nest. The quality is excellent.
That's good. It was 7:30 in the morning. Wang Ma and the other maids brought out the breakfast they had prepared.
Su Liuli got up and helped her grandmother walk to the dining room.
Liuli, first eat some bird's nest and see how it tastes.
Su Liuli sat down, and Song Huilan was the first to pick up the small bowl and ladle a spoonful of bird's nest into it.
Thank you, Auntie. Silly girl, what are you being polite for?
With a happy face, she took the bird's nest from Song Huilan's hands, silently watched Su Liuli sit back down, and Gu Feng immediately raised the small bowl in front of him.
Mom, can I try some bird's nest too?
It is no exaggeration to say that, growing up, he has never eaten bird's nest before and has no idea what it tastes like.
What do you want to eat?
Gu Feng held up the bowl, and Song Huilan took it in her hands, asking again with a puzzled expression.
Bird's nest. Just a little bit for me, not too much. What are you eating bird's nest for?
This bird's nest isn't tasty. Mom will spoon some millet porridge for you. It's delicious and good for your stomach.
Here.
With a surprised look on Gu Feng's face, my mother was very exaggerated, scooping up a full bowl of millet porridge. Su Liuli held the small bowl and looked blankly at Gu Feng next to her. At this time, Gu Feng's face was beyond description.
You're so biased.
No matter how delicious millet porridge is, I want to try the bird's nest.
Sighing,
she took the full bowl of millet porridge from her mother's hands. Then she sat down with the millet porridge, and Su Liuli leaned her head lightly towards Gu Feng's side, her jade cheeks slightly flushed as she said, "I'll feed you a bite."
It's very sweet.
After saying that, she quickly scooped up a big spoonful of bird's nest from her own bowl and handed it directly to Gu Feng's mouth.
Eat quickly.
Holding it like this, Gu Feng was still dazed, and the grandmother next to him and the aunt and uncle on the other side all turned their attention to him. Hearing Su Liuli's words, Gu Feng hurriedly opened his mouth and ate the bird's nest on the spoon in one gulp. Seeing this, Grandma glanced at Song Huilan next to her, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled without saying a word. During this breakfast, under Song Huilan's care, Su Liuli drank a total of 3 bowls of bird's nest, but half of it went into Gu Feng's stomach. Liuli, come over here and help your aunt get changed. Let's take a break for a while, and then set off for fun again at 9 o'clock. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Song Huilan raised her hand to beckon Su Liuli to follow her to the bedroom to change. Su Liuli, who was at a loss as to what was going on, could only follow behind her. The two of them walked into the bedroom one after the other.
What's my mom going to do? What else can she do? She'll definitely give you a present again, but it's still the kind you can't let you see.
Grandma leaned on her walking stick and looked at her eldest grandson in front of her, unable to stop chuckling. After entering the bedroom, Song Huilan didn't go to the closet to get clothes, but instead took Su Liuli's hand and led her to the bed.
Come, Liuli, sit down first. The pregnancy thing, Gu Feng already told your aunt.
Song Huilan spoke, and Su Liuli blushed like a lotus flower, her hands clasped together, nervous and restless.
Silly girl, don't be nervous, actually your aunt hasn't scolded that brat for you yet. Your grandmother still doesn't know about this. When the time is right, your aunt and uncle will tell her about it, and we'll all stand up for you together.
As she spoke, Song Huilan pulled a chair over and sat down in front of Su Luli, bending down.
Auntie, I'm not angry, so there's no need to lecture Gu Feng.
Her eyes trembled as she spoke very quietly.
My child, you're still thinking about him. How much good fortune did Gu Feng cultivate in his past life to find a girl like you? Even if Auntie doesn't teach him a lesson, your grandma will. He'll get a good beating, no doubt.
She shook her head with a bitter smile. Having lived with her for so many years, she knew her temper and disposition all too well. Once she found out about this, she would have to teach Gu Feng a lesson to vent her anger at her granddaughter and the baby she was carrying. While the two of them were talking in the bedroom, Gu Feng sneezed several times for no apparent reason.
Xiao Feng, are you getting a cold? Do you want Grandma to make you some ginger tea? With the help of a walking stick, Grandma looked kind and amiable.
No need, Grandma, I don't have a cold. He shook his head, not feeling the slightest bit unwell, and wondering why he had sneezed for no reason. In the bedroom, after hearing what the aunt said, Su Luli could only pray inwardly for Gu Feng, praying that he would suffer less when the time came. Luli, your aunt wants you to come over, actually mainly to give you some advice. In the early stages of pregnancy, although there is not much change in your body, you still need to pay attention. In particular, you must not have any of the following, and the doctor should have also mentioned this. Song Huilan's words were very straightforward, and naturally Su Luli understood what she meant.
The most important thing is your mood. If you're unhappy about anything, just call your auntie. In my eyes, you're like my own daughter, and you should think of me as a family member too. Do you understand?
After her words, Su Liuli felt a warm feeling in her heart. She had never imagined that her future mother-in-law could say such things to her.
With reddened eyes, Su Liuli nodded emphatically, "Thank you, auntie." Silly child, how many times have I told you not to say thank you to your auntie?
She patted Su Liuli's head affectionately, then turned around and took her bag in her arms.
After rummaging for a moment, she took out a black, gold-embossed bank card. Liuli, this is an unlimited card. You can spend 200,000 yuan every day without entering a password.
If you want to spend more than 200,000 yuan, you need to enter a password, which is Gu Feng's birthday.
Take it. When you're feeling down, buy something to cheer yourself up. Auntie lives far away from you, so you must take care of yourself. Chapter 65, The Nine Heavens Amusement Park.
When the bank card was in her hands, Su Luli's eyes revealed panic, and she hurriedly shook her head to refuse. "Auntie, I can't take this card."
How dare she accept such a large bank card? She must.
With this card, Auntie will believe that you can take care of yourself.
You also want to put Auntie's mind at ease, don't you?
Before Su Luli could give the bank card away, Song Huilan's hand gently pressed against the back of Su Luli's hand. "But Auntie, this card is too valuable, I really can't accept it."
"It can be used to withdraw 200,000 yuan without a pin, what if I lose it?" "Luli, are you refusing to listen to your aunt?"
"Ha?" Pretending to be serious, Song Huilan insisted with a stern face. This was her character.
Su Luli was torn between conflicting emotions and could not argue with her.
Having held a high position for many years, Song Huilan also knows the importance of striking while the iron is hot. Without giving Su Luli the chance to continue hesitating, she got up and pushed the chair back to the table.
"Come on, Luli, it's getting late, let's go out and play," she said.
"Put the card away, you can keep it for yourself, but don't tell that brat Gu Feng," she added, before leading Su Luli out of the bedroom. Before leaving, she did not forget to whisper a few words of advice to Su Liuli. She took Su Liuli's wrist and walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, Gu Feng was telling his grandmother about something interesting that happened at school. When they saw their mother come with a girlfriend, including Gu Jinghua, the three of them looked at each other.
"Hey! Mom, didn't you ask Liuli to accompany you to change clothes? Why are you still wearing the same clothes?"
"I couldn't find anything suitable, so Luli said I looked good in this."
"Don't you agree, Luli?" Winking at Su Luli, he understood what his mother-in-law meant, and Su Luli nodded slightly, "Yes. Auntie, this outfit looks very good."
"Ha ha ha. Since the child says it looks good, Huilan, you can wear this." I still have a few meetings today, so I can't go out and play with you guys. Phone, your grandmother and Liuli are in your care. Take good care of them. Rising to his feet, Gu Jinghua chuckled and patted Gu Feng's shoulder. Okay, Dad, don't worry, I'll take care of Grandma and Liuli.
Nodding imperceptibly, Gu Jinghua picked up the Zhongshan suit next to him. Mom, honey, I'll go first. Liuli, let your aunt keep you company and have fun. I wish you all a good time. Thanks, Uncle.
Standing next to Song Huilan, Su Liuli looked very well behaved.
Without lingering, Gu Jinghua turned and walked out of the living room.
In front of the villa, 3 top-of-the-line business cars were lined up in a row, with 2 bodyguards in suits and sunglasses standing in front of each car. Upon seeing Gu Jinghua appear, the driver of the car in the middle hurriedly opened the door. Gu Jinghua got into the car, and the 3 cars started up together, slowly driving away from the Gu Manor.
Mom, is Dad really this busy these days?
After seeing Dad leave, Gu Feng looked at Song Huilan with curiosity. Before I went to university, although Dad would often have meetings, he was never as busy as he is now. The economy is in the doldrums, and the financial turmoil abroad has affected the country.
Financial turmoil? It can't be a financial crisis, can it?
A flash of shock crossed Gu Feng's eyes.
Before his rebirth, he had never heard of any financial turmoil. It hasn't reached that level yet. Okay, enough of this nonsense. Help your grandmother up and let's go out and have some fun. Liuli, do you want to go to the amusement park? The amusement park in the imperial capital is really fun. We already went shopping yesterday, so today I want to take my daughter-in-law to see something different. Well, I'm fine with that.
After all these years of going to college in the magical city, she hasn't been to an amusement park once, and she can't help but feel a little excited at the thought of going.
Gu Feng, help your grandmother, let's go. Okay. Grandma, let me help you.
With her daughter-in-law by her side, Gu Feng supported her grandmother as they walked out of the villa, one after the other. The car had been waiting outside. When they arrived, the driver opened the electric door to welcome them.
The half-hour drive to the amusement park had just ended at 9 a.m. Wow! No way, there are so many people. Gu Feng looked up as they got out of the car and saw a long queue at the ticket booth. Zhuzangshan Amusement Park. I think I heard about it on TV.
Liuli, the Paradise Amusement Park is the biggest amusement park in the entire imperial capital, without a doubt. It's called the Paradise Amusement Park because the park is built in a stepped fashion, with each step hosting different rides.
We'll go in later and explore the first step.
Song Huilan explained softly, while Gu Feng, who was standing next to her, glanced at the long queue in the distance and said with some concern, Mom, don't explain the origin of the Paradise Amusement Park yet.
Right now, we need to figure out how to buy tickets.
Today is Saturday, and in addition to people from the capital visiting, there are also many tourists from all over the country.
Judging by the crowd, if we wait any longer, there will be even more people waiting in line to buy tickets. Don't worry, I've already made preparations.
Xiaoye bought tickets in advance, one for each of us, so let's go and check in.
Let's go. She took out 6 tickets from her bag, and gave the remaining 2 to the driver behind them, in addition to the 4 of them. Mr. Liu, you can go in and have fun too.
I'll call you in advance when we're ready to go back.
Oh, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
The driver looked surprised, and with both hands he took the tickets from Song Huilan. Gu Feng held the tickets in his hands.
He never would have thought that his mother would have thought of everything. With the tickets in hand, all he had to do was go to the front and scan them. After passing through the machine, they entered the amusement park. The first thing that caught their eye was the huge Ferris wheel in the distance. What a big Ferris wheel!
A lock of beautiful hair fluttered slightly as Su Liuli looked up into the distance, a hint of surprise in her clear eyes. She had never seen such a big Ferris wheel before.
Liuli, Auntie bought a pass, you can play any of the rides as many times as you like. There's a carousel over there, do you want to go for a ride?
Not far from the entrance, in addition to the 20-odd rocking horses, there was also a carousel. In terms of size, this carousel is also surprisingly large. Taking Su Luli's hand, they came to the carousel and found the staff to check the tickets.
Song Huilan took Su Luli and walked up to them. "Grandma, do you want to ride it too?" Gu Feng laughed, half joking.
It was so lively here, and Grandma was originally beaming with joy, but after hearing her grandson's words, her smile froze.
"Rotten kid, how old is Grandma, and you want me to ride this? Do you want to leave Grandma's old bones here to die?"
She grumbled angrily, and then she turned to a row of rocking horses.
"Feng, can Grandma play this?" Chapter 66. Uncle, don't you like fish? "Ha? Grandma, are you sure you want to play?" Gu Feng looked confused. Grandma's character is really like a child's, she actually wants to play on the rocking horse.
Taking the playground token, Gu Feng went to a rocking horse, helped his grandmother onto it, and then started the horse with the token.
"What's Daddy's father called?" "Daddy's father is Grandpa."
A familiar voice rang out, and the old man sat in the horse and had a great time playing.
In the distance, Song Huilan and Su Luli, the mother and daughter, were also riding the carousel. Gu Feng was the only one standing there, looking foolish. After a while, Gu Feng's grandmother got off the carousel, feeling a little bored. Next to them, an old woman was riding the carousel with a little girl aged 2 or 3. Seeing this, Gu Feng's grandmother smiled and struck up a conversation with the other woman. "Young lady, is this your granddaughter? She's really pretty." "Thank you, this is not my granddaughter, this is my great-granddaughter."
"My grandson and granddaughter have gone to work, so I'm taking the child out to play."
"A great-granddaughter? That's wonderful."
After hearing that the little girl was someone's great-granddaughter, the grandmother was full of envy, and glanced back at Gu Feng standing nearby. "Alas, when will I, your grandmother, have a great-granddaughter?" Upon hearing this, Gu Feng suddenly felt a little helpless. He definitely had great-grandsons, he just didn't know if they were great-granddaughters or great-grandchildren. 10 minutes later, Song Huilan returned with Su Liuli. The first set of stairs had basically all the children's facilities, so they didn't stay there for long, and they walked towards the back of the stairs. They basically played on every ride they could find. They were afraid to let Su Liuli play on the slightly dangerous rides, for fear that she might get hurt. They had lunch at the amusement park, and then went to ride the Ferris wheel in the afternoon. They took their grandmother on the Ferris wheel with them, and the old lady was as happy as a child.
The whole day was spent almost entirely at the amusement park.
As it was approaching 6 p.m., Song Huilan noticed that it was getting late, so she called the driver and the group took the car back to the Gu Manor.
"Su Liuli, how was your day? Were you happy?"
Sitting in the car, Su Liuli sat between Song Huilan and her grandmother. Her snow-white skin, like jade, revealed a slight blush as she nodded and said, "Yes, I was happy." She had been at the amusement park all day, and her face and heart had been filled with joy. As long as she is happy, when you have time in the future, let Gu Feng bring you back to play often. Song Huilan, the mother-in-law, was very satisfied to see her daughter-in-law having fun. The group returned to the manor and saw everyone come back.
Wang Ma greeted the aunts and prepared dinner. Half an hour later, Gu Jingwa's convoy slowly drove into the manor and arrived in the living room, where they happened to see Gu Feng and a few others sitting on the sofa chatting. "Dad. Uncle. Ha ha ha, how was it? Suli, how was your day?"
Smiling, he sat down next to Song Huilan, and Gu Jingwa waved his hand, indicating that Gu Feng and Su Liuli should hurry and sit down.
"We had a really good time, and if it weren't so late, we wouldn't want to come back." Song Huilan responded with a smile. "Really?
Alas, we still don't have that kind of luck.
If it weren't for how busy I am, I would have to go out with you guys."
His tone was rather helpless. He really wanted to go out and have fun, but he just couldn't get away. After chatting for a while in front of the sofa, Wang Ma came into the living room and told everyone to get ready to go to the dining room for dinner. When they arrived in the dining room, a few exquisite dishes were served first, followed by the chicken soup that had been stewing all afternoon and the steamed fish that had been prepared.
When he saw the blood-red dragon on the plate, Gu Jingwa's mouth twitched twice unconsciously.
His heart was bitter, and he couldn't bear to look at it.
"Come on, everyone, let's start eating."
"Liuli, help yourself to whatever you want to eat, or else I'll have to help you." I don't need you to help me, I can do it myself. Su Liuli hurriedly shook her head when she heard Song Huilan say she would help her pick food. The scene from last night was still vivid in her mind, and if she continued to let her aunt pick food for her, she would definitely throw up tonight. Su Liuli, try the fish you caught yourself, how does it taste? Gu Feng sat next to her and used his chopsticks to pick a large piece of fish for her. After taking a small bite, a slight lightness appeared in her eyes, and her slender eyebrows lifted slightly. It's so tender. This fish is delicious. Really? Then I'll try some too. After hearing Su Liuli say it was delicious, Gu Feng picked up his chopsticks and added a piece to his own bowl. After tasting it, it really was as Su Liuli said, the fish was exceptionally delicious. Mom, Grandma, you two try it too, it's delicious. Upon hearing this, Grandma and Song Huilan each followed by picking up a piece and tasting it with a small bite. Only Gu Xingguo never reached for his chopsticks. Uncle, do you not like fish? Seeing Gu Xingguo's face full of sadness, Su Liuli glanced at Gu Feng beside him and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Ha? No, Uncle likes fish very much. Gu Xingguo waved his hand, but Song Huilan next to him couldn't help but hold back her laughter. The fish is done, so you should quickly pick up a piece and try it. I'll do it for you. With a strong effort to suppress his laughter, Song Huilan picked up the fish head and placed it directly in Gu Xin's bowl. Looking at his beloved baby fish lying motionless in his bowl, Gu Xin's heart was filled with 100 different emotions. Phew! Red dragon, you have died a worthy death. He muttered to himself, and for the sake of his daughter-in-law and the baby she was carrying, he felt that his death as a bloody red dragon was not a waste. With a sense of relief, Gu Xingguo began to actively eat the fish head. In less than 2 minutes, the fish head was eaten clean. Gu Xingguo didn't let go of the few pieces of fish meat left, and with a few consecutive chopsticks, the 15 kilograms, bloody red dragon was reduced to a pile of fish bones. After dinner, everyone chatted for a couple of hours in the living room before going to their respective rooms to rest. The next morning, Gu Feng woke up to find that he was the only one left in the house, along with Su Liuli and his grandmother. Gu Xingguo and Song Hui had gone somewhere. Grandma, where did my parents go so early in the morning? Gu Feng asked curiously, taking Su Liuli to the sofa and sitting down. I don't know. They went out early in the morning, saying that they had something to do. We don't have to wait for them for breakfast, let's just eat. Suli, you're going back to the demon capital today, right? Remember to come back and visit Grandma with Feng often when you have time. The thought that her grandson and granddaughter-in-law were about to go back immediately made her feel a little down. Suli, whose pretty face was as radiant as a jadeite, hurriedly came and sat down next to her grandmother. Don't worry, Grandma, I'll come back to visit you with Feng whenever I have time. Okay, Grandma will be waiting for you. After breakfast, both parents had not returned yet. With nothing to do, Gu Feng accompanied Su Liuli as they walked out of the manor and wandered around for a few laps. It was far from the city, but the scenery was beautiful, and it was definitely a good place. They played outside until noon, and when they felt that it was about time to go back, they returned to the manor just in time to see Song Huilan and Gu Xingguo return. Mom and Dad, where have you been this morning? Chapter 67, Private Jet vs. Green Train. They were about to enter the door when they heard a voice behind them, and they both turned around. Upon seeing Gu Feng and Su Liuli, Song Huilan said in surprise, Where have you two been? Nowhere in particular, just hanging out with Liuli. Oh. Come in then. They entered the villa together, and Wang Ma had lunch ready. After a brief tidy-up, they went to the dining room to eat. Liuli, after lunch, take a little rest, and your aunt will take you to the airport. Well, thank you, Auntie. Su Liuli nodded quietly in agreement, and Song Huilan had a slight smile on the corner of her mouth, without continuing to speak. After lunch, after a brief rest in the living room, the family went to the front door of the villa. Mom, Xingguo and I will take the children to the airport, so you don't have to go. Okay, take care on the way. I know, Mom. With Grandma's reluctant gaze, Gu Feng and the others got into the car and headed to Daidu International Airport. Along the way, Song Huilan kept chatting with Su Liuli in a low voice. When they arrived at the airport, what surprised Gu Feng was that his mother's secretary was waiting with a bunch of people.
Sister Xiaoye, why are you here? Liuli, this is Sister Xiaoye, my mother's assistant.
A flash of surprise passed through his eyes as Gu Feng introduced Su Liuli to his side.
Sister Xiaoye. Hello, Miss Liuli.
Smiling, he greeted Su Liuli, and Wang Xiaoye looked at Su Liuli, her face flashing with surprise. Su Liuli herself looked even better than in the photos.
Chairman, everything is ready. I've checked with the crew and we can board at any time.
Behind Wang Xiaoye stood 5 or 6 other people, notably carrying a bunch of bags and packages in their hands.
Okay. Liuli, let Xiaoye take you and Xiaofeng back.
These things were all prepared for you by your aunt.
They're all basic supplements, so you can eat a little when you want.
Pointing at the things everyone was carrying, she said that this morning she had gone out of her way to pick these things up, just for her daughter-in-law.
Auntie, I can't eat all this. It's okay, just eat as much as you can.
After you arrive in the devil's capital, remember to call your auntie to let her know you're safe.
It's getting late, hurry up and board the plane.
Without giving Su Liuli a chance to refuse, Wang Xiaoye ushered the group behind her towards the airport.
Ms. Su Liuli, let's go check in.
With all the shopping done, there was nothing Su Liuli could do but follow Gu Feng to the airport. After watching the two of them go in, Song Huilan and Gu Jinghua turned around and got into the car to return to the manor.
Once they entered the airport, Gu Feng looked around and couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiaoyu, shouldn't we buy tickets? We haven't bought our plane tickets yet. Mom said she would take care of it, but they still haven't bought their plane tickets.
Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, Wang Xiaoye laughed and shook her head. No need to buy tickets, we'll go to the demon capital on the chairman's private jet.
What? A private jet?
This mom is really generous.
While muttering softly, Gu Feng felt a complex inside.
He had to say that the treatment of his son and daughter-in-law was really worlds apart. He went to school in the demon capital by himself, without preparing anything, and took the green train, which was a hard seat from the imperial capital to the demon capital for a whole dozen hours. I never thought that this time, I would be upgraded to a private jet.
Ha ha ha. Gu Feng, I remember that last time you went to the demon capital to go to school, didn't you buy your own hard seat on the train? How did you know?
It was better not to say anything, but after Wang Xiaoye said this, Gu Feng's face instantly turned sour. Su Liuli, who was standing next to him, looked at Gu Feng with a face of disbelief. She still vaguely remembered the first time they met, and Gu Feng was carrying a black plastic bag in his hands. If it weren't for his youthful appearance, she would have even thought that the other person was picking up bottles at the school specifically because of the start of the semester. Of course I know, the chairman told me.
Ha 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 ha. As she spoke, Wang Xiaoye couldn't help but laugh again. Facing such ridicule, Gu Feng could only choose to remain silent.
He had been sitting in a hard seat for more than 10 hours, and his back and waist were sore.
Gu Feng? Why didn't you take a plane?
The capital is so far away from the magic city, even if you don't take a plane, you can take the high-speed train. Su Liuli walked, with an air of scholarly refinement in her eyebrows, and asked curiously. Facing Su Liuli's curiosity, Gu Feng could only explain with his hands spread out, I also wanted to take a plane, but because of the start of the semester, the plane tickets were booked a month ago.
As for the high-speed train, I didn't get a ticket either.
Both ways were not feasible, so he had to choose to take the green train. What's most infuriating is that even for the green train, there were only hard seats left, not even a hard sleeper.
After 2 transfers and a lot of setbacks, he finally arrived in the magical city.
While everyone else had a smooth journey to school, his was comparable to the journey to the Western paradise to obtain the Buddhist scriptures. Gu Feng bitterly explained, and Su Liuli's pretty nose slightly narrowed her eyes, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Puff. You're so unlucky. Ugh. Liuli, you're laughing at me.
I was explaining myself and all my grievances, hoping to win Su Liuli's sympathy, but I never expected that she would go so far as to laugh at me openly. Not to mention, apart from Su Liuli and Wang Xiaoye, the previous group of employees also suppressed their smiles.
I really can't believe that the prince of the Kyushu group could be so down and out after going to school. With a face full of black lines, he was mocked by everyone before arriving at his mother's private jet. The huge plane was emblazoned with the gold-stamped logo of the Kyushu group. After seeing someone approaching, the crew hurriedly came out to greet them. A few flight attendants were responsible for tidying things up, while Gu Feng and the others were led directly onto the plane by the head flight attendant. After about 20 minutes, the plane was ready to take off. After asking Su Liuli for another blanket, Gu Feng leaned over and closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the plane announced that it was about to land at the Shanghai airport. 10 minutes later, the plane landed smoothly. A car was waiting outside to take them to Fuxing University. When the car arrived at the school gate, they thought they would have to get out and walk in, but the guard lifted the railing directly. Sister Xiaoye? How can a car from outside the school enter the school? Of course you can. If you can also donate a few experimental buildings to Fuxing University, your car can enter as well. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Xiaoye joked. Gu Feng was stunned, and he was suddenly speechless. He didn't know how he could get in, but it turned out that he used his wealth to get in. A few teaching buildings, that's really not a small gesture. Driving to the bottom of the girls' dormitory, when a crowd of people carrying big bags and small bags got off the car, they immediately attracted the attention of many students around them. Chapter 68. What family conditions? What's going on? I don't know. Who is that person? It looks like Miss Su. The school flower? The convoy arrived in front of the girls' dormitory building, and the surrounding students who were passing by stopped and whispered to each other. Xiaofeng, let's help Liuli take the things up. You've been on a plane all afternoon, go back and rest for a while. Wang Xiaoye, holding a box of supplements in her hands, turned to Gu Feng. Before she came back, the chairman specifically told her to make sure they delivered the things to the dormitory. Gu Feng definitely wouldn't be able to go into the girls' dormitory. Okay. Liuli, go back and rest for a while, I'll take you out to dinner tonight. After saying that, she returned to the boys' dormitory alone. Miss Liuli, let's go. Sister Xiaoya, you don't need to call me Miss Liuli, you can just call me Liuli. With a slight twist of her slender waist, Su Liuli turned her body sideways. She had always been addressed as Miss Liuli, and she was still a little uncomfortable with it. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoya's mouth lifted up into a slight arc, and she smiled. Good, Liuli. The chairman personally picked these things out for you, so you should eat a little of them every day after you go back. Although these things are very nourishing, you shouldn't eat too much. Following Su Liuli, a large group of people entered the girls' dormitory, and Wang Xiaoye kept talking as they walked. Yes, great. Thank you, Xiaoye. Wang Xiaoye felt a little emotion in her heart when she heard Su Liuli say thank you. Based on Gu Feng's family conditions and Su Liuli's stunning appearance, she had expected the other person to be quite arrogant, but she never expected her to be so approachable. There was also a hint of love on her blushing face, and even she herself was a little confused by it. The group entered the dormitory and climbed up the stairs for a long time before they arrived at the door of the dormitory. She raised her hand and knocked gently on the door. Hearing a noise outside, Wang Mani hurriedly rolled out of bed and opened the door in her slippers. The first thing she saw was Su, and a flash of joy passed through her eyes. You're finally back. I've missed you so much. She took Su's wrist and let her in, preparing to give her a warm hug. Halfway through the movement, she noticed the crowd standing behind Su, and Wang Mani's expression froze. Dong Jiejia and Lu Xiaoyu also rolled out of bed, and after seeing the crowd behind Su Lili, they froze in unison. Hello, classmate, I'm Lily's sister. I'm here to help Lily bring something up, sorry for the disturbance. Wang Xiaoye was very polite. After hearing the other person introduce herself as Su Lily's sister, Wang Mani hurriedly stepped aside. Hello, sister. You can come in. Thank you. She nodded with a smile, carrying her things into the dormitory. Wang Xiaoye put her things aside, and the others followed suit. The floor, which was not very spacious to begin with, looked even more crowded after all these things were put down.
Seeing this, Dong Jiejia's curiosity piqued, and she quietly took Su Liuli's arm and led her to one side.
Liuli, how come you have so many sisters?
Suli, the delivery is done, we have things to do, we'll be going now. After putting down the things, the task was considered complete, and Wang Xiaoye and the others were ready to leave.
Sister Xiaoye, I'll see you off. No need. Suli, you rest at ease in the dormitory, the car is right below, we'll just leave by car. Stay in the dormitory, don't come out. After finishing with Suli, she waved at Wang Mani and the others, goodbye, classmate. Before leaving, he did not forget to close the dormitory door. After Wang Xiaoye had left with the others, Wang Mani and the others looked down at the pile of things on the ground. Special grade donkey hide glue. Rare bird's nest. Cordyceps sinensis. Centennial ginseng tea. Massage instrument. Staring at the pile of things on the ground, Wang Mani looked incredulously at Su Liuli and swallowed. Liuli, what does my sister do? How much does it cost to buy all these things? Dong Jieja took Su Liuli's arm and a flash of inspiration came to her. Hey, no, didn't you say you were going to Gu Feng's house with him to hang out? Why would you bring all these things back? Before she could answer, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly had a sudden realization. Could the sister just now not be Gu Feng's sister? Did all these things come from his family? One after the other, Su Liuli didn't have a chance to speak. When the three of them stopped talking, Su Liuli softly explained, it was given by Gu Feng's mother. The sister just now is the aunt's assistant. What? It was given by Gu Feng's mother? When Su Liuli explained, the three of them froze. What kind of family conditions would allow someone to give such expensive things, and send so many people to deliver them to the dormitory? Cough cough, Liuli, does Gu Feng have any brothers or sisters or other relatives? I feel like I can go after them. Dong Jieja said with a smile, and Su Herdin said flirtatiously with a charming smile, it seems not. Jieja, you really have a big appetite. Hee hee, I was just joking. Okay, there are so many things, I can't finish them all by myself. If you like them, you can pick some. The shelf life of these things is very short. Before getting on the plane, Auntie specifically told me that if I feel like there are too many, I can share them with the students in the dormitory. Wow! Really? After hearing Su Liuli say that they could eat them too, Wang Mani's eyes lit up. While the others were looking at the things on the floor, Su Liuli went to the cupboard and took out her pajamas to get changed and rest for a while. As she took off her dress, her crystal-clear shoulders were exposed, and her soft, snow-white skin with graceful curves looked like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Her snow-veined, soft arms and graceful, round, slender legs made her body look absolutely perfect. Wow, Su Liuli, your body seems to be even more perfect. It seems to have grown bigger. So enviable. With a smacking of her lips, Dong Jieja looked at Su Liuli, who was changing clothes, her tone full of envy. Jieja, what are you talking about? Our Liuli's body has always been so beautiful. Ahem Liuli, are there any of these things that can that? With her hands in front of her body, Wang Mani carefully gestured. What? After changing into her pajamas, Su Liuli pretended to be puzzled and asked with a smile, her lips parted. Is that the one that can make it bigger? Bigger? Bigger what? Su Liuli was still pretending to be stupid, while Dong Jieja and Lu Xiaoyu next to her could no longer hold back their smiles. Good, Liuli, you dare to flirt with me. Let me teach you a lesson. She rolled up her sleeves and grabbed at Su Liuli with both hands. She had only wanted to tease Wang Mani, but she never expected the other person to dare to fight back. In a panic, Su Liuli blushed and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Ah. Mani, I was wrong. I really don't know if it works or not, why don't you read the manual? Chapter 69, Peak Competition Goes Online. Su Liuli begged for mercy with a blush on her face, and Wang Mani finally stopped. Sure enough, Liuli, you feel so good. Wow, Mani, you've got nerve to talk, I think you're the one who's a womanizer. Dong Jieja had an intriguing expression on her face, and Wang Mani's expression of enjoyment was enough to make people's goosebumps fall off. Okay, I'm not kidding with you guys.
Liuli, you must be tired after flying all afternoon. Lie down on the bed and rest for a while. We'll put these things away for you in the closet. Okay. Upon hearing Wang Mani's words, Su Liuli nodded without thinking. After putting her clothes away in the closet and turning to go to bed, she was about to go to sleep when she suddenly thought that she hadn't called to report her safety.
Hurry up and take out your phone and call Song Huilan.
After a brief chat of more than 10 minutes, she hung up the phone and then closed her eyes with peace of mind. Gu Feng, on the other hand, stood outside the dormitory knocking on the door for a long time, but no one ever answered.
No one was in the dormitory?
Today is Sunday. Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai are probably playing games in the internet cafe, and as for Zhang Tinio, 90% of the time he is with his girlfriend. He took out the key from his trouser pocket and opened the dormitory door.
Sure enough, just as he had guessed, the entire dormitory was empty, not a soul in sight. Gu Feng walked to the balcony and took out his phone.
While on the plane, Annie had sent him a text message, roughly saying that the promotion plan for the Pinnacle competition was ready. In addition, the villa he had asked for had been found, but the price was a bit high. After reading the text message, Gu Feng thought for a moment. There were a lot of things, and it was hard to explain over the phone. For convenience's sake, he should still go to the company.
He picked up his phone and dialed Annie's number. Hello? Annie, I'm going to the office now.
Tell Liuli to get ready, we'll have a meeting in half an hour.
Okay, Mr. Gu, I'll make the arrangements.
In the secretary's office, Annie got up as soon as she received Gu Feng's call, grabbed her phone and quickly headed for the technical department.
At that moment, Liuli was configuring the game music.
The music submitted was very effective, and according to the normal process, he could completely complete all the configurations today. Director Liu, Mr. Gu will be at the office in half an hour, so get ready to go to the meeting room.
President Gu is coming? Liuli, who was in the middle of giving instructions, was taken aback.
He wanted to organize a final debugging session in an hour's time, but he didn't expect the boss to come at this time.
Okay, I'll make some arrangements and go to the meeting room later. Good. Are there any problems with the music submitted?
No problem, the production is very good. Although the tuning is simple, it has a particularly good effect when placed in the game. Liuli nodded with a smile. The production quality of the game's background music really surprised him a little.
That's good. If there's anything else, let's talk again. I've got to get back to work.
Gu Feng will be here soon, and she needs to set up the meeting room in advance.
After saying this to Liuli, Annie turned and left.
As for Gu Feng, he arrived at the Yunding Technology Building 20 minutes later, and without lingering, he strode directly into the office building. He took the elevator up, and Annie, dressed in a professional outfit, had already been waiting in the elevator for some time.
President Gu. Well, is everything ready?
Yes,
Manager Liu and the others are waiting for you in the conference room.
Lead the way, Annie said as she walked. She led Gu Feng to the conference room, pushed the door open, and Liuli and the others saw Gu Feng come in and rose one after the other.
Mr. Gu.
Everyone sit, there's no need to be so polite.
Liuli, how is the peak competition? When do you plan to officially launch? As soon as his butt hit the seat, Gu Feng asked Liuli point blank.
After hearing Gu Feng's words, Liuli did not hesitate, and firmly responded as he got up, if the final debugging goes smoothly, it will go online tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning?
Upon hearing this, Gu Feng was a little surprised. He had originally thought that Liuli would say a few more days, but he did not expect the other party to want to launch the Pinnacle competition online tomorrow morning.
After a short moment of thought, Gu Feng nodded without trace. Good.
You are the head of the technical department, so you arrange the specific launch time. Annie, introduce the promotion plan you have prepared.
Okay, Mr. Gu. We are going to contact an advertising company to place advertisements in several upcoming hot TV shows, movies, and variety shows. At the same time, we will also need to allocate some funds for offline promotion.
A promotional budget of 30 million is already quite extravagant for Yunding Technology at the moment. Therefore, the promotion plan not only includes product placement in variety shows, TV dramas, and movies, but also includes hiring a spokesperson. Mr. Gu, in the middle of the promotion, we are also planning to hold a college league in various colleges and universities in the Magic City. If the results are good, we can try to expand the league to the whole country.
Annie went over the details and then put the implementation details of the promotion in front of Gu Feng. The plan is good, we can implement it as is.
Without even looking at the documents in front of him, Gu Feng nodded his approval.
Gu, I have 2 more things I need to report to you.
The launch of the Pinnacle competition requires planning and publicity in addition to the technical department.
Can we set up a planning department and a publicity department for better operations? That makes sense. We can set up these 2 departments.
As for the managers, we can start by selecting 2 of the more capable employees.
If there aren't any suitable candidates, you can take over for now. The company is booming, and it's inevitable that we'll need to expand. He'd already thought of this a long time ago. Even if Annie hadn't mentioned it today, he would have volunteered to expand the company. Gu Zong, there's one more thing. The company is currently lacking senior management. Do you think we could get the help of a headhunter?
The whole company has more than 100 employees, but in reality, only she and Liuli can make decisions. Liuli is mainly in charge of the technical department, and she has to make decisions on everything else. She is just a secretary and really can't handle it all.
Okay, you go find a headhunter, and I'll conduct the interviews. Annie is right.
He is still going to school at Fuxing University, and he can't take care of everything at the company. It would be feasible to hire someone with more experience to manage the company, and he only needs to control the general direction.
Okay, I'll contact the headhunting company later.
Annie secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she got Gu Feng's consent. If Gu Feng didn't agree, a ton of work would fall on her shoulders after the launch of the Pinnacle competition. Even if she had 4 extra pairs of hands, she still wouldn't be able to handle it all.
The Pinnacle competition is about to go live.
If everything goes well, next Saturday, I'll treat everyone in the company to a big meal.
President Gu, I promise you won't be disappointed, so you just prepare to treat everyone to a meal. By the way, President Gu, where should we go to eat?
Liuli suddenly smiled, breaking from his previous seriousness.
Chapter 70. I want to eat hot and sour noodles. Okay, you pick the location, I'll just pay for it. Really? President Gu, then you should be prepared to spend a lot of money. After chatting and laughing in the office and making sure that Gu Feng was fine, Liuli got up and took a few key members of the technical department back with him. They would take advantage of the time available this evening to make the final adjustments to the peak competition, and they would do whatever it took to ensure that it would go live normally tomorrow morning. Did you find the villa I asked you to help find last time?
As he watched everyone leave, Gu Feng did not get up in a hurry, but instead turned to look around.
Well, Mr. Gu, I found a pretty good house. I went to have a look, and it's not very big, and it's located in the villa area behind Fuxing University. Due to the architecture, there are only 2 single-family villas in the villa area behind, and the rest are townhouses and stacked houses. I'm recommending one of the single-family ones to you.
Annie explained softly. In her opinion, the reason Gu Feng wanted to buy a villa must be because of its privacy and comfort. Townhouses and stacked houses are cheaper, but they are not as good as single-family houses in other aspects.
A single-family home is indeed better than a townhouse or a townhouse. How big is it? How much is it?
460 square meters, 3 floors, I roughly asked. The total price is at least 60 million. Saying the number 60 million, Annie couldn't help but reveal a wry smile at the corner of her mouth.
This price is simply outrageous.
For 60 million, in first or second tier cities, it's a sure thing to achieve financial freedom, and it's hard to imagine anyone using it to buy a house.
Well, the price of 60 million is not unacceptable.
Gu Feng muttered to himself. In the City of Demons, the most expensive neighborhood in the city center, a large flat costs hundreds of millions of yuan. This location around Fuxing University is well equipped, a villa, or a single-family villa, and the price of 60 million yuan is reasonable.
Mr. Gu, should I ask the agent to help you arrange a meeting with the homeowner, so you 2 can talk face to face?
Let's do it, preferably tomorrow afternoon, after 4 o'clock. I have classes in the morning and afternoon, so I only have time after 4 o'clock.
Guzon, I'll let the agency ask first and let you know when the time is confirmed. To meet with the homeowner, you naturally have to check the homeowner's schedule as well. She needs to contact the agency first to let them know if the time is okay. That's all for today. If you have any questions, please call me.
Now that everything that needed to be done has been taken care of, it's time for him to return to Fuxing University.
In the evening, he still needs to take Su Lily out to dinner. No problem, Guzon, I'll see you out.
Gu Feng is about to leave, and Annie turns around to see him off.
She waited until Gu Feng had taken the elevator downstairs before returning to the office.
Instead of going to her office, she went straight to the technical department. Liuli, tell everyone, work hard tonight, and make sure that the peak competition goes online normally tomorrow morning.
We can't let President Gu down.
Secretary An, don't worry, our technical department is prepared to work all night, and we won't leave the office tonight.
Good, I'll pay for your dinner, and I'll count it as overtime.
After chatting with Liuli, he gathered everyone else in the conference room for a meeting to quickly form a team of staff from the planning department and the publicity department. Human resources, in addition to your basic recruitment tasks, you should also contact headhunters. Tell them that we are looking for an outstanding vice president with experience in gaming or technology, and the salary is negotiable.
Okay, Secretary An.
Oh, and one more thing, if they are outstanding, a high salary is not a problem.
Understood.
Yunding Technology was running at full speed, and at this time, Gu Feng was already on his way back to Fuxing University. Sitting in the back of the taxi, he gazed deeply out the window. Tomorrow, the Pinnacle competition would officially go live. Despite having experienced it once before, for some reason, he still felt a little nervous inside.
Would this Pinnacle competition also become as popular across the country in a short period of time as it had 5 years ago?
Young man, Fuxing University is here. His mind was still in a daze when he suddenly heard the taxi driver's voice in his ear. It turned out that they had already arrived at the gate of Fuxing University.
Oh, we're here. Thanks, driver.
After paying the fare, he quickly walked into the school gates.
It was 6:30 p.m.
He didn't have time to go back to the school, so he walked straight to the girls' dormitory. When he got downstairs, he took out his phone and dialed Su Liuli's number.
Ding ding ding. No one answered the first time he called. No answer? Didn't you hear it?
The phone indicated that there was no answer, but Gu Feng continued to press the redial button, his eyes blank.
After 10 seconds of continuous beeps, the phone was finally answered. Hello? A drowsy voice sounded, and Gu Feng couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Liuli, still not awake? Ha!
Lying on the bed, her long, slender, and round legs were riding the quilt, and Gu Feng's voice came from the phone. She mumbled lightly in her drowsiness, and then instantly woke up. Gu Feng.
What time is it?
She sat up anxiously, and before she could check the time, Gu Feng's voice came over the phone again. Don't look, it's almost 7 o'clock.
Are you hungry?
Get ready, I'll take you out to eat.
7 o'clock. Oh, just give me a second, I'll be right down. Hanging up the phone in a hurry, Su Liuli quickly got dressed.
The whole dormitory was pitch black, and the 3 girls, Wang Mani and the others, were also lying in bed asleep. After changing into some clothes, she hurried downstairs without having time to tidy up on the balcony. A few minutes later, she arrived at Gu Feng's side, blushing and out of breath. Seeing Su Liuli with messy hair and a flushed face, Gu Feng couldn't help but lift a hand to fix her disheveled hair on her forehead. How many times have I told you, there's no need to rush?
You ran all the way from upstairs, what if you fell and got hurt?
His tone was not one of rebuke, but full of concern.
Hee, I know, I'll be more careful next time. I'm hungry. Can you take me out to eat first?
1 second, there's a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth, the next, her teeth are gently nibbling her red lips, and she's rubbing her belly in a pout.
Okay. I'll take you out to eat. What do you want to eat? Anything. I'm not picky. Snuggling up to Gu Feng, the two of them chat as they walk.
They soon arrive at the snack street outside, and take Su Liuli along as they walk down the road, eventually stopping in front of a hot and sour noodle shop.
You don't want to eat hot and sour noodles, do you? Well, I kind of do.
With an embarrassed look in her eyes, Su Liuli nods slightly. She hasn't really eaten hot and sour noodles before, but for some reason tonight, she suddenly feels like eating it.
Chapter 71, Photos on the Wall.
Hot and sour noodles are hot and sour noodles, let's go in. Since Su Liuli wanted to eat hot and sour noodles, he couldn't say no, so he took the other person's hand and strode into the shop.
Excuse me, can we have 2 bowls of hot and sour noodles?
Sure, would you like it slightly spicy or medium spicy? Slightly spicy is fine, and you can put in less chili.
Okay.
After ordering the hot and sour noodles at the front, he took Su Liuli to a seat near the corner. Smelling the flavor of the hot and sour noodles around her, Su Liuli's heart was filled with anticipation. She had never been a big fan of hot and sour noodles before, but for some reason today she didn't know what was going on. A few minutes later, the waiter brought 2 bowls of hot and sour noodles.
2 servings of slightly spicy hot and sour noodles, please enjoy.
The waiter placed the 2 servings of hot and sour noodles gently on the table and left with the tray. Looking at the steaming hot and sour noodles in front of her, Su Liuli couldn't help but swallow.
Eat quickly if you're hungry.
Well, I'll eat then. She picked up her chopsticks and took a cautious bite. Feeling that something was missing, in front of Gu Feng, Su Liuli decisively picked up the small vinegar pot next to her and poured a third of it into the bowl. Sitting in her chair, she silently watched as Gu Feng grimaced. In his opinion, this was not sour and spicy noodles, it was clearly vinegar-pickled noodles.
Liuli, pouring so much vinegar, isn't it going to be too sour? He could already feel a distinct sourness in his mouth.
Taking a small mouthful of the hot and sour noodles, Su Liuli looked up at Gu Feng and then shook her head silently, not sour.
I feel just right. It's slightly spicy and a bit tasteless. Can I put some more chili in? It's not enough to just add vinegar.
Su Liuli directed her gaze at the jar of chili in front of Gu Feng and wanted to scoop a spoonful of chili into her own bowl.
You want to put more chili in? Okay, you put some more in.
Before she could even move her chopsticks, Gu Feng lifted his hand and gently pushed the chili jar in front of Su Liuli. Picking up the spoon in the chili jar, she scooped up 2 full spoons of chili again under Gu Feng's watchful gaze.
Liuli, have you heard of a saying?
What saying?
Eating the sour and spicy noodles, Su Liuli didn't even bother to look up.
As the old saying goes, sour boys and spicy girls.
You eat both spicy and sour, so the baby in your tummy probably won't be a pair of twins, will it?
Picking up the chopsticks, with the idea of twins in his mind, Gu Feng couldn't help but smile.
I don't know. Is there such a saying? It's not necessarily accurate, it's just that I'm hungry. Eat quickly, it won't taste as good if it gets cold.
She lifted her slender hand to indicate that Gu Feng should hurry up and eat.
Seeing Su Liuli eating so happily, Gu Feng also buried his head and started eating.
The slightly spicy and sour and spicy noodles tasted just right to him. After dinner, he sent Su Liuli home, and when he returned to the boys' dormitory alone, the moment he opened the dormitory door, Zhang Yu came out from nowhere.
Gu Feng.
The sudden voice startled him.
Zhang Yu, you scared me to death. My heart is pounding. Zhang Yu stood there looking happy, while Gu Feng was speechless. I didn't mean to scare you, you were just daydreaming. Gu Feng, do you know that something big happened while you were home for the past 2 days?
He dragged him over to the computer desk. Zhang Yu looked mysterious.
Something big? What big thing? Gu Feng looked at Xiao Kai and Zhang Tinyu on the bed.
The 2 of them glanced at each other, smiled together, and rolled over and got out of bed.
This is a big deal for you. Do you want to hear it?
Pretending to be hungry for more, Xiao Kai and Zhang Tinyu came over to Zhang Yu.
Forget it, if you don't want to tell me, then I don't want to hear it either. I'm going to wash up and get ready for bed. The 3 of them were obviously doing this on purpose. Even if he pressed them, they wouldn't tell him happily, so it was better to say they didn't want to hear it. Sure enough.
As soon as he said he didn't want to hear it, Jiang Yu and the other two immediately became anxious.
Fuck, Gu Feng, you're not playing by the rules. Shouldn't you be begging us to tell you?
Jiang Yu's eyes were full of disbelief.
Gu Feng's reaction was completely unexpected. Even if I ask you, you won't necessarily tell me. I might as well not ask.
After saying this, he pretended to get up. The words were already on the tip of his tongue, and if he held back any longer, the three of them would not be able to sleep well tonight.
Fine, fine. You're amazing, I'll tell you what happened. Last time at the playground, you confessed your love to Miss Sue. I don't know who started it, but your picture was hung on the confession wall, and you were given the nickname Casanova. Jiang Yu said, and Zhang Tiniu, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but interrupt. Yes, yes. I also heard that someone is planning to form a hand-in-hand dating club and wants you to be the president.
Zhang Tiniu hadn't finished speaking for even a second before Xiao Kai immediately picked up the thread. Not only that, I also heard that some boys' dormitories have your picture hanging on the wall, and every time they profess their love, they have to burn you an incense stick first. The more I heard, the more outrageous it became. After listening to Xiao Kai's words, Gu Feng nearly stumbled and didn't even make it under the table.
What? Light a joss stick? Light a joss stick for me before you confess? You're not kidding.
With eyes wide open and a suspicious look, he looked at Jiang Yu and the other two. He had long expected that he would not believe it easily. In front of Gu Feng, Xiao Kai took out his phone and opened the confession wall.
If you don't believe it, just look for yourself. He handed the phone to Gu Feng, and the background on the confession wall really was a picture of him. This photo was taken when he registered for school, and now it had become the background image on the confession wall. Look at the content below. The top post on the confession wall read, in big letters, Casanova's column. The first post that popped up after clicking, Dear Casanova, please bless me with success tomorrow night. On behalf of all the members of Dormitory 346, I pay my highest respects to Casanova. Below is a picture of yourself hanging on the wall, and in front of it are even 2 apples. See, we weren't lying to you. But on second thought, it's not surprising that everyone is so excited.
Senior Sue has been at Fuxing University for more than 3 years, and she hasn't even had much contact with boys, let alone boyfriends.
How long have you been at school?
You've just managed to successfully woo the Fuxing University flower girl, and this ability makes you feel underrated to be called a Casanova. Smacking his lips, Jiang Yu finished speaking seriously, and at some point, quietly pulled out a poster from behind him. With strange looks from Gu Feng and the other two, he went behind the door and opened the poster completely. It was printed with one person, and it was none other than Gu Feng. Stunned, Gu Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. This kid Jiang Yu somehow got a poster of himself.
Jiang Yu, where did you get this poster? It's so big. There's a real person in our dormitory, so you don't need to get a poster and stick it up, do you?
Xiao Kai and Zhang Tiniu looked puzzled.
Jiang Yu turned around and said very formally, this is faith. It has nothing to do with whether or not the person is real. I can't keep hanging this kid Gu Feng behind the door all the time. As for this poster, go to the school print shop and have a look. There are samples posted outside, and they don't know how many copies they've made in the past 2 days. Chapter 72, You have a high level of ideological awareness. Dear Casanova, please bless me and help me get rid of my single status as soon as possible. I bought you tangerines, for you to consume.
He rolled onto the bed, found 2 tangerines, put them in a plate, and then put them behind the door. Gu Feng stood stupidly in the same place, with 10,000 thoughts racing through his mind, and he was simply speechless. Forget it, with you being like this, not to mention worshipping me, even if you worshipped the god of romance, it would be difficult to find you a girlfriend. I muttered to myself, too lazy to say anything more, and got up to go to the balcony to wash up. After washing up, I went to bed, lay down quietly, closed my eyes, and fell asleep after a few minutes. The next morning, Monday. We had a full morning of classes, so the 4 of us got up early to go to the dining hall for breakfast, and after eating breakfast, we went to class together. Because it was our first year, the school had relatively strict rules and regulations, and early in the morning, the instructor was already waiting at the door.
Hello, instructor. Hello, instructor. Hello, everyone.
Seeing Jiang Yu and the others, Lu Bo responded with a happy smile, but when he saw Gu Feng, his smile paused slightly, and he reached out and took Gu Feng's arm.
Gu Feng, wait a minute.
Suddenly being pulled, Gu Feng quickly stopped, and the three in front of him, Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and the others, turned their heads. After seeing the instructor stop Gu Feng, they paused for a moment and continued walking towards the back of the classroom.
Instructor, is there something you need me for? He looked at Lu Bo doubtfully. Cough, cough. Something's up. So, Director Gao wants to see me, and he asked me to ask you if you're interested in becoming the club president? Lu Bo's face was slightly embarrassed, and he was smiling very reluctantly. President? Hearing the word president, Gu Feng's eyebrows shot up, and he immediately asked, "It's not the president of the Hand-in-Hand Love Club, is it? It seems you've heard some news. Gu Feng, you may not know. In the more than 100 years since Fuxing University was founded, there has never been a precedent for a freshman to be the president of a club. You have to agree, for the university, this is about to be a historic moment." The more he talked, the more ridiculous it got, and Gu Feng, who was at a loss for words, hurriedly waved his hands to refuse. Tutor, please spare me. The president of the club is either multi-talented or has superb management and organizational skills. I'm just a simple guy who knows nothing. It's like forcing Zhang Fei to embroider flowers. I don't want to do it at all, not to mention being the president of the Love Club. He's not interested in being the president of the student union either. Unexpectedly, Gu Feng refused so decisively. Lu Bo hesitated for 2 seconds and then asked again, "If you don't want to be the president, can you be the vice president?" "Don't worry, you don't have to do anything, just have a nominal position. The credits for vice president are very high." He smiled innocently and winked at Gu Feng. The instructor was so insistent, and he was a little embarrassed to refuse. "Sigh, okay, vice president it is. But you have to promise that I'll only have a nominal position and you won't need me for anything." "No problem. It's settled, let's hurry up and go to class." Mission accomplished, Lu Bo didn't linger at the classroom door any longer, waved Gu Feng off to class, and quickly walked towards the director's office. Director Gao is mainly responsible for the school's club work. The school has a strong desire to form clubs, which is why he wanted Lu Bo to ask. Now that Gu Feng has agreed to be vice president, if nothing goes wrong, this club will be formed 99% of the time. Entering the classroom, he walked straight to the corner of the last row. "Gu Feng, what did the instructor say?" Xiao Kai couldn't wait to ask in a low voice before his but had even warmed up. "Form a club of some kind and let me be the president." "Form a club?" Jiang Yu's eyes lit up at the news. "I told you, the school is going to form a club." "Gu Feng, I've already decided, I'm ready to join the Hand-in-Hand Love Club." "Me too." "Me too." Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai raised their hands one after the other. "Gu Feng, actually we want to join too." "Yes, we all want to join." The three of them spoke so loudly that the entire class of dozens of people could hear them clearly. After hearing that the club would be formed soon, everyone scrambled to express their desire to join. Fortunately, the teacher arrived in time, or else I don't know how it would have ended. Halfway through the first class, Annie sent a text message saying that the peak competition had been successfully launched. After the first class was over, Gu Feng walked out of the classroom with his phone, intending to call Annie to ask about the company's situation. Before he could dial the phone, the instructor suddenly appeared from nowhere. "Sir, is there something else?" Gu Feng asked curiously, holding his phone with one finger on the dial button. "Gu Feng, I went to see Director Gao and found out that the name of the Hand-in-Hand Love Club is not very good. Director Gao suggested changing it to the Psychology Club. Do you have any objections?" "No problem." He immediately nodded, and he didn't mind if it was the Psychology Club or the Irrational Club. "Okay, I'll make the arrangements right away." After talking to Gu Feng, Lu Bo finally let out a sigh of relief. As he turned around, he couldn't help but mutter, "The director is the director, this name change is good, and the ideological awareness is really high." After waiting for Lu Bo to leave, Gu Feng finally dialed Annie's phone number.
After hearing that everything was normal at the company and that the data for the peak competition was steadily increasing, he couldn't help but let go of his worries. He returned to the classroom and the second class officially began. The teacher for the second class came from the graduate school, and his lecture style was quite interesting, so everyone listened with great interest. Before he knew it, it was already noon. Liuli had to give a mock defense this afternoon, so he didn't have time to eat lunch together, so he could only eat with Zhang Yuxiao and Kai. As for Zhang Tiniu, naturally he went to accompany his girlfriend. After lunch, he returned to the dormitory to rest for more than an hour, and continued the class in the afternoon. After finishing his class, it was 3 o'clock. Liuli had not sent him a message yet, which meant that he should still be waiting in line to give his mock reply. They had agreed to meet the owner of the villa at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and then go look at the villa together. There was still less than an hour until 4 o'clock, so there was plenty of time.
Ding dong.
20 minutes later, Annie called to inform him that the real estate agent and the owner were waiting outside the villa, and sent the location of the villa to Gu Feng's phone at the same time.
Chapter 73, 5,000 members. The location is very close to Fuxing University, and according to the navigation route, it is only about a 10-minute walk. 10 minutes later, he arrived outside the villa. It is obvious that it is the only independent townhouse among the uniform townhouses around. When he arrived, a man and a woman stood still. The man was in a suit, so it was no surprise that he should be the agent. The woman was about 40 years old, and she was accompanied by a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, with 2 ponytails, which was very cute. Hello, are you selling a house? Are you Mr. Gu?
Looking at Gu Feng with a surprised face, the two of them looked shocked.
Yes, I'm here to see the house. If it's convenient, please take me on a tour. He pointed at the villa next to him, and the house number on it was exactly the same as the one Annie had sent him.
Okay, no problem. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to be so young, I didn't dare to recognize you. The agent smiled while turning around and pushing open the villa door.
Gu Feng was only about 20 years old.
Who would have thought that the boss who wanted to buy a villa worth tens of millions of dollars was actually a young man in his 20s?
This is Ms. Yu, and this is her house. Let me give you a detailed tour. Ms. Yu, would you like to come along, or would you like to go to the living room and rest for a while?
I'll take the girl to the living room, you just watch.
She might not be in a good mood, so she left a comment and the woman walked straight to the living room of the villa with the little girl by her side. After the two had left, the agent formally began to show Gu Feng around the villa.
After looking around outside, he saw that the small courtyard in front was not small, and there were 2 independent parking spaces. Entering the villa at the back, he saw crystal chandeliers, leather sofas, wooden furniture, and luxurious decorations. Mr. Gu, there are 3 floors in total, with 3 bedrooms on the first and second floors, and a bedroom, an audiovisual room, and a chess and card room on the 3rd floor. If you're interested, you can sing and play games at home on weekdays. The agent introduced it carefully, and Gu Feng looked around.
To be honest, he was quite satisfied. It was obvious that the owner had carefully designed the decoration. If you like it, let's talk about the price next. Okay. There are no problems with the house, so we just need to discuss the price in detail next. The two went downstairs to the living room and saw Gu Feng and the agent come down. Yui Lan took her daughter's hand and got up. What's this sister's name? Auntie?
Upon hearing this, Yui Lan is taken aback, and then smiles and shakes her head. At my age, it is more appropriate for Mr. Gu to call me auntie. She is immediately 40 years old, and Gu Feng is in his 20s, a full 20 years difference between them. My name is Yui Lan, and this is my daughter, Tong Tong.
Is Mr. Gu satisfied with the house? After a brief introduction, Yui Lan gets straight to the point and asks about the house. It's not bad. May I ask one more question?
With such a good renovation, it is obvious that you must have put a lot of thought into the design.
Why are you selling? The company is not doing well and needs some capital. In response to Gu Feng's question, Yui Lan gave a straightforward answer. How much are you prepared to sell the house for? 69 million. 69 million?
With such a large sum, it is impossible not to bargain, but before he could even speak, the agent next to him had already taken over the conversation. Miss Yu, you may not be aware, but recently house prices have been gradually falling. Your house is in a good location and is a single-family home, but the price of 69 million is still a bit high. After the agent finished speaking, Yuilan hesitated for a moment. 66 million, this is my final offer. When this house was bought, it was close to 7 million, and these renovations cost a total of more than 3 million. Mr. Gu should have looked into the surrounding house prices.
The price of 66 million is definitely the lowest.
If I didn't need the money urgently, I wouldn't have offered that price.
Yuilan spoke with a serious expression on her face, and the agent next to her looked at Gu Feng, obviously seeking the buyer's opinion. To be honest, the price of 66 million yuan was indeed very low. He also didn't expect Yuilan to be so decisive and directly slash 3 million yuan, leaving him at a loss for a moment as to how he should bargain back.
65 million yuan, if possible, let's sign the contract now. After this remark, Yuilan's brows knitted together, and she was silent for more than 10 seconds. After agonizing for a long time, she finally nodded, let's sign the contract.
There was no other way.
The house had been on the market for several months, and there had been people looking at it, but not many were really interested in buying it.
If she didn't seize the opportunity now that Gu Feng was offering 65 million, she didn't know when she would find a suitable buyer next time.
Good. In that case, please come to the company with me, and we will formally sign the sales contract. The agent was extremely excited at the prospect of selling a villa worth 65.5 million yuan so easily. A 1% commission on a 65 million yuan property would be 650,000 yuan, which would mean a commission of nearly 300,000 yuan for this single transaction. Following the agent, they left and signed the sales contract at the agency, and the purchase price was transferred to a supervised account.
After all this, it was already 6 p.m.
It was too late today, so they would go through the registration formalities tomorrow morning.
Gu Feng, if there are no other questions, you can go ahead and I will contact you tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Gu Feng nodded and turned around to leave the agency.
He returned to school and just in time received a call from Su Lili. They had dinner together that night and the next morning completed the transfer of the house and received the keys to the villa. His course schedule was relatively tight and Su Lili was preparing for her formal thesis defense, so they never had the chance to tell each other about the house. Before they knew it, it was Friday. Just after the last class, before Gu Feng could leave the classroom, the instructor suddenly came in.
Gu Feng, come to my office.
He waved his hand vigorously at Gu Feng, and Lu Bo had an intriguing smile on his face.
Hey! Gu Feng, the instructor called you again. It must be about the club, believe it or not.
Zhang Yu stood next to Gu Feng and speculated happily, watching the instructor waving his hand vigorously. On this Tuesday, the psychology club was officially established. He and Xiao Kai and Zhang Tiniu went to register. They didn't know until they registered that there was a long line outside the classroom. In the end, there was no choice but to change the registration location to the playground. Even then, there were still a lot of people. Compared to other clubs that were promoting new members, the psychology club didn't need to promote itself at all.
Everyone wanted to get in. Believe it.
You guys go eat first, I'll go take a look. He handed the textbook to Zhang Yu and strode out of the classroom. When he arrived at the office of the advisor was happily sitting in a chair, drinking tea.
Gu Feng, come, sit here.
He pointed to the chair in front of him, indicating that Gu Feng should hurry and sit down. Today is the 4th day since the psychology club was established.
Do you know how many people are in the club? How many? 500.
He held up 5 fingers in front of his face.
Gu Feng was momentarily stunned and said, 500 people? Even the student union can't have 500 members. No, 5,000.
Including the students from the graduate school, the psychology club has more than 5,000 members.
What? 5,000? I can't believe my ears. How many students are there at Fuxing University? There are 5,000 people in the psychology club. Gu Feng was shocked, and Lu Bo, the instructor, was no exception. There are 10 minutes left. Get ready and go with me to the administrative building for a meeting. Go to the administrative building for a meeting? What meeting? Gu Feng was puzzled, not knowing what the advisor was up to. Principal Lin is calling a meeting and wants you there. I can't help it. It's almost time, let's go. Picking up the thermos in front of him, the advisor got up and walked towards the office door. When he saw that Gu Feng wasn't following, he returned and took his arm. Don't worry, she just wants to give some management advice on the club, so just sit in on the meeting. Chapter 74 I'm Like Thunder. Lu Bo left in a hurry, not giving him the chance to ask anything. He quickly arrived at the administrative building. The meeting room was on the first floor, on the far left. By the time Lu Bo and Gu Feng arrived, the meeting room was already full of leaders of the school, big and small. So many people. His pupils dilated. In his previous life, he had never seen so many people in his entire 4 years at Fuxing University. Teacher Lu, classmate Gu Feng, come sit over here. Director Gao, with his big belly, hurriedly arranged seats for Lu Bo and Gu Feng as soon as he saw them enter the door. Tutor, there are so many school leaders, I'm a bit nervous. Gu Feng sat down silently and glanced at Lu Bo next to him. Shoo. I'm nervous too, let me calm down first. A pair of hands rubbed back and forth on his knees, and beads of sweat appeared on Lu Bo's forehead. Gu Feng saw this and his expression froze. He was nervous himself, but he didn't expect the instructor to be more nervous than him. 2 minutes later, President Lin and his assistant entered the meeting room. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly perked up. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. After coming to the chair and sitting down, Lin Guofeng looked around, and finally set his gaze on Gu Feng. This must be student Gu Feng, I've heard a lot about you. A smile appeared on her face. The principal's words of admiration and respect completely disarmed Gu Feng. Embarrassed, he got up and tried to force a smile. Principal Lin, I have also heard of your name like thunder. Poof. With those words, the leaders on the spot were dumbfounded, and Lu Bo's eyes went white, and he almost passed out on the spot. Ha ha ha. I never thought that student Gu was so humorous. Sit down quickly. With a happy smile, she raised her hand to indicate that Gu Feng should hurry and sit down. Director Gao, why don't you give us a brief introduction to the various student clubs at our university? The meeting officially began. As observers, Gu Feng and Lu Bo listened very carefully. The meeting didn't last long, and after half an hour, the scheduled topics had been discussed. Gu Feng, the psychology club has more than 5,000 members. Our university has a total of less than 20,000 students, including those in the graduate school. You're putting a lot of pressure on me as the university president. Ha ha ha. A student club with 5,000 members and a total of only 20,000 students and teachers is a bit exaggerated. But then again, it's rare to see students so motivated. Director Gao, I heard that the position of president of the psychology club is still vacant, so you will be the president. Remember to organize more activities. Yes, principal. The principal has commanded, so how dare a mere director not follow orders? And so, after 5 minutes of casual chatter, the meeting finally ended. Phew! It's finally over. The meeting was over, and Lu Bo let out a heavy sigh of relief. Advisor, I still have things to do, so you should hurry off to lunch. I'll be going now. After walking out of the administration building and waving at Lu Bo, Gu Feng hurriedly trotted off. Su Liuli was still waiting for him at the school gate, but there was no time to waste here. Ha! This kid, in such a hurry. Watching Gu Feng leave, Lu Bo muttered under his breath, and carrying his thermos, he walked straight towards the school cafeteria. At the school gate, Su Liuli was wearing a white gauze dress, her eyes full of spring water, and she looked up at the distance from time to time. After about 3 or 2 minutes, a familiar figure hurriedly ran towards her. Seeing Gu Feng, Su Liuli's mouth curled into a sweet smile, and she took a few steps forward, walking towards the other person. You're late.
Her eyes were full of spring water and her face was like snow, and she looked at Gu Feng with a smile.
Sorry, Liuli, I just went to a meeting. Meeting? What meeting?
Her big, dark, sparkling eyes revealed her boundless curiosity. It's hard to explain in a short while, let me take you somewhere first, come on.
He took Su Lili's delicate wrist and walked towards the villa.
Today was Friday, so finally they had some time to look at houses together.
How was the thesis defense? Did you pass?
Well, I passed. Her pretty face revealed her happiness, and she herself didn't expect to pass the thesis defense at once.
That's good. I'll take you to a nice place.
After Gu Feng finished speaking, in no time at all they arrived outside the villa. As she looked at the villa in front of her, Su Liuli's heart was full of doubts.
What is this place? Your home. My home?
With the other person's astonished gaze, Gu Feng took out the door card and stuck it on the sensor by the door, and then the door slowly opened.
Let's go in and take a look.
After entering the villa and arriving in the living room, Su Liuli gradually came back to her senses. It's not convenient for you to stay in the dormitory while you're pregnant, so you'll live here in the future, and I'll take care of you exclusively.
Gu Feng, isn't this house a bit too big? I'm not used to it.
She doesn't object to living outside, but this house is really luxurious, and it's not something that ordinary people can afford. It's just for raising the baby, there's no need to live in such a nice house. Hiku is not just my opinion, but also your future mother-in-law's.
Why don't you give her a call and ask?
Looking at Su Liuli happily, he expected the other party to be afraid to make the call.
Sure enough, upon hearing this, Su Liuli immediately shook her head. I dare not. Ha 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 ha. Just feel at ease and live here. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll cook for you. You can cook? Looking at Gu Feng with disbelief, she obviously didn't quite believe it. I want scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Okay. Wait, I haven't bought any groceries yet, I need to go out and buy some.
Gu Feng went out to buy the ingredients, and after more than an hour of busy work, he finally made lunch. The two of them had lunch together, and in the afternoon, Su Liuli went back to the dormitory to pack her things. While she had some time, Gu Feng took a taxi to Yunding Technology. The Pinnacle competition had been online for several days, and the promotion was gradually beginning. During this time, Annie had been texting him to report data, and out of concern, he should also take the initiative to go to the company to see for himself.
Chapter 75 University Recruitment.
He took a ride to Yunding Technology, stepped out of the elevator, and Annie and Liuli came to him at once.
Mr. Gu, you're here.
Mr. Gu, the data for the Pinnacle competition has been compiled, and I'll report to you later. After Annie finished speaking, Liuli, who was standing next to her, looked excited as he held a stack of data files in his hands. The data growth after the launch of the game was rapid, completely unexpected by everyone. However, anyone who had tried to play it gave it almost 100% praise. Such data had already been achieved before the official promotion had even begun, and when the promotion officially began, the data would definitely explode.
There's no rush, let's go to the technical department first. You two come with me. Yes, Mr. Gu.
Annie hurriedly stepped aside as she agreed, and with the two of them in tow, Gu Feng arrived at the company's technical department. Compared to other departments, the technical department undoubtedly had the most members and the largest office space. The people sitting in front of their computers, who were busy working, all perked up when they saw Gu Feng come in.
Liuli, how many people are there in the technical department now?
There are 42 people in total, 32 of whom are in the peak competition project, and 2 are responsible for the computer room. The other 10 are responsible for maintaining several mini-games. The previous employees of Yunding Technology, together with the members of the peak competition project team from Mota University, have allowed the personnel department to recruit some additional employees during this period of time.
The technical department accounts for half of the more than 100-person company. Well, let's go to the conference room. After taking a look around, he saw that everyone was busy, so he didn't want to disturb them. When he arrived at the conference room, due to the lack of advance notice, there was only Gu Feng and 2 others in the entire conference room. Mr. Gu, do you want to notify everyone of the meeting?
Annie stood next to him and asked softly.
No, it's not a big deal, we just need to have a simple chat. Liuli, didn't you have some data to report? Tell us now. Yes.
This is the current download and access data of Peak Competition. After being launched a few days ago, the downloads of Peak Competition have already exceeded 100,000, and the average daily active data is around 20,000. I've had a chat with Secretary and now that the big promotion hasn't started yet, if it does, the data will definitely skyrocket in a short period of time. The file was handed to Gu Feng, who listened to Liuli's words and picked up the file in front of him. In just a few days, the number of downloads exceeded 100,000? He muttered to himself, slightly surprised. He never imagined that the current data of the Peak Competition would be even better than the data from 5 years ago. 5 years ago, the Peak Competition was launched a week before preparations for the promotion began, and the number of downloads in a week was barely less than 30,000. The average daily active number was only a few thousand. Unexpectedly, the data this time was so good. Gu was lost in thought as he looked at the data, and Annie couldn't help but explain after a moment of hesitation, Gu, I think the reason for the good data is related to Shanghai University. In order to publicize the teaching results, the School of Computer Science at Shanghai University publicized it 2 days after the launch of the competition. The impact was not only limited to students at Shanghai University, but also a number of schools in the surrounding area. Shanghai University? I see. Liuli, do you think Professor Wu is responsible for this wave of publicity by the School of Computer Science? Liuli closed the data and looked at Liuli with a smile. Upon hearing this, the other person's mouth curved up, smiling but not saying a word. As a student of Professor Wu, this free publicity from the school is definitely his merit, but due to his status, he dares not tell Gu Feng directly. The data is good, and after large-scale promotion, there should be very high results. How is the promotion scheduled for this period of time? When can it start the soonest? Advertisement placement has been completed, and full-scale promotion will start at the latest in a week. Good. Gu Zone, there is one more thing. The midsummer has just passed and we are entering autumn. Should we participate in the autumn recruitment prepared by various universities in the Magic City? The annual autumn recruitment is almost the busiest time for all universities in the Magic City. Many companies recruit fresh graduates from schools, and some fourth-year students will even prepare for the autumn recruitment 1 to 2 months in advance. Recruit. Autumn recruitment is a rare opportunity to attract talent. I'm going to expand some projects next. Tell everyone that I need 100 students from the Computer Software Development Department for recruitment. In addition, recruit another 100 people to be added to various departments. In the next period of time, the profits from the Pinnacle competition will be enough to support the expansion of other projects. 200 people. Annie opened her mouth wide, and Liuli was also full of shock. He swallowed hard and said dryly, President Gu, isn't 200 people a bit too much? The technical department is still adequately staffed, and it shouldn't take more than 100 people. Just because we don't need them now doesn't mean we won't need them next time. If we recruit these 100 people, they still need to adapt, otherwise when the follow-up projects start, it will be too late to recruit temporary staff. The only time we can recruit people so quickly is during the autumn recruitment season. The rest of the time, the Human Resources Department can't be that efficient. Have you heard anything from the headhunting company? Several days have passed, and there has been no news from the management talent that the headhunting company was helping to find. I contacted them this morning, and they said they are making contact. They will send someone to the company for an interview within 3 days at the latest. There should be 3 to 5 people. The requirements are demanding, and they need experienced management talent, so it is indeed more difficult to find. After hearing Anne's words, Gu Feng nodded imperceptibly, took out his mobile phone to check the time, and Su Liuli should have packed up soon. Oh yes, there's also the matter of the dinner. It's set for this Saturday at 6 p.m. Annie, you arranged the restaurant. Oh yes, it should be somewhere a bit more upscale. Standing up, he nearly forgot about this. He had promised everyone that when the peak competition went live, he would treat them to dinner. As the boss, he must keep his word.
Sure, Mr. Gu, I'll let them know when I get back. Thank you, boss. Annie nodded from the side, but Lu Qi was overjoyed. He stood up, clasped his fists in front of Gu Feng, and then gave a happy bow. After arranging the company's affairs, Gu Feng hurried back to the school, took out his phone and dialed Su Liuli's number. The other party said that she was still packing and would need about half an hour. He went downstairs to wait, and 20 minutes later, two figures walked out of the girls' dormitory. Su Liuli was pulling a suitcase, and Dong Jie was carrying a large bundle of bags.
Hey! Classmate Gu Feng, hello! Upon seeing Gu Feng, Su Liuli happily came over to him with her suitcase, and Dong Jie happily greeted him.
Hello, senior.
Out of courtesy, she also greeted Dong Jie.
Liuli, I'm relieved that Gu Feng is here to take you to your place. You guys take it easy on the road. If your roommates bully you, come back and tell me, and I'll go help you with Man and I and Xiaoyu.
Putting her things aside, Dong Jie raised her fists and made a very fierce expression.
Chapter 76 I'm so wronged. Roommate? Bully? Standing silently in place, Gu Feng was full of confusion. Su Liuli's roommate, isn't that himself? So, Dong Jie was threatening him with her fists? Jie, everyone is very nice and won't bully people. Let Gu Feng send me, you go back quickly.
Su Liuli's pretty face was full of embarrassment, and she let go of the suitcase in her hands and pushed Dong Jie's back to hurry her back.
Okay, I'll go back. Remember to give us a call when you get there, bye.
Raising her hand and swinging it widely, Dong Jie slowly walked back to the girls' dormitory building. Watching Dong Jie enter the dormitory building, Su Liuli turned playfully and looked at Gu Feng with a smile on the corner of her mouth.
Let's go. Okay, I'll take these things.
Liuli Su carried the suitcase while he carried the rest of the things.
He didn't expect these things to be quite heavy. Liuli?
Gu Feng said, his tone playful.
Huh? What's wrong?
He walked in front, pulling the suitcase, gradually slowing down his pace.
He narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling and staring at Liuli Su's big, watery eyes. I want to ask, who is your roommate? Pa. At these words, Liuli Su was taken aback, and then she couldn't hold back and laughed lightly, covering her mouth.
She was beaming with happiness, her laughter resounding. After a long while, her beautiful eyes, full of springtime light, looked at Gu Feng and she explained softly, of course it's you.
I went back to pack my things, and Jia and the others asked me where I was going.
I told them that the part-time kindergarten required me to live on campus. Her long eyelashes fluttered lightly. She had no choice but to lie. If Dong Jia and the others knew that she was going to go and live with Gu Feng, they would gossip about it. In the end, they might even guess that she was pregnant.
After listening to Su Liuli's explanation, Gu Feng shook his head with a smile.
He wondered why Dong Jie would say that, and it turned out that Su Liuli hadn't told the truth.
The villa was located very close to Fuxing University.
The two of them walked and chatted, and in no time at all they had arrived in the living room of the villa.
We'll stay on the first floor. You sit here quietly while I go tidy up the room. Okay. I'll go cut you some fruit. Since she was going to be idle anyway, Gu Feng went to tidy up the room while she went to the kitchen to cut some fruit.
She carried her things into the room, made the bed, opened the bags on the floor, and found some skincare products and toiletries inside.
After arranging these things, she opened the suitcase.
She hung the clothes in the closet one by one, and in the end, only 2 square boxes were left.
What's in these boxes?
Not knowing what to do, she opened one of the boxes, and a refreshing, light fragrance came to her nose.
Staring at the contents, Gu Feng couldn't help but widen her eyes.
Inside were a few styles of underwear in 2 round, petite and cute halves.
Air, white, black, and blue. Eyes to the front, eyes to the front.
Mumbling to himself, he took out a few pieces of underwear and put them in the closet one by one.
Could it be that this box contains underwear?
She proceeded to open the box, and sure enough, there were a few pairs of clean underwear inside, mainly black and white in color, with a floral pattern, giving a youthful and cute feel. After a moment's pause, she took out the underwear and was just about to get up and put the clothes in the closet. Achoo! She turned her head to the side and suddenly sneezed. Holding the underwear in both hands, she subconsciously rubbed the back of her hand against her nose, which didn't feel very comfortable. Coincidentally, at this moment, there was a door-opening sound at the door, and Su Lili came in wearing slippers. When she saw Gu Feng standing in place, holding his black underwear in both hands and sniffing frantically, Su Lili's mind went blank. The air froze, time stood still, and the two of them stared at each other, standing in the same place for 2 or 3 seconds. "What are you doing?" Blush gradually crept up her cheeks, and Su Lili stood there dumbfounded, her mouth slightly open. "It's not Liuli, let me explain. I think put the clothes in the closet." "It's fine to put these clothes in a box, I'll do it." With a blush covering her face, she hurriedly took the underwear from Gu Feng and put it in a box, closing it. Holding the box in her arms, Su Liuli looked hesitantly at the closet, and finally, on tiptoe, placed the box on the top of the closet. "Gu Feng. Those clothes have been washed, but they're still not clean. Next time, can you? You'll get a mouth ulcer." "A mouth ulcer? What mouth ulcer?" Gu Feng was dumbfounded. Su Liuli was blushing, and from what the other person said, it sounded like there was a misunderstanding. "I really wanted to put the clothes in the closet when I took them, I didn't mean anything else." In front of Su Liuli, Gu Feng tried hard to explain, but looking at the other person's clear and serious eyes, it was obvious that she didn't believe him at all. "I'm going to go make dinner for you. That box, don't move it." Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Gu Feng a piece of advice. The whole person petrified on the spot. Being misunderstood like this, he was almost killed unjustly. "Liuli, I really didn't mean it. I can't be called a gentleman, but I'm not a pervert either. I'm so dead wronged." Gu Feng was limp on the bed, his face full of remorse. If he had known, he would never have opened the box. The glorious image in Su Liuli's mind had disappeared in an instant. But then, he didn't blame her for misunderstanding him. In that situation, anyone would have thought he was a pervert. He stayed in the room for a moment, then got up and went to the living room, but didn't see Su Liuli. He continued on to the kitchen and sure enough, Su Liuli was wearing an apron and cooking on the stove. "Ahem. Liuli, what are we having for dinner?" Standing in the doorway of the kitchen, Gu Feng smiled awkwardly. "Tomato and egg noodles, just a moment, it'll be ready soon." "Great." He came to the dining room and sat down. In no time at all, Su Liuli came out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles. "Liuli, I still want to explain to you that just now really wasn't what you saw. I was just trying to put my clothes away in the closet, but then I sneezed suddenly, so I rubbed my nose with the back of my hand. And that's when you pushed the door open. You have to believe me, I'm really not a pervert." Hands waving, tone sincere, expression serious. Facing Gu Feng's explanation, Su Liuli blinked her beautiful eyes and nodded with a smile. "Well, let's eat." These few simple words expressed almost only one meaning, and that was a complete disbelief. Chapter 77, A Bedtime Ghost Story. Su Liuli buried her head, eating a small mouthful of tomato and egg noodles, her stunning and delicate face flushed like fire. Although there was nothing special about her appearance, the image of Gu Feng holding her underwear close to his mouth kept popping up in her mind. Sitting at the table, his gaze shifted from Su Liuli to the tomato and egg noodles in front of her. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he didn't have much of an appetite. He was in deep trouble. He muttered to himself, if he tried to explain, it would only make Su Liuli believe that he was a pervert. The only thing he could do now was to eat quietly. A bowl of noodles took less than 10 minutes, and Su Liuli's bowl was completely eaten, while Gu Feng still had more than half left. When he looked at Gu Feng's bowl of noodles, Su Liuli's shy and cute eyes trembled slightly. "Is the noodles not good? If you want to eat something else, I'll make it for you again." Gu Feng had not eaten much, and thought that the other person did not like the noodles he had made. While talking, he got up with the rice bowl in his hand, as if he was going to the kitchen to cook again. "No, you don't need to cook again.
The noodles are delicious, I'm just not very hungry. Gufeng smiled awkwardly with chopsticks in his hand. In his current mood, he could not eat anymore. Then you eat some fruit, I just cut those, they're very fresh. He pointed his finger at the coffee table in the living room, where a full plate of fruit was displayed. Okay, you go sit in the living room, I'll clean up. Gufeng nodded, decisively got up, took the porcelain bowl from Su Liuli's hands, and at the same time picked up his own rice bowl on the dining table. Without looking back, he walked towards the kitchen. After washing the two bowls clean, Su Liuli had already sat down in the living room, with her long, slender, white legs resting lightly on the sofa. She was holding the remote control and watching TV. When she saw Gufeng come over, she picked up the toothpick next to her and stuck it into a piece of fruit. This apple is so sweet. Try it. She sat up straight and, at the moment when Gufeng sat down, her delicate body leaned in close. She was so busy feeding Gufeng fruit that she didn't notice that her whole body had fallen into his arms. A sweet fragrance came at her, and she looked at Su Liuli's delicate and absolutely beautiful face. Her long, dark eyelashes tightly covered her pair of watery, autumnal eyes, and her soft, round, slender shoulders rested on his arm. Her heart pounded wildly, and for a moment she forgot to open her mouth. Ha! Open your mouth and eat the apple. Gufeng never opened his mouth, so Su Liuli unconsciously pouted her soft lips and her eyes were full of love. Oh! Good! After reacting, Gufeng hurriedly opened his mouth and swallowed the apple on the toothpick into his mouth. It's delicious, this apple is really sweet. Chewing on the apple in his mouth, he nodded and praised it as really sweet. After feeding Gufeng an apple, Su Liuli picked up the toothpick, stuck a piece of apple on it and put it in her own mouth. Perhaps she felt that the fruit plate was too far away, because the next second, she lifted her hand and embraced the entire plate in her arms. While carefully watching TV, she ate the fruit in small bites, and from time to time, she would pick up a piece and hold it near Gufeng's mouth. The entire 3 episodes of the TV series were broadcast, and it was now 9 p.m. You watch TV here, I'll go wash up. Su Liuli got up slowly, finished speaking in a low voice to Gufeng, walked past the coffee table and headed towards the bedroom. Watching Su Liuli walk away, Gufeng adjusted his sitting position and continued to look at the TV in the distance. Half an hour later. Just as Gufeng was wondering why Su Liuli hadn't returned after such a long time, a graceful figure wearing white pajamas slowly walked over from not far away. Her slender and graceful figure, her slender and smooth calves, coupled with her delicate, silky, and tender ice-white skin, was simply breathtakingly beautiful. Liuli, you. I'm all packed. Do you want to go wash up? There's a bathtub in the bathroom over there, and it's very comfortable to bathe in. Her pure and beautiful eyes trembled with shyness. This was the first time she had worn pajamas in front of Gufeng, and she wasn't quite used to it. Staring blankly at Su Liuli for 2 seconds, Gufeng got his composure back and decisively got up. Okay, I'll go pack, you sit here and watch some TV for a while. Leaving behind a sentence, he took big strides and ran to the innermost bedroom. Gufeng left in a panic. Su Liuli looked down at herself curiously. She was wearing slippers and her pajamas were wrapped around her quite securely. Although the neckline and cuffs were embellished with lace, they did not reveal anything. Why does he seem to be afraid of me? She bit her lips lightly and muttered to herself. She quickly went to the bedroom, brushed her teeth and washed her face briefly. When Gufeng came out again, Su Liuli was leaning against the sofa, watching TV intently. Ahem. Su Liuli, it's getting late, why don't you go home and get some rest? It's almost 10 o'clock. Although tomorrow is Saturday and there's no school, you shouldn't stay up too late, it's bad for your health. After Gufeng finished speaking, Su Liuli picked up her phone to check the time. Feeling that it was indeed very late, she reluctantly turned off the TV. They walked out of the living room one after the other, and when they reached the bedroom, Su Liuli subconsciously turned around as she gently pushed open the door. Do you want to share a room with me? A blush hung on her pale, delicate neck. There were so many bedrooms on the first floor, and they each had a bedroom that was absolutely enough. No, I'm worried that you will be scared sleeping alone. I will wait in the bedroom until you fall asleep before I leave.
His head was spinning rapidly, and after this speech, he himself wanted to give himself a thumbs up. I prefer beds, and I may not be able to fall asleep until late.
Why don't you go back and rest first?
She refused, but deep down she really wanted Gufeng to stay with her. It wasn't that she was imagining things, she was really a little scared. Back at the dormitory, it was fine living with a lot of people, but in a house this big, with her in a room all by herself, it would be easy to lose sleep if she wasn't used to it. Tomorrow was Saturday, and there was no need to get up early, so there wasn't a big problem.
Let's go inside.
With one hand, he opened the door, took Su Luli's wrist, and led her to the bed in the bedroom. Pulling over a chair, he sat down and then pointed at the large bed in front of him. Go to sleep.
Okay.
A dimple appeared on her face as Su Lili lifted the quilt and happily climbed into the covers. She held onto the quilt with both hands, leaving only her head exposed. I'll sleep then. Her tone was soft, and her eyes blinked as she looked at Gufeng by the bed. Go to sleep, I'll turn off the light for you. He raised his hand and turned off the bedside lamp, leaving only the faint light from the hallway outside the door. Lying on the bed, Su Lili closed her eyes. Against the faint light, her fair skin looked slightly rosy. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Su Lili, who had originally had her eyes closed, gradually opened them as her eyelashes trembled lightly.
Gufeng, I can't sleep.
Can't sleep?
How about I tell you a story?
Yes. Hearing that Gufeng was going to tell her a story, Su Lili was instantly interested.
Okay, I'll tell you the story about not looking in the mirror at night.
In Su Luli's expectant eyes, Gufeng began to tell the ghost story in earnest. She was already unable to sleep, and being told this made Su Lili even more afraid. She ended up holding the quilt up with both hands, daring to show only one eye. Feeling that the atmosphere had been set, Gufeng suddenly laughed and got up. Luli, I'm going to go back and rest.
Go to bed early.
After a short pause, Gufeng turned around and pretended to leave.
Wait. Can you stay a little longer? I'm scared.
Her voice was weak. How could she sleep with a ghost story before bed? Gufeng heard this and looked embarrassed, hesitatingly saying, but I'm sleepy.
I want to lie down and rest. Chapter 78, A Genius in the Performing Arts Department.
In order to make the performance realistic, Gufeng did not forget to raise his hand to cover his mouth and yawn.
Su Lili lay on the bed, eyeing the hard-working Gufeng in front of her, and with her ice-cold intelligence, how could she not see that Gufeng was doing it on purpose? However, she had no intention of exposing him. The bed is big, you can come and lie down next to me and rest. Her delicate body moved slightly, trying to make room for Gufeng. Upon hearing this, Gufeng couldn't help but let the corner of his mouth rise, and the smile on his face nearly couldn't be restrained from showing. Cough, cough, cough. Okay, then I'll just make do here for one night.
Pretending to be reserved, he quickly walked to the side, changed into his pajamas, and quickly crawled into the covers.
Sleep, good night.
Saying a soft goodnight to Gufeng, Su Lili quietly closed her eyes. Before she could react, an arm suddenly reached under her and the next second, she was in Gufeng's arms.
Ah!
Su Lili couldn't help but exclaim at the sudden movement, her hands supporting herself in front of Gufeng's body, her pretty face full of panic.
Gufeng, we'll hurt the baby.
Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's, her heart full of both shyness and nervousness. For some reason, being held in Gufeng's arms like this, she couldn't muster the slightest strength in her entire body.
Don't worry, I won't move, just a hug.
Su Lili in his arms, like a frightened little rabbit.
Really?
Really, I'm not lying, I'll just hug you, I won't do anything else. Upon hearing these words, Gufeng himself was taken aback, and a wise saying about boys came to mind, I'll just rub against you?
I won't go in?
Having received Gufeng's assurance, Su Lili gradually felt more at ease. She slowly let go of his hands, rested her head in his arms, and her body, still slightly stiff from the tension, basically reached the point where she was willing to let him swing her around. With her delicate body in his arms, Gufeng was momentarily distracted. After 5 minutes, Su Lili couldn't help but gently shift her body, and her long, slender legs gradually curled up.
What's wrong?
Feeling the difference in Su Liuli's arms, Gu Feng opened his eyes and asked in confusion.
Nothing. It's like something's tickling me.
Her eyebrows twitched slightly, and Su Liuli subconsciously reached out. Gu Feng saw this and his face changed, hastily raising his hand to stop her.
No.
He grabbed Su Liuli's hand, which was about to explore, and his face was full of embarrassment.
Huh? Su Liuli was very confused by Gu Feng's unusual behavior.
It was probably because she really had no experience, and she hadn't reacted yet. Liuli, there's nothing there, go to sleep. He pulled back slightly, trying to keep some distance from Su Liuli, as this thing was not to be touched. Seeing Gu Feng's actions, Su Liuli's eyes paused slightly, and in a daze, she thought of something.
You.
Blushes climbed up her cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her curled legs didn't dare move, and her head was buried deep in Gu Feng's arms, and she simply didn't dare look up. This is simply too embarrassing. She had even just tried to grab it, and died directly in front of Gu Feng's face. Su Liuli shyly threw herself into his arms, and Gu Feng was finally able to let out a sigh of relief. One hand wrapped around Su Liuli's willowy waist, while the other rested on the quilt, and he slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, the two slept until nearly 8 a.m. before getting up. After getting up, Su Liuli got ready to change, and Gu Feng originally wanted to sit here and watch, but was mercilessly pushed out of the room by the other person. Helpless, he had to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. A simple hard-boiled egg with milk. After Su Liuli got dressed and came out, his breakfast was ready.
He was wearing a black, swan-patterned undershirt and jeans, and his figure was almost perfectly outlined. Now that the weather was getting cooler, it was obviously inappropriate to continue wearing a skirt. When she arrived at the table, she looked at the boiled egg and milk and pulled out a chair to sit down. Have an egg. He picked up the egg and handed it to her.
She took it and was about to peel it when her arms suddenly stopped moving and her brows furrowed slightly.
What's wrong? Gu Feng saw this and hurriedly asked what was wrong.
Facing Gu Feng's inquiry, Su Liuli stammered for a long time, blushing and not saying anything.
Are you not feeling well?
Insisting on continuing to ask, seeing Gu Feng's eagerness to care, she finally whispered, I feel a bit uncomfortable.
It's a bit swollen.
With one hand covering her chest, Su Liuli lowered her head with a flushed face.
She didn't know what was going on either.
After returning from the imperial capital, she had been vaguely feeling a bit swollen, and now the feeling was becoming more and more obvious.
It's swollen? Huh, let's eat breakfast first. After breakfast, I'll take you to the hospital.
Understanding the importance of the situation, this is no time to joke around.
After taking care of Su Liuli and eating breakfast, the two of them walked out of the villa and took a taxi to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital lobby, Gu Feng took the registration desk with ease. He took the medical card and returned to Su Liuli's side, looking concerned, and said, How do you feel now? It seems like it's okay again.
After feeling it carefully, the swelling from earlier in the morning had disappeared, and now she didn't feel a thing.
Wait, let's go ask the doctor. Not knowing what the situation is, it's better to be safe and ask the doctor.
It wasn't long before their turn came. They took their medical cards and entered the consultation room. After learning about Su Liuli's situation, the first thing the female doctor asked was if she was pregnant.
Well, you're almost 2 months pregnant. That's right. Excessive hormone secretion during pregnancy can easily cause secondary development. However, it usually only occurs after the 3rd month or during breastfeeding. Doctor, is this normal? Do I need to have other tests? No need. Go home and get plenty of rest.
Change to a larger bra size, don't overconstrain yourself.
There's nothing major about it. Since it's the pregnancy stage, the doctor doesn't recommend taking medicine or doing excessive tests.
After a few simple instructions, Gu Feng and Su Liuli left the consultation room together.
Where are we going now?
Standing next to Gu Feng, Su Liuli asked softly with her head raised.
Let's go buy some clothes first. The doctor already said that the current clothes don't fit, so while we have some time in the morning, let's go buy some looser clothes. Chapter 79, You Really Are a Pervert.
Gu Feng took Su Liuli outside the hospital, and there was a shopping mall nearby. They walked side by side to the nearest shopping mall, where the layout was slightly different from other shopping malls, with lingerie stores all on the third floor. They took the elevator to the third floor, and in front of the lingerie store, the two stopped walking, one in front of the other.
Do you want to wait here? I'll go in and buy it myself.
Su Liuli's voice was very small as she placed her hands in front of her.
I'll go with you.
At a glance, there were not only women's underwear, but also men's underwear, and there were many couples shopping together.
Oh.
Gu Feng wanted to go in with her, and Su Liuli didn't say much. Stepping into the underwear area, unlike other places, there were no salespeople here.
To choose the right underwear, you just need to take the sample and tell the staff next to you the size, and they will find a new set for you. Gu Feng followed, and Su Liuli went ahead and started selecting.
They went back and forth several times, but they didn't pick anything.
None of them are good? No.
I don't have any special requirements, as long as I can wear it.
Why don't you take this one?
He casually pointed to a black bra with a fairly conservative style.
Okay, then this one. Pick two more different ones. How about this one?
Su Liuli was embarrassed to pick, so he had to help.
However, the clothes he selected were far from being as conservative as those chosen by Su Liuli.
After 2 or 3, the most conservative one had lace edging.
Liuli, what do you think of this dress?
As he passed by a set of underwear, Gu Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks and pointed seriously to the side. Upon hearing this, Su Liuli looked in the direction Gu Feng was pointing, and as soon as she did, her face turned scarlet, and she stamped her foot in shame and anger.
You really are a pervert.
Her lips uttered a few words as she came to Gu Feng's side, grabbed his wrist and quickly walked away. She would never dare to wear that just-picked piece of clothing in her life. It only covered a little bit and was too revealing.
Is he really a pervert?
Su Liuli, I was just trying to tease you, don't think too much about it. I just had a brain fart and wanted to tease her, but I didn't expect her to say, you really are a pervert. He took the selected clothes to the staff member, who went to the warehouse to pick out the clothes according to the sizes provided by Su Liuli. In no time at all, several sets of brand new, unopened clothes were handed to the two of them. Hello, the underwear is selected and cannot be returned or exchanged. Could you please go to the front desk to check out?
Okay, thanks.
After receiving the clothes, the two of them walked along the aisle to the storefront and checked out.
It was now 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh yeah, there's a dinner tonight. You should come with me.
It suddenly occurred to him that as the boss, he should host a dinner tonight, and it would be good for Su Liuli to go along.
Is it convenient for you to take me there?
If not, I can go out to dinner with Jia and the others.
It's fine, it's very convenient.
It's still early, I'll take you for a stroll in the mall.
How about going to the movies in the afternoon?
I don't have much to do today, so it's a good idea to go to the movies in the afternoon. Great, let's go for a stroll first, and then go to the movies after lunch.
Hearing that they were going to the movies, Su Liuli was overjoyed.
She took Gu Feng's arm and started to wander around the mall. She thought that the other person was pregnant and that her physical functions would decline, but to her surprise, for the next 2 hours, Su Liuli gave him a serious lesson. They wandered from 10 o'clock to 12:30. Her legs were weak from walking, but Su Liuli was still full of energy. From the looks of things, he had no doubt that they could wander for another 2 hours.
Suli, do you want to go eat first? I'm hungry.
He only had an egg for breakfast, and his stomach is already grumbling.
Okay, let's go eat. What do you want to eat?
I'll treat today. Suli looked at Gu Feng with a proud little look, in the tone of a little rich girl.
You're treating? I'll have to think about it. Let's go upstairs and take a look first. The restaurants in the mall are on the 5th and 6th floors.
Taking the escalator to the 5th floor, there are mostly hot pot and barbecue restaurants, as well as some grilled fish and Western restaurants.
Do you want to eat Western food? There are many things that Su Liuli can't eat.
After walking along the corridor for a few dozen meters, only the Western restaurant is relatively suitable.
Good, I haven't had Western food before. Taking Gufang's wrist, they found a relatively ordinary-looking Western restaurant and went in. Although it was Saturday, there weren't many people in the Western restaurant because it was noon. When the two entered, the waiter, wearing a black vest, came over enthusiastically to serve them. After understanding the needs of the two, he found a window seat for them. Sir, madam, here is the menu. Liuli, what do you want to eat? After taking the menu and flipping through it, he did not forget to ask Liuli what she wanted to eat. Steak. Okay, please bring us 2 filet mignon, well done. And 2 Caesar salads. Okay sir, would you like some red wine? No thanks. She shook her head to decline, not to mention that Suli was pregnant. Just her alcohol tolerance alone, after a glass of red wine, she would probably have to carry her back later. It was not impossible for her to sleep from now until midnight. The restaurant was very quiet, so the food was served relatively quickly. In no time at all, the 2 fully cooked filet mignon steaks and salads were all served. Eat? Oh. Responded softly, and Liuli, very unpracticed, picked up the knife and fork next to her and tried hard to cut the steak in front of her. As for Gufang, he had never been to a Western restaurant before, and he was also quite unpracticed with knives and forks. Waiter! Do you have any chopsticks? Bring me a pair. I'm not used to using a knife. Gufang and Liuli were flanked by 2 men in casual clothes, broad-shouldered and full-faced, raising their hands to beckon the waiter. Hearing someone call out, the waiter hurried over. Hello sir, you need chopsticks, right? Yes, young lady, please bring us 2 pairs of chopsticks. We're not used to using foreign things like knives and forks. Despite his fierce appearance, the man's attitude was very friendly. Upon hearing this, the waiter immediately took 2 pairs of chopsticks from the front desk and handed them to the 2 men. He had encountered customers wanting to use chopsticks before, so the restaurant had prepared in advance. Xiang, hurry up and eat, we still have to visit President Liu after this. It's really unlucky today, it's a Saturday, and we have to wait in line to eat. It's only here that there aren't many people. The 2 men happily chatted, because all the other shops in the mall were waiting in line for a table, so they had no choice but to come here to eat. After eating in the Western restaurant for 20 minutes, they finished the steak and salad. They got up to pay the bill, and the 2 men walked out of the Western restaurant. Let's go watch a movie. Chapter 80, Popcorn Freedom. During the meal, I kept thinking about going to the movies. After we finished eating, Liuli couldn't wait to take Gufang's hand and walk towards the cinema. When they arrived at the cinema, they looked at the big movies that had recently been released, and Liuli chose an anime. The movie started at 2 o'clock, so they still had almost an hour to spare. Do you want some popcorn? I'll go buy you 2 buckets. Gufang got up. In the distance, many people were buying popcorn. The small bucket was 38 yuan, and the large bucket was 58 yuan. Eating popcorn while watching a movie is indeed a very pleasant thing to do, but when she saw the price of popcorn, Liuli was deterred. 38 for a small bucket of popcorn, that's too expensive. She grabbed Gufang's arm and shook her head decisively. You go out with me for a while. She turned around and left, holding onto Gufang's arm, and looked at Liuli next to them with a stunned expression. Gufang was at a loss. He had no idea where this little girl was taking him. They took the elevator from the 6th floor to the 1st floor, walked out of the mall, and stopped in their tracks. Liuli looked around, and her gaze finally settled on a 3-wheeled cart in the distance. Let's go. They walked straight to the 3-wheeled cart. When they got there, Gufang realized that the cart was selling popcorn. The popcorn seller was an old woman. Even though she was selling from a 3-wheeled cart, the items were arranged very neatly. It was obvious that this old woman was absolutely a very clean-loving elderly person. 2 children, would you like some popcorn? Well, Grandma, how much is the popcorn? 15 for a small one, 18 for a large one. Little girl, would you like a small one or a large one? Well, give us a large one. The movie is quite long, and it's just the 2 of them eating, so a small one probably won't be enough.
Hearing Su Liuli ask for a large popcorn, the old lady puts down what she was doing and starts making it. Perhaps he was bored, because while he was making the popcorn, he didn't forget to chat with Su Liuli.
Little girl, are you going to the mall to go shopping? Yes, Grandma, we're buying some popcorn to go to the movies. Going to the movies.
When Su Liuli said she was going to the movies, the old man immediately laughed. Little girl, you're so pretty, and I didn't expect you to be such a hard-working homemaker.
Young man, you found a treasure.
Facing the old man's praise, Su Liuli felt a little embarrassed, and Gu Feng had to laugh and scratch his head. In less than 10 minutes, the elderly person had finished making the popcorn. When it came time to bag it, Su Liuli was full of shock, and Gu Feng was even more wide-mouthed. The elderly person was holding a large white plastic bag in her hands, and she had filled 2 large bags for the 2 of them. To be honest, there was no exaggeration in saying that the popcorn would fill 4 or 5 large buckets outside the cinema.
Grandma, this is too much. Gulping, Gu Feng laughed awkwardly. It's a large portion, so naturally it's going to be more. If it's not enough, how can it be enough to eat? Here, 2 little friends, take your popcorn and go watch the movie. Each person has a big bag. Before leaving, the old lady didn't forget to add one more sentence: leave the bag unfastened, so it's good with the opening. Carrying 2 big bags full of popcorn, Su Liuli happily returned to the mall. This is great, popcorn freedom has been realized. Liuli, how did you know there was an old lady selling popcorn? I didn't even see her.
He looked at Su Liuli curiously, and before entering the mall, he hadn't noticed at all.
I guessed.
Happy to spit out 3 words, this answer made Gu Feng not know what to say for a while. When they returned to the cinema, there was less than half an hour before the movie started, and the 2 sat in the rest area and started eating the popcorn in the bag. Everyone around them, without exception, cast curious and envious glances. A few minutes later, a mother with a child came up to the 2 of them. Young man, may I ask where did you 2 buy this popcorn?
How much did it cost?
Oh, it was by the road outside the mall, and it cost 18 in total.
18. Oh, thank you.
After hearing Gu Feng's response of 18, the mother's pupils dilated and her face was full of disbelief. After saying thank you, she immediately pulled the child beside her out of the movie theater. There was no need to think, they must have gone out to buy popcorn. After the mother left, the people who were originally relaxing in the rest area got up one after the other and left. In less than half an hour, a large group of people came in with big bags of popcorn, and basically everyone in the rest area had a big bag of popcorn. Those who had just bought big buckets of popcorn were filled with remorse. If they had known, they would have gone out and bought it too. Not only was the quantity large, it was also affordable.
Su Liuli, do you think we're practically giving the popcorn away for free?
Gu Feng was happily smiling, eating popcorn, and after half a day, the popcorn in the bag was still firm and hadn't gone down much at all. The same was true of Su Liuli's bag next to him. At this rate, they might not even finish the popcorn after the movie. After a long wait of more than 10 minutes, the movie finally began. They entered the viewing area with their tickets and watched the 2.5-hour anime with relish. When they came out of the cinema, most of the popcorn in the bag had been eaten, and about a third of it was left.
I feel a little full.
Raising her hand, Su Liuli stroked her belly, looking at Gu Feng with a pout.
She had eaten so much popcorn that she was already full. Me too.
If that's the case, we'd better eat less for dinner tonight.
Su Liuli was full, and he was no different.
After they walked out of the cinema, Su Liuli picked up his phone and saw that Annie had already sent him the location of the restaurant they had booked.
The time was set for 6 p.m., and everyone would meet outside the restaurant at 5:30 p.m.
There were 93 people in total, as some employees from the technical department had been left behind due to the peak competition.
It was 4:30 p.m., an hour before 5:30 p.m.
Gu Feng took Su Liuli out of the shopping mall and took a taxi to the restaurant according to the location sent by Annie.
They got out of the taxi at exactly 5 p.m. Grand Narada Hotel. What a high-end place. Are we going to have dinner here later?
Standing tall and graceful next to Gu Feng, Su Liuli looked curious.
Well, I guess so. Let's go in first.
Annie had already reserved a table, so all he had to do was tell the waiter the name on the reservation and he would be shown in. Pulling Su Lili into the Grand Narada Hotel, he saw that the interior was very luxurious. The staff at the front desk gave them a warm welcome, and after hearing that there was a reservation, a dedicated waiter immediately led the two of them to the third floor. "Sir, this is the reserved table. Our two waiters will be right outside, so please let us know if you need anything.
Have a nice time."
Standing at the door, the waiter guided Gu Feng and Su Lili into the hall. The large dining room was almost 300 square meters, with 6 round tables on the left and 6 on the right, and a rectangular table in the middle. Red carpet was spread under their feet, and crystal glass lamps hung from the ceiling.
Chapter 81, Hello, Boss. There's so much space, are a lot of people coming? After scanning the room, Su Lili looked at Gu Feng with curiosity.
Apart from the long table in the middle, there were a total of 12 tables. There must be a lot of people eating in such a large private room.
Yes, almost close to 100 people. 100 people. Su Lili's pupils trembled, and her eyes revealed shock.
Gu Feng said there was a dinner gathering, and she thought there would only be a few people having a simple meal, but she never expected there to be more than 100 people.
How could there be more than 100 people? Could it be a class reunion?
She tilted her head, looking at Gu Feng with a cute expression. Apart from a class reunion, she couldn't think of any other situation that could gather more than 100 people.
Su Lili was so surprised, but Gu Feng smiled and pulled the chair next to him. "Sit first."
After the other person sat down, he slowly explained, "It's not a class reunion, it's a company team building."
Company team building?
Gu Feng's words left her even more confused.
She had just started school, could it be that Gu Feng had already found a job?
Gu Feng had no intention of hiding it from Su Lili, and was prepared to tell her about Yunding technology.
It was like this.
After a 5 or 6 minute explanation, Su Lili finally understood that her boyfriend actually ran a company.
"You're amazing. Was it because of you that someone asked me to produce music last time?"
A flash of inspiration came to her, and she suddenly remembered the previous incident of designing music. At the time, she was very surprised that she, just an ordinary student, would be asked to produce the background music for such a large game. Now it seems that it is very likely because of Gu Feng.
Facing Su Lili's questioning, Gu Feng did not hide it. "It's not entirely because of me.
In order to control costs, the company originally planned to find some students from the Magic City University to produce the background music for the game.
I just recommended you to them."
He shrugged his shoulders, his tone calm and indifferent.
That being said, how could Su Lili not think of it? Gu Feng is the owner of a company, and his recommendation is equivalent to an order for the company's employees. Is this considered using your power for personal gain?
A dimple appeared on her face, and Su Lili looked at Gu Feng with a strained smile.
It's serious. I would say I'm just using the back door." Just as the two were whispering, the door to the private room opened again. Annie and Liuli led a group of people from the company in, and when they saw Gu Feng, they couldn't help but quicken their pace, taking 3 steps at a time to get to Gu Feng. "Mr. Gu."
They greeted Gu Feng, while curiously looking at Su Lili.
"Well, you're here. Say hello to everyone and sit down first."
It's definitely not appropriate to stand in the middle of the hall with so many people coming in one after the other.
"Yes, we will arrange for everyone to sit down." Upon receiving the order, Liuli and Annie immediately ushered everyone into their seats.
More than 90 people found their own seats and,
once everyone was settled, the two came to Gu Feng again.
Their eyes all turned to Su Lili, who was standing next to Gu Feng, and Liuli and Annie couldn't help but show some surprise in their eyes. They were not surprised that there was a girl next to Gu Feng, but rather surprised at Su Lili's figure and appearance. A girl of such stunning beauty and natural talent is far more attractive than even the stars on TV. Noticing the two's unusual expressions, Gu Feng gave a faint smile and said, "Let me introduce you, this is my wife."
Poof.
After Gu Feng finished speaking, Liuli and Annie were shocked. Liuli was even more exaggerated, nearly choking on his own saliva. Liuli, who was standing next to them, opened her mouth slightly, looking at Gu Feng with an incredulous expression. She never expected that he would introduce himself like that. "Who is your wife?" She leaned close to Gu Feng's ear and skillfully grabbed the soft flesh of his waist with her delicate hands. The sudden sharp pain made Gu Feng involuntarily gasp, hiss.
"My wife, I was wrong."
"Humph, you still dare to say that?" Having been called wife all the time, Liuli couldn't help but blush on her face. After lecturing Gu Feng, she stared at the two red clouds on her cheeks and took the initiative to look at Annie and Liuli.
"Hello, I'm Liuli." Hearing Liuli's words, Annie was the first to react, quickly saying, "Hello, Miss Su. I'm Annie, and this is Liuli, the head of the company's technical department." Annie had already said hello, so naturally Liuli didn't dare be rude, and he smiled happily, showing his two front teeth. "Hello, boss." After all, he was still a man, and Liuli's words, boss, directly confused Gu Feng. As for Liuli, she was even more confused. "Cough, cough. Let's hurry and sit down." He coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness, took Liuli's hand, and sat down at the long table in the middle. The long table could just barely fit 8 or 9 people. After seeking Gu Feng's permission, Annie gathered all the company's supervisors over here. Among them were the newly appointed heads of the propaganda department and the planning department. President Gu, Finance Director Du Jingjing and Personnel Director Zhao Nan. These two are Planning Department Director Shin Yaxian and Propaganda Department Director Wang Gang. "Gu, I don't need to introduce you too much, do I?"
He smiled at the group and then said, "This is Miss Su."
Annie introduced Liuli on her own initiative.
The four of them looked at each other and said in unison, "Hello, Gu."
"Hello, boss's wife." Liuli had heard them address them clearly just now.
Now was the perfect time to show loyalty and devotion, so he had to seize the opportunity. From a social perspective, it was more important to make the boss's wife happy than the boss. The four of them called out to the boss's wife at the same time, and Liuli got up awkwardly, looking at the group with slightly panicked eyes, and quickly responded, "Hello.
Miss Su, please sit. Everyone, you can sit down too."
Everyone sat down, and Annie raised her hand to signal the waiter to bring the menu. There was no set menu, everyone could order whatever they liked, as Gu Feng had requested before.
20 minutes later, the food was served on the table one after the other. "Miss Su, would you like some juice?"
"I'll go get you a freshly squeezed glass." Everyone had a drink in front of them, except for Liuli, who only had plain water. Annie saw this and got up to ask the waiter to bring in a freshly squeezed glass of juice.
"Annie, don't bother, I'll just have plain water."
"It's no trouble." After smiling and responding, and ignoring Liuli's politeness, Annie already told the waiter to go prepare a freshly squeezed glass of orange juice.
After returning and reseating herself, Liuli suddenly said curiously, "Sister Annie, didn't we speak on the phone before?"
"Your voice is so familiar."
It was Annie's voice.
She suddenly remembered the person in charge of the company who had contacted her on the phone before.
"Yes, Miss Su. I was the one who called you before.
The background music for the game you helped create is really good, and I haven't had a chance to thank you yet."
"What? The boss lady made the background music for the game?" Chapter 82, The Gold Digger. Liuli was stunned.
He had just realized that the background music for the peak competition was actually composed by Liuli.
While shocked, he couldn't help but secretly feel relieved.
Luckily, he hadn't found any faults with it, or else he would have been in trouble today. "I said the background music was perfectly produced, but it was actually composed by you, Miss Su."
Sitting next to Annie, Liuli unabashedly flattered her.
"Miss Su is so beautiful and talented, she is definitely the pride of heaven." Yes, it's not an exaggeration to say she's a fairy." Annie and the others around her nodded in agreement. Liuli couldn't stand such flattery, and she was uncomfortable sitting next to Gu Feng, with an embarrassed smile on her beautiful face.
At a critical moment, Gu Feng had to step forward. "Let's eat first, and chat while we eat."
After saying that, he picked up his chopsticks and took the first dish.
At Gu Feng's signal, everyone started eating.
Half an hour later, halfway through the meal, I don't know if Annie and Liuli had arranged it on purpose, but all the employees who came over to eat came over with drinks in hand to say hello to Gu Feng. Of course, while talking to the boss, you can't forget the crucial wife of the boss. Su Liuli was a little uncomfortable being called wife of the boss by one person, but gradually she came to accept it when everyone called her wife of the boss in line. In the end, she could even return the greeting when people called her wife of the boss. The meal lasted 3 whole hours, from 6 to 9 p.m. Dinner had been finished an hour and a half ago, but no one had left because the young people had a lot to talk about. They lost track of time and would have continued chatting well after 9 p.m. if Annie hadn't reminded them to go. "Annie, take my card and go pay the bill. Password, 594,250. Take out a bank card and hand it to Annie. Since she made the reservation, she should go pay the bill. It's her own money anyway." "Okay, Mr. Gu." Annie took the bank card Feng handed her and followed the waiter to the front desk to pay the bill. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Annie and the waiter returned. Feng was expecting them to have already paid the bill and was about to take back the bank card when Annie said with a face full of embarrassment, "Mr. Gu, the total is 63,000 yuan. She handed the card to Gu Feng, her eyes betraying her embarrassment. She had just taken the card to the front desk to settle the bill, and they had swiped it 3 times back and forth, but not a single penny had come out.
"What? It's out of money?"
"This card contains the secret stash of money he saved up when he was at school. It's not a lot of money, but it's still tens of thousands of dollars."
"How is it possible that there is no money?" "It is indeed out of money."
The waiter tried to swipe the card for 100 yuan, and it showed insufficient balance.
After Annie finished speaking, Gu Feng was momentarily stunned.
There was no time to think about anything else. The most important thing now was to pay the bill. But his other bank card was in the dormitory, and it would take at least an hour to go back and get it, and then come back. Having heard the two people's conversation, Su Liuli slowly got up and took out a black card with gold embossing from her bag.
"Sister Annie, take this card and swipe it."
Gu Feng heard this and turned to look at Su Liuli. "Liuli, the meal cost tens of thousands of dollars, and your money, a black gold card." He was about to say that Su Liuli's money would definitely not be enough, but when he saw the card the other person was holding, Gu Feng's eyes nearly fell to the ground. His mother Song Huilan also had a black gold card, so there was no need to think about it. Su Liuli's card must have been given to her by her mother. Subconsciously taking the black gold card from Su Liuli's hand, and looking at the lines on the card, Annie suddenly remembered that when she had gone to the bank to do business for the company before, she seemed to have seen a gold card once.
Gold cards belong to VLP customers at the bank.
Apart from not having to wait in line when conducting business, they also receive a reception from the bank president. As for black gold cards, this is the first time she has seen one. But when she thinks about it, she knows that the VLP level of a black gold card must be higher than that of a gold card.
"Miss Su, the password. Small payments do not require a password."
She spoke these words lightly and indifferently.
Small payments? When did 60,000 yuan become a small payment? Su Liuli's words came as a shock, and Lu Qi and Du Jingjing exchanged glances, feeling extremely uneasy. "Good. I'll go right now."
Since Su Liuli said no password was needed, Annie didn't think much of it and, led by the waiter, returned to the front desk. Swiped her card and paid in one go. Holding the bill in her hand, Annie quickly returned to the lobby, and was the first to hand the bank card in her hand to Su Liuli, and then handed the bill to Gu Feng. After all, it was a high-end place, with a per capita consumption of almost 600 yuan.
"This is a supplementary card that my aunt gave me, you take it."
Without putting the bank card back in her bag, she turned her head and handed it to Gu Feng.
In Su Liuli's opinion, Gu Feng must be very short of money, otherwise he wouldn't even have the money to pay the bill for dinner.
Anyway, she hadn't used this card herself, so it would be better for Gu Feng to use it.
"A supplementary card? For me?"
Subconsciously, he pointed his finger at himself. He didn't expect Su Liuli to want to give him this card.
"Well, I can't use it anyway."
The daily limit for this card is 200,000 yuan, and you need to enter a password after that. After saying that, he leaned close to Gu Feng's ear and said breathlessly, "The password is your birthday." He put the card in Gu Feng's hand and sat back down with his bag.
"You're letting me live off you again?"
Gu Feng said jokingly, but when Annie, Liuli, and the others heard that, it wasn't the same thing. Now, combined with the conversation they just overheard, Annie and the others suddenly realized why their boss was so young and yet so rich.
"It's getting late, we should go back." "Don't stay out too late, everyone go home and get some rest." "Liuli, let's go. It's almost time, it's time to go back." Hearing Gu Feng's words, Su Liuli got up with her bag, raised her hand to say hello to Annie and everyone, and left right next to Gu Feng. After the two had completely left, Liuli and sat back down. "Phew. Boss Gu, actually a kept man?" "Liuli, what kind of words are those?" Anne's face twitched slightly, and Du Jingjing and the others looked at Liuli very unhappily. Feeling the murderous glares from the others, Liuli reacted, realizing that he had just said the wrong thing. Ba, I slapped myself in the face. I didn't mean it." He was just subconsciously recounting what Gu Feng had just said, and didn't really mean to say that the boss was a kept man. What's wrong with being a kept man? You don't even have the ability to do it if you want to. Jianan glanced at Liuli and laughed lightly, covering her mouth. Gu Feng took Su Liuli away, unaware that an inadvertent remark of his had successfully turned his image into that of a kept man. In Su Liuli's eyes, he was a pervert, in the eyes of the company employees, he was a kept man, and in the eyes of his schoolmates, he was a lover boy. There was no normal image at all. Chapter 83, What a scam, what a real scam. The two of them went back to the villa together. Su Liuli went to the bedroom first, changed her clothes, and then came to the living room to watch TV. Seeing this, Gu Feng followed and sat down in front of the sofa. "Let's go home next Friday." Su Liuli was watching TV attentively when Gu Feng suddenly spoke. "Go home? To my place?" "Yes, back to your home." "I should have gone back this week, but since Su Liuli never mentioned it, and I hadn't bought a gift for the elderly, I had to postpone it until next week." "Well, I'll call Grandpa in advance." Su Liuli nodded in agreement, and Gu Feng lifted his hand and picked up the glass on the coffee table. "We'll go buy some gifts together tomorrow." In addition to buying gifts for the elderly, he also wanted to buy a car. It would be too inconvenient to take so many gifts on the train, so it would be better to get a car. The two sat in the living room watching TV, far away in the imperial capital, in the Gu Manor. Sun Huilan picked up her phone and looked at the text message on it, a happy and excited smile on her face. Not far away, Gu Jinghua stood in front of an aquarium, holding fish food in his hand, silently watching his wife giggle. In the aquarium, a large dark red fish swam back and forth, very similar to the one that had been eaten before, except that it was slightly smaller. This fish is a blood-red dragon that was just airlifted from abroad. This time, it will be kept at home, and under no circumstances will it be eaten by my daughter-in-law again. Wife, what are you giggling about with your phone? Did the stock of your company rise again? Putting the fish food aside, Gu Jinghua slowly walked over to the sofa. Putting the phone on his knee, Song Huilan turned around and glared at him, then muttered, "Why would I be happy about the stock rising a little? What makes me happy is that my precious daughter-in-law has finally come to her senses." Come to her senses? What do you mean? Song Huilan's words were so vague that Gu Jinghua had no idea what she meant. Look. Before Liuli left, I gave her my secondary card, and there has been no spending on it for a while. Today, suddenly, I got a text message saying that 63,000 yuan had been spent. Gu Jinghua looked down at the text message on his wife's phone, and his expression froze. Gee, you're happy that your child is spending money. What kind of logic is that? But then again, honey, are you sure it was your child Liuli who spent the money? What do you mean? Song Huilan frowned slightly, then shook her head, no way. I told Liuli when I gave her the card not to tell Xiaofeng. Besides, I already transferred 40 million to Xiaofeng last time, so he shouldn't be short of money. While muttering, Gu Jinghua's originally happy expression turned to one of shock when he heard the words 40 million. When did Xiaofeng ask you for 40 million? Why are you so excited?
Just the other day, the kid said he wanted to start a business.
Wait, he didn't also ask you for money, did he?
Halfway through his sentence, Song Huilan's eyes narrowed slightly when she looked at her husband's expression.
You little brat.
You only asked for 40 million, but my father actually asked for 80 million.
You're cheating me, you're really cheating me.
He looked furious, but what Gu Jingguo was angry about was not Gu Feng asking for money on both sides, but the fact that he and Song Huilan only asked for 40 million, while his father as the parent asked for 80 million.
This is simply unfair. Gu Jingguo, what do you mean? How much money is this about?
Gu Feng, you brat, when he comes back next time, I'll teach him a good lesson. He was originally happy about his daughter-in-law spending money, but he didn't expect that he would be so happy for less than 2 minutes, and his blood pressure would rise because of this kid, Gu Feng.
Villa in the Magic City.
Gu Feng sat with Su Liuli in front of the sofa watching TV, unaware that his parents were already furious.
Ha?
Liuli, are you cold?
No.
Su Liuli shook her head.
No, why do I feel so cold? I'll go get a blanket.
She got up and walked to the bedroom, took a blanket out of the closet, put it on and returned to the sofa.
Only then did she feel much warmer.
Su Liuli, you can take this card back. I dare not take the supplementary card that your mother gave you. He took out the black and gold supplementary card and offered it to Su Liuli. Seeing that Gu Feng was returning the card, Su Liuli did not pick it up, but explained, I still have money, so I don't need it for the time being. I can't use it either, but it's for you anyway, so just take it.
What if there's a chance I can use it?
Without further ado, he insisted on returning the card to Su Liuli's hands.
Gu Feng was so insistent, and Su Liuli didn't think much of it, so she had to put the bank card back in her bag.
She had to keep this card safe, because it could be used to withdraw 200,000 yuan without a password. In other words, if this card was lost, she would probably lose 200,000 yuan every day. After watching TV for about half an hour, they felt that it was about time to go to bed. So Su Liuli and Gu Feng prepared to go back to their room to rest. Just as Gu Feng was about to follow Su Liuli back to their room, he was unexpectedly stopped at the door.
Liuli, what are you doing?
Nothing. It's late, let's go to bed. Peeking through the crack in the door, Su Liuli stuck her head out halfway, looking at Gu Feng with a face full of innocence.
Ha? Well, let me in first, I just want to get some clothes. In any case, let's trick the door open first.
But what Gu Feng didn't expect was that Su Liuli seemed to have seen through his little scheme and had no intention of opening the door at all.
I won't let you in.
A hint of stubbornness was revealed on her fair face.
You deliberately told me a ghost story to scare me last night. As punishment, you will be left alone in your room today.
After angrily finishing, she glanced at Gu Feng with beautiful eyes and quickly closed the door. Standing in the doorway, Gu Feng raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose. If there were no surprises, he would have to sleep alone tonight. This little girl still holds a grudge. He muttered to himself as he walked towards the next bedroom. After Gu Feng entered the room, Su Liuli's door, which had been closed, slowly opened, and she cautiously poked her head out.
Did he really go back?
She didn't hear any noise, so she opened the door completely and let out a sigh of relief. She tiptoed to the living room, picked up a glass and poured a cup of warm water, then quickly returned to the room. She closed the door again, put the glass on the bedside table, lifted her hand to lift the quilt, and was about to crawl into the quilt.
Cough, cough, cough. Ah. Gu Feng. When did you come in?
Her face was incredulous. She didn't expect that while she was just getting a glass of water, Gu Feng had already run to the bed.
That was a bit too quick. If you had come back a little later, I would have fallen asleep. Sitting up straight while hugging the quilt, Gu Feng smiled and joked. Humph.
You're already here, and it's so late, I can't just kick him out. Pouting, she took off her shoes and naturally, Su Liuli climbed into the quilt. However, before she had even laid down for a second, her entire body was already in Gu Feng's arms.
Staring at Gu Feng, Su Li's face flushed, and her breathing was slightly rapid. What are you doing? Nothing.
My hands are cold, I want to warm them. As soon as the words fell, Su Li's delicate body trembled slightly.
She didn't expect Gu Feng to actually put his hand in.
Fortunately, he just placed it there quietly, but if he squeezed it twice, she simply couldn't bear it.
The whole process took about 10 seconds.
After 10 seconds, Su Li looked up with a blushing face. I'm sleepy, I want to sleep.
Chapter 84 Maybach. Good. Let's sleep.
Without any unnecessary movements, he slowly took his hand out, supported Su Lily's shoulders to help her lie down, and his palm was still warm, as if it was still attached to the softness of her body.
I turned off the light. Well.
With Su Lily's consent, he turned off the bedside lamp before lying down, and they didn't say a word the whole night.
Early the next morning, the two got up early. The weather outside was nice, just a little breeze. After breakfast, Su Liuli put on an extra jacket.
The temperature outside was noticeably cooler than before, and she wanted to ensure the health of the baby in her belly.
Where should we go first?
They walked out of the villa and walked side by side to the road.
Let's go buy a car first. You want to buy a car?
When watching TV yesterday, Gu Feng only said that they would go shopping today to buy some gifts for Grandpa, but he didn't say anything about buying a car.
Your home is near the city, and it's not convenient to carry things on the train. Buying a car will make it easier to travel in the future. Feeling that Gu Feng had a point, Su Liuli couldn't help but continue to ask, what brand of car are you planning to buy?
I don't know yet, I'll go to the suburbs to have a look first. There are many Ford stores in the suburbs of the southern city, so I'll go there first and take a look. To be honest, last night he also thought that since he was going to buy a car, he might as well get a better one. After all, it might be useful when negotiating future collaborations.
For people in the business world, a car is not so much a means of transportation as it is a status symbol.
Of course, he didn't know when this trend started. Su Li took a taxi to the suburbs near the Magic City, and as soon as they got off the bus, there were several 4S stores in front of them. Walking along the road, they arrived in front of a super luxurious 4S store in no time.
Rolls-Royce?
Before his rebirth, his car was a Rolls-Royce. At that time, he was about to successfully take over his mother's Kyushu group, and a Rolls-Royce was a very suitable car.
But now, it obviously doesn't fit.
Stopping in front of the Rolls-Royce store, Su Liuli's pretty face tightened up. She thought the other person was going to buy a Rolls-Royce.
Fortunately, Gu Feng just took a few looks and left.
Continuing to walk forward, she glanced over to the side without noticing, and a brand new Maybach was parked in front of the Ford store. It is also a luxury car, but compared to the Rolls-Royce, the Maybach is slightly more low-key.
Su Liuli, let's go take a look.
At first glance, he led Su Liuli straight to the Maybach 4S store. When they saw a customer come in, a salesperson hurried over to warmly welcome them.
Hello sir, welcome. May I ask if there is a salesperson available to serve you?
No, this is our first time here.
Gu Feng shook his head. Hearing that Gu Feng and Su Liuli were here for the first time, the salesperson's face broke into a smile. Sir, madam, may I serve you? Oh, of course. That Maybach outside is pretty nice. Do you have it in stock?
He pointed his finger at the Maybach parked outside the 4S store.
Maybach.
Sir, the car parked outside is a Maybach S680 limited edition, which is intended to be a display car. I thought Gu Feng wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz, but I didn't expect him to be interested in a Maybach. The salesperson stood there, not knowing which car to recommend for a while.
I want to take a look at the Maybach. Maybach.
Yes, sir, this way please. She didn't believe for a second that Gu Feng could buy a luxury car like the Maybach, but as a salesperson, she had to show the customer around if he wanted to see it.
Sir, the Maybach is a high-end model.
Apart from the car in the showroom, there is only the limited edition outside. If you want a car that is ready to be driven away, I can ask the manager. Gu Feng and Su Liuli stood next to the car while the salesperson whispered to him.
Well, how much is this car?
This is also an S680, priced at around 3 million yuan, with a total price tag of nearly 3.5 million yuan.
What about the limited edition outside? The total price of the limited edition is close to 6 million yuan. I can give you a detailed breakdown of the price later.
It has to be said that the sales service was very good, and from the moment they entered the store to the present time when they were looking at the cars, there was not the slightest trace of impatience.
Xiaoling. Is that your customer over there?
While the salesperson was showing Gu Feng and Su Liuli the cars, a woman in overalls came up quickly, took the salesperson's arm and led her to one side. Xiaoling, that customer over there has been here 2 or 3 times already, and this time it's very likely that they've made up their mind to buy. These 2 young people are probably just here for the fun of it, so you let them look around for a while and go take care of the regular customer. The woman's voice was very quiet, but since Gu Feng and Su Liuli were close by, they heard her even though they couldn't make out the exact words. Wang Jia, they are here to look at the car too. It's not very nice of me to leave them hanging like this.
The saleswoman was a little torn. During the induction training, it was clearly stated that service comes first.
If the customer complains, her salary for this month will definitely be deducted a lot.
You're really stubborn.
Last month, only 1 order was placed, and this month, not a single order. If you continue like this, the manager will definitely have to let you go with all your belongings.
But, Wang Jia, can you take care of the customer over there for me? For you? If a deal does come of it, whose will it be?
Pouting, she said that they were both there to work, and she was no saint, so she couldn't just ignore her own customer and bother with someone else's.
It'll be yours. If a deal does come of it, it'll be your achievement.
You said so yourself.
I did, thanks, Wang Jia.
After saying this in a low voice, she didn't have time to think about it anymore and went back to introducing the car to Gu Feng and Su Liuli.
Excuse me, sister, how long have you worked here? Gu Feng asked calmly. He was purely curious. Not long, it's been 2 months. Oh, 2 months, I see. A look of understanding crossed his face.
He felt that this person was different from the other salespeople. Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. It's fine, if it were any other salesperson, they wouldn't want to serve us when they saw that we were here to look at the Maybach. He laughed heartily, and what he said was absolutely true. We have pretty much seen all the cars. Could you please ask the manager if we can take the limited edition S680 outside as a ready car? We have already seen the car, and there is no need to waste any more time. After Gu Feng finished speaking, the female salesperson next to him seemed to be unable to believe what he had just heard.
Sir, are you sure you want to take the car outside? That car will cost around 6 million if you buy it. Chapter 85, Why is there no reverse gear?
After listening to Gu Feng's words, the salesperson was a bit doubtful that he had not made himself clear about the price.
Yes, 6 million, I know. Can I take it away now?
If so, calculate the exact price. His tone was calm, his expression indifferent, and anyone could tell that he was not joking.
Okay.
Sir, madam, you two come over here and have a seat for a while, I'll go ask for instructions. Since it is a display car, she is not sure if it can be sold, so she has to go ask the leader first. She greeted Gu Feng and Su Liuli and asked them to sit down in the lounge area. Before leaving, she did not forget to bring 2 glasses of water and put them in front of the 2 of them.
6 million. Isn't this price too high? Are you really going to buy it?
Sitting next to each other with their pairs of jade legs pressed closely together, Su Liuli looked at Gu Feng with a doubtful expression.
Really?
He picked up the glass of water in front of him, smiled, and took a sip. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the salesperson hurriedly came downstairs, and from the expression on her face, it seemed that she was successful. Sir, this car is available for sale.
I will now calculate the exact price for you, is that okay?
Holding a pen and paper in her hand, the salesperson was excited inside. If this car really sold, she wouldn't have to worry about her performance for a few months.
Yes.
Sitting up straight, she put the glass back on the table. The price of the bare car, plus the luxury car tax, plus. She took out a pen and paper and meticulously added all the necessary fees. Because it was a cash car, the additional items were not included in the total price, which came to around 6.1 million.
Upon hearing the price calculated by the salesperson, Liuli suddenly asked, "Can you offer a little more of a discount?" "Yes, ma'am. My maximum authority is to give you a discount of 50,000 yuan on the base price."
According to normal procedures, this type of luxury car also requires a lot of optional extras, which I can apply for here without any additional installation.
Of course, if you have any requests, we can add optional extras. The final price is 6.05 million. This is the lowest price I can offer you.
This was the limit of her authority, and if Gu Feng and Su Liuli were still not satisfied, they would have to go to the manager to apply.
6,500,000 is still a bit high. Can we do it for 6 million?
There is no such thing as a no-haggle price when buying things.
He is not an idiot, and a cut should be made. Sir, I'll go ask for you, please wait a moment.
Since Gu Feng said that, she could take the opportunity to go upstairs and ask. As for whether the deal could actually be done for 6 million, she wasn't sure either.
She got up again and walked to the second floor.
After about 5 minutes, a middle-aged man with a beer belly followed the salesperson downstairs. After seeing Gu Feng and Su Liuli, a happy smile spread across his chubby face.
"Hello sir, what's your name?" "Last name Gu." "Oh, Mr. Gu. It's like this, Mr. Gu.
The salesperson has just explained the situation to me. For this car, if you place an order today, I can give you a further discount of 30,000.
6,200,000. Is that okay with you?"
The prices of these imported cars are relatively transparent.
6,200,000 is indeed the lowest price we can offer.
Great. 6,200,000, I'll pay by credit card now and take delivery of the car. From the other person's attitude, it can be seen that 6,200,000 is already the lowest price. After all, he hasn't installed anything extra. If you add things in the store, the price of the bare car will definitely come down, but the landed price will be higher, which is completely unnecessary.
Swipe the card.
Very well, sir, please wait a moment, we'll prepare the contract right away.
Do you have any requirements for the car handover ceremony? We'll prepare it in advance for you.
The manager was overjoyed at the successful transaction, and it was almost too funny to watch. The salesperson next to her was also full of excitement, having closed a deal on a 6 million yuan luxury car, which she never dreamed of. The salespeople around her, who were carrying other people's cars for them to look at, couldn't help but cast envious glances. Sister Wang, who had been there before, was even more mixed up inside. "I'm in a hurry, so I'll skip the car delivery ceremony. I also have to take Su Liuli out shopping to buy a gift for my grandfather, so I don't have much time to waste here."
"Okay. Just a moment."
The contract was quickly prepared, Gu Feng signed it, and the staff inside already started printing the temporary license plate.
In about half an hour, all the formalities were completed.
Respectfully, he handed the bank card in his hand to Gu Feng. "Mr. Gu, the temporary license plate is ready, but today is Sunday, so there's no way to register it."
"Wait until tomorrow, you give me a position, I'll have our store staff take you to register it, is that okay?" "Well, that's fine."
Seeing Gu Feng nod, the manager personally led the two of them out of the 4S shop. After inspecting the car for 10 minutes and finding no problems, they removed all the film on the car. They opened the passenger door and let Su Liuli get in first, and then the manager got into the driver's seat. He fastened his seatbelt and set off.
Oh. The car started and slowly drove off under the watchful eyes of everyone.
After the car was completely out of sight, the manager let out a sigh of relief. Phew.
"Xiaoling, well done. You are the sales champion this month, there is no doubt about it. Just wait until you get your bonus." "Thank you, manager."
Patting the salesperson on the shoulder, the manager returned to the store with an uncontrollable sense of joy.
"Little Ling, you can do it. A 6 million luxury car, sold in no time? Gee, that's really enviable." Sitting quietly in the driver's seat, Su Liuli in the passenger seat was like a curious baby, looking here and there, and from time to time she would look back at the back of the car. Liuli, can you drive? Gu Feng gave a faint smile as he glanced at Su Liuli out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he withdrew his gaze, and Su Liuli paused for a moment before saying, I have a driver's license. But I can't drive. Ha! You have a driver's license but can't drive? This comment nearly caused Gu Feng's CPU to overheat. In contrast, Su Liuli's intelligent eyes revealed a sense of entitlement. Yes, I got my driver's license my freshman year in college, and I haven't touched a car since then. But your car is pretty strange too. Why doesn't it have first, second, third, fourth, or fifth gear, or reverse? What's this D gear for? Su Liuli pointed her slender, delicate fingers at the D gear on the gearshift, and Gu Feng opened his mouth, feeling quite helpless inside. Without dwelling on the gear issue, he continued to examine other things. Soon the two arrived in the city center, parked the car, and entered the mall with Su Liuli. What does Grandpa like? Well. Following Gu Feng, Su Liuli thought carefully, and it seemed that his old man didn't really like anything in particular. I buy food every time I go back, so this time I'll bring some supplements. I don't know what to buy, but bringing supplements is definitely a good idea. Okay. Taking Su Liuli with him, he took the elevator upstairs and soon arrived at the supplement store. There were all kinds of tonics, and she even saw some of the ones her mother-in-law had given her. But those were suitable for pregnant women, so they weren't really suitable for her grandfather. Chapter 86, Boyfriend. After 20 minutes of shopping, she finally selected 6 tonics. There were ginseng, deer antler, reishi, and dendrobium. Worried that the 6 tonics wouldn't be enough, she also stopped by a clothing store and bought 2 new outfits. With these things in hand, he returned to the villa. Tomorrow was Monday, and that night, Su Liuli was going to go back to the dormitory. It was no fun for him to stay at the villa alone, so he simply followed them back to school. The next morning, the staff at the forest shop took the initiative to contact him to take the car to be registered. Because he had to go to class, he could only change the time to the afternoon. The morning passed very quickly. The second period was about to end, and Gu Feng turned his head to look at his side. Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai had been snoring the whole time. What's wrong with them? They'd been sleeping all morning. Zhang Tinio, who was sitting next to them, immediately responded, I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to the bathroom, and these 2 kids were sitting on the bed playing games. I thought they were up early, but when I asked, I realized that they hadn't slept yet. Pouting, Zhang Yu said he hadn't slept yet, and his mind almost crashed at that time. Play games all night? Yes, there's a new game called Peak Competition recently. When Zhang Tinio mentioned Peak Competition, Gu Feng's expression was one of wonder. Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai had been playing games all night, and they were playing Peak Competition. It's just a game, is it that fun? Damn, what do you mean it's just a game? It's obvious you've never played it. Download it and try it tonight, it's really fun. Zhang Tinio leaned his head on the desk and whispered seriously. The 2 of them whispered, which quickly attracted the attention of the teacher at the podium. Class, it's not yet the end of the lesson, so please be quiet. Shoo! Lifting a finger to make a shushing gesture, Zhang Tinio hurriedly looked up, and incidentally woke up Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai. Awakening from their sleep, the 2 of them looked at each other, both forgetting what had happened. Wake up, class is almost over, and you can go back to the dormitory to sleep at noon. Oh. They nodded in agreement, looked dazedly at the lectern, and had clear red marks on their faces, which made Gu Feng and Zhang Tinio laugh uncontrollably. They finally made it to the end of class, and they didn't even have time to eat lunch. The 2 of them quickly returned to the dormitory to continue sleeping. Zhang Tinio had to go accompany his girlfriend to dinner, and before they knew it, Gu Feng was the only one left at the classroom door. Hey, why are you the only one left? Is there no one to go to dinner with you? A voice as clear and pleasant as spring water suddenly sounded behind him, and Gu Feng turned to look. Not far away, Su Liuli, wearing a khaki top, was standing at the classroom door, smiling, her skin as white as snow, her eyes like a pool of clear water, looking at him happily. Liuli! Surprised, he quickened his pace and came up to Su Liuli. Weren't you going to a meeting this afternoon? Yes, it's over.
Su Luli's big, beautiful, sparkling eyes were fixed on Gu Feng.
If I don't come over, who will accompany my little boyfriend to lunch today?
Puffing up her rosy cheeks, she skillfully used her slender jade-like arms to embrace Gu Feng.
Little boyfriend? Boyfriend is boyfriend. What do you mean by little boyfriend? Of course it's a little boyfriend, aren't you little? Elegant eyes looked at Gu Feng quietly, and there was an aura of scholarly purity between her brows. Little? Where is it small?
Gu Feng gave a strange smile, and Su Liuli's small face froze for a moment, as if she had understood something.
Pervert. I was talking about being young in age, not anything else.
Loosening Gu Feng's arm, she took a step back angrily, looking very attractive and very appealing. Once again being called a pervert, Gu Feng spread his hands in helplessness. Yes, young in age, but I didn't say where it was small.
Liuli, what are you thinking about all the time? Ha?
Sure enough, you learned from Pigsy and are turning the tables. After finishing, she once again took the initiative to come to Gu Feng's side. You invited me to dinner today, I'm going to the cafeteria. Her stomach had been grumbling for a long time, so she took Gu Feng's arm and ran towards the school cafeteria. After having lunch with Su Liuli, at 2 p.m., they were led by the forest shop staff to the vehicle administration office to register the license plate. After the license plate was registered, before Gu Feng could return to school, Annie suddenly called.
Hello?
The car was parked outside Fuxing University, and Gu Feng answered Annie's call on his mobile phone. Mr. Gu, the Fuxing University Career Development Office contacted the company and would like to speak with you.
The Career Development Office? What do they want to talk about? The autumn recruitment?
The Career Development Office contacted the company for only one reason, and it must be the autumn recruitment.
Yes.
They said they wanted the person in charge of the company to go to the university to give a talk in preparation for the autumn recruitment. In addition, they want to secure more places for the school and asked us to prepare for the recruitment of several universities.
Every year, the graduation season is also known as the unemployment season.
Many fresh graduates simply cannot find a good job, so the pressure on the school's career office can be imagined. Leaving aside the company's reasons, as a member of Fuxing University, he naturally wants his alma mater to get better and better.
When is the presentation time? Tentatively this Friday.
Okay, I got it. I'll say yes first. Today is Monday, there is still some time before Friday, so there is no need to rush. I wanted to hang up the phone, but Annie seemed to have something else to report.
What else? The headhunter has found a few suitable executives. When are you available? I can make an appointment for you.
Annie mentioned executives, and Gu Feng suddenly remembered that there was such a thing.
I almost forgot. I'm available this afternoon. Can you make an appointment? Mr. Gu, these people are here at the company. If you have time, you can come over now. At the company?
Okay, I'll be right there. Without having time to get out of the car, he sent a text message to Su Liuli and drove straight to Yunding Technology. At this time, in the president's office, there were 3 men and 3 women. Annie leaned against the sofa behind the receptionist, while the remaining 5 sat together on the sofa.
Secretarian, I see that the office environment of the company is average. Is it a company that has just been established?
A formally dressed man asked, and from the tone of his voice, it seemed that he wasn't very enthusiastic about the company. Mr. Wang, you don't know, the company has been established for many years, it's just that it hasn't been taken over for long by President Gu.
Many years? He muttered softly, and didn't ask any more questions afterwards. 20 minutes later, a brand new Maybach slowly pulled up to the company building.
The security guard at the entrance to the building opened the gate directly, without even asking what they were doing there.
Chapter 87, The temple is too small to hold this great Buddha.
He got off the car and closed the door in one smooth motion. He took the elevator to the upper floor of the company, passed by the reception desk, and walked straight to his office. The moment the office door was pushed open, Annie and the 5 people sitting on the sofa turned their heads together. Seeing Gu Feng, Annie hurriedly came to him with the interview materials.
President Gu, you're here.
Her tone was gentle, and she handed the interview materials to Gu Feng.
Mr. Gu?
Annie called Gu Feng Mr. Gu, and the 5 people who were originally sitting on the sofa hurriedly got up one after the other.
Hello, Mr. Gu.
Everyone's eyes were full of shock. Looking at Gu Feng's age, which was just a young man in his 20s, they never expected that he was actually the company's president.
Sorry, I'm late. Please sit down.
As Gu Feng raised his hand, his gaze looked at the 5 people in front of him one by one. The first 4 people only glanced at them casually, but when they saw the last woman, their expressions froze.
Among the interviewees, there is even Yuilan.
This world is too full of coincidences.
Same here.
Gu Feng came in from the door, and Yuilan couldn't believe her eyes. The city is so big, and she never thought there would be such a coincidence.
Please sit down for now, let's talk one by one. Annie, please arrange it, we will talk in detail in the meeting room in 5 minutes.
After saying that, he nodded to the others and turned around to leave the office.
Yuilan said nothing as she watched Gu Feng leave.
At times like this, even if you know someone, you must pretend not to, or else you'll be suspected of ulterior motives. When he arrived in the conference room, in addition to himself, there were also Lu Qi and Du Jingjing. Soon, Annie brought in the first person, who was Mr. Wang, who had previously asked about the company.
Wang.
Mr. Wang, according to your resume, you previously worked as a project manager in the technology department of Jufeng Technology Group.
Can we ask you a few questions about technology?
Of course. Sitting in the chair, Wang acted extremely relaxed.
Okay. Don't look.
Lu Qi is just an about-to-graduate student, but when it comes to computer technology knowledge, even an average tech expert can't match him.
Wang answered 3 questions in a row without missing a beat.
It was obvious that the other party definitely had the skills.
Not bad, since you've led projects before, your management skills must be good too. Now let's talk about your expected salary.
Lu Qi was ready to move on to the next stage, but what he didn't expect was that Wang suddenly got up, looked at Gu Feng, and said lightly with a smile, "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu.
I may not be very suitable for your company. Out of courtesy, I insist on finishing the interview. As for subsequent cooperation, forget it."
The words were very tactful, but the overall meaning was just this: the temple is too small to hold this great Buddha of mine.
Huh, is that so? Well, since Mr. Wang has already made up his mind, there's nothing we can do about it. We can cooperate again in the future if there's a chance. Annie, see Mr. Wang out.
When applying for a job, in addition to salary, you also have to consider the size of the company. He wasn't at all surprised by Wang's actions. If he were in Wang's shoes, after working for a large company for many years, he wouldn't necessarily stay in such a small company, even if the salary was high. With the current economic downturn, such a small company might go bankrupt one day, and the promised sky-high salary would just be a pie in the sky.
Next.
The next 2 interviewees were one of questionable ability and the other had the same thoughts as Wang and felt that the company was too small.
With only the last 2 people left, Gu Feng looked over at Lu Qi and smiled wryly. You don't think we can keep everyone, do you?
The first 3 didn't stay, and the hopes for the last 2 were also slim.
Before Lu Qi could respond to Gu Feng, the 4th interviewee had already walked in.
Chen Zhengyang, hello. I see from your resume that you have previous entrepreneurial experience, but then you failed because of the economic downturn, is that right?
Du Jingjing asked Chen Zhengyang, holding his resume.
The resume said he was 33 years old, but in reality he looked much older, especially with the streak of white hair on his forehead, and no one would doubt that he was over 40.
Yes.
I founded Zhengyang Trading Company, and at its peak, the company was already preparing for financing and going public.
But things change.
In the end, the company went bankrupt, and I, the founder, also incurred huge debts.
Huge debts? How much? Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. This Chen Zhengyang is quite interesting.
Before his rebirth, he had also interviewed many people, from department managers to group executives. But this was the first time someone was willing to reveal their debts during an interview. You have to understand that, for most companies, they absolutely do not want to hire someone with huge debts as an executive. In addition to worrying about causing unnecessary trouble, they also have to worry about the company's financial security. More than 13 million. That's a lot. But Mr. Chen, you are very honest, to the point of actually mentioning your debt.
Without hiding his admiration, Chen Zhengyang's entrepreneurial experience alone would definitely make him perfectly qualified for the position of vice president of Yunding.
In the face of Gu Feng's praise, Chen Zhengyang just shook his head. Mr. Gu is joking.
Even if I don't say anything now, the next background check will find out. If we wait until it's discovered, won't that waste our time and each other's time?
His tone was curt, and he was already prepared to turn around and leave. He had long since become accustomed to the fact that the companies he had previously interviewed with, even if they were just small companies that had just been established, were unwilling to hire him.
Yes, even if you don't say anything, I will find out during the background check.
I have always been suspicious of others, but I don't doubt those I employ.
What do you say, are you interested in coming to work for me? The position of vice president is tentatively set at 1 million yuan per year.
A vice president's salary of 1 million yuan a year is indeed not high in the City of Magic, but the scale of Yunding is here, and if it can develop rapidly in the later stage, the salary will be readjusted.
President Gu, are you willing to hire me?
Chen Zhengyang's face was solemn, his heart was nervous, and fine sweat had already begun to appear on the palms of his hands. From bankruptcy to the present, he has experienced unimaginable pain, and no one can understand this feeling. It is no exaggeration to say that this fall from heaven to hell is so extreme that if it happened to an ordinary person, they would probably go crazy or even commit suicide.
Yes, if you also think so, we can sign the contract right away.
Apart from the shortcoming of being bankrupt and in debt, Chen Zhengyang has almost no other shortcomings. He graduated from a prestigious finance graduate school, studied abroad for 2 years, and has management experience. It is hard to find someone with such talent.
Mr. Gu, thank you for your trust. I am willing to join the company and I will definitely not let you down.
He got up with a face full of excitement and gave a deep bow to Gu Feng.
Sending charcoal in the snow is far more heartwarming than adding flowers to the brocade.
Gu Feng agreeing to let him join the company was not just sending charcoal in the snow, but a great kindness.
Unable to join Yunding, he would have to continue looking for a job.
With a debt of more than 13 million yuan, he might not be able to pay it off in his lifetime.
Chapter 88, Jealous?
Annie, take Mr. Chen to the personnel department to start the process, and invite the last interviewee to come.
In addition to Chen Zhengyang, there is one last person. Annie led Chen Zhengyang away, and in a short while, Yuilan pushed open the door.
She came to the chair, nodded and greeted Gu Feng and the others. Mr. Gu, hello to the 2 supervisors.
Please sit, we meet again.
He raised his hand to indicate for Yuilan to sit down, and Gu Feng smiled indifferently.
I didn't expect to meet you again, either.
Yuilan simply responded with her hands in front of her. Before the other person came in, Gu Feng and Liuli had already read Yuilan's resume. Overall, it was not bad, but the family background made the others feel a bit awkward. Chen Zhengyang owed more than 13 million yuan in debt, and from the resume, it seemed that the company Yuilan had previously worked for had also gone bankrupt and restructured. The most embarrassing thing was that the chairman of the bankrupt company was her husband.
I have roughly read the resume, and to be honest, I don't know much about Nantian Group.
Du Jingjing began the routine interview with the resume in hand, while Gu Feng and Liuli sat quietly watching. After about 10 minutes, the interview was over. Compared to Chen Zhengyang, Yuilan was undoubtedly inferior, but the other person was in charge of the public relations department at Nantian Group and was very capable of handling crisis issues.
Ms. Yu, we have a general understanding of your situation.
Please wait in the lounge for 10 minutes, and we will notify you of the result of the interview in 10 minutes.
Gu Feng did not nod, and Du Jingjing did not dare to say anything, so she let Yuilan leave first.
After the other party had left, Liuli and Du Jingjing both looked at Gu Feng. Mr. Gu, Ms. Yu is indeed very capable, but according to the background investigation report provided by the headhunter, her husband also faces huge debts. According to the family unity principle, Ms. Yu is also responsible for these debts.
There are 5 people in total, and the first 3 were unsuccessful. It's hard to find 2 similar ones, and they all have huge debts. When you think about it, it's really a headache. Liuli, what do you think? Sitting on the side, Liuli responded after a short moment of thought, Mr. Gu, I think it should be possible. First of all, Jingjing is in charge of the finances, and any major misappropriation of funds will go through her and then be approved by you. In addition, you just said that you don't need to suspect people, you can trust them. If we hire someone else to find someone, I'm afraid it won't be possible in the short term. And there was a pause, as if he was about to say something else. And what? And our company is indeed small, and it is not very attractive to people with senior management qualifications. His words were crude, but they made sense. In that case, inform everyone that Annie will handle Yuilan's induction. He agreed readily, as there were other projects to start after the peak competition, and there was not much time to waste on this. After getting Gu Feng's nod, Du Jingjing got up to go with Annie to arrange for the 2 to be hired. The offices of the 2 vice presidents had already been prepared. If they were hired today, they could officially start work tomorrow. Following Du Jingjing out of the office and into the break area, Yuilan was still waiting for the results of her interview. Ms. Yu, congratulations, you passed the interview. Oh, no, I should call you President Yu. Standing up, listening to Du Jingjing's words, Yuilan's face clearly showed a moment of joy. Thank you, Director Du, thank you, Director Lu, and thank you, President Gu. President Yu, let Director Du take you through the induction process. There is a recruitment event at Fuxing University this Friday, in preparation for the autumn recruitment. Since you have experience managing a public relations team, I will leave this to you. You can discuss the details with Secretarian. Liuli stood next to Gu Feng and couldn't help but laugh out loud. President Gu, she hasn't even completed the induction process yet, and you're already assigning her work? Ha ha ha. Gu Feng was embarrassed by Liuli's teasing and lifted his hand to touch his nose. It seems that I was a bit too anxious. I'm just letting you know in advance, there are still a few days until Friday, so just remember to do it, General Yu. Okay, General Gu, I understand. He nodded in agreement and followed Du Jingjing to the personnel department office. After giving her instructions, she took the opportunity to go with Liuli to the technical department. Feeling that there was nothing else to do, she left downstairs. After getting into the car, she first called Su Liuli. After learning that he was going back to school, Su Liuli immediately said that he would wait at the school gate. Half an hour into the drive, the Maybach slowly stopped after half an hour. She got out of the car, closed the door, and stood still to find Su Liuli. Before she could see him, 2 girls suddenly came up to her from afar. It was getting cold, but the 2 girls were not afraid of the cold in their outfits. One wore a black, one a white, hip-hugging skirt, with black silk and high heels. They were about 1.6 meters tall, with alluring eyes and long eyebrows, and a smile on the corners of their mouths. Classmate, are you waiting for someone? The girl in the white hip-hugging skirt ran her hand through her hair and gave Gu Feng a charming smile. The 2 suddenly appeared in front of him, and Gu Feng couldn't help but frown. If he guessed correctly, these 2 should be here to chat him up, and as for why they were here, it must be because of the brand new Maybach behind him. Luxury cars were always very popular at the school entrance. Gu Feng? A cold but familiar voice rang out, and Su Liuli slowly walked over in casual clothes. With light steps and an elegant temperament, she came over to Gu Feng, skillfully put her arm around his, raised her eyebrows and glanced at the 2 people in front of her. Do you 2 have something to do? Looking closely at her flawless face, it was not difficult to find a hint of jealousy in Su Liuli. It's fine, sorry for disturbing you. Seeing Su Liuli, the 2 girls felt a little awkward, and after a brief conversation, they turned around and left. After waiting until the 2 had gone far away, Su Liuli turned her head and looked lovingly at Gu Feng next to her. Do you like it? Not as good looking as you. Pulling out his arm, he skillfully put it around Su Liuli's waist. Gu Feng laughed. Jealous? No. I'm not jealous. Although her face was full of jealousy, Su Liuli still resolutely refused to admit it. Ha ha ha, okay, then can I talk more next time? Don't you dare.
pouting, her eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing that things were not looking good, Gu Feng backed up hastily to distance himself from Su Liuli. This little girl, she probably wants to grab the soft flesh of his waist again. If he gets strangled again, he doesn't know how painful it will feel. Su Liuli, I was just joking. He raised his hand to beg for mercy. A real man can bend but not break, not to mention that he is facing his girlfriend. Facing Gu Feng's begging for mercy, Su Liuli's arrogant little eyes glanced to the side, but a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Chapter 89, Student Gu, no, Brother Gu Feng. If you cook tonight, I'll forgive you. With a pair of straight, slender legs standing in place, Su Liuli glanced at Gu Feng, whose rosy little face was very cute. No problem. What do you want to eat? I'll cook it. Promising readily, it's not a big deal to cook a meal. Let's keep it simple, hot and sour shredded potatoes. Okay, hot and sour shredded potatoes it is. Let's go buy the ingredients. Su Liuli and Gu Feng strode to the nearby supermarket, where they bought enough ingredients to cook. Su Liuli sat in the living room and turned on the TV while Gu Feng put on an apron and went into the kitchen to cook. She had wanted to go into the kitchen to help, but Gu Feng refused and even pushed her out. 10 minutes later, the hot and sour shredded potatoes were ready, and while the main dish was still cooking, a dish of cold shredded tofu was prepared. Liuli, come and get ready to eat. Let's taste it first. He picked up the chopsticks next to him, leaving one pair for himself and handing the other to Su Liuli. After taking the chopsticks from Gu Feng, she picked up a few strands of shredded potatoes and put them in her mouth to taste. It's sour and spicy, and delicious. Try it. Okay, I'll try it. He also picked up a pair of chopsticks and put some shredded potatoes in his mouth. Gu Feng nodded without saying a word. It's true, after not cooking for so long, this fried spicy and sour potato dish is actually quite delicious. Not bad, it really is delicious. I'll go scoop up 2 bowls of rice, you wait here for me. At this moment, Su Liuli, holding chopsticks in her hands, kept eating the shredded potatoes without having time to respond. He returned to the kitchen, scooped up 2 bowls of rice, and came to the dining room. The 2 simple side dishes were eaten up in less than 10 minutes by the 2 of them. Staring blankly at the 2 empty plates in front of him, Gu Feng put down the chopsticks in his hands and looked carefully at Su Liuli. Are you full? Yes. So full. Sitting in the dining room chair, he supported himself with one hand on the table and touched his belly with the other hand. Before dinner, his belly was still very flat, but now it had bulged up into a small hill. Su Liuli had finished eating, and Gu Feng looked down at the half bowl of rice in his bowl, and then at the 2 empty plates in front of him. In the end, he had no choice but to bury his head and finish the white rice in his bowl. Goodness, he had never noticed before that Su Liuli, with such a slender figure, could eat so much. He had hardly touched the 2 dishes. Are you full? With her delicate features and dark, intelligent eyes, she looked at Gu Feng. No, I'm full. You go and sit in the living room and watch TV, I'll clear up. He got up, took the empty bowl and plate and put them together neatly, then ran towards the kitchen. Su Liuli saw this and picked up the paper towel next to her to wipe the table clean, then walked towards the living room and turned on the TV. After washing the bowl and chopsticks, Gu Feng came into the living room, where Su Liuli was sitting, beaming, watching a variety show on TV. Just as it was about to get to the best part, suddenly, an advertisement popped up unexpectedly. Watch the world, taste life's many flavors, and the pinnacle of competition awaits you. An advertisement for the pinnacle of competition? Sitting next to Su Liuli, Gu Feng looked confused. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, just watching a variety show and still encountering an advertisement for the pinnacle of competition. The key is that the advertisement came on so suddenly, it didn't seem natural at all. It was such a forced advertisement, wasn't it a bit embarrassing? Su Liuli turned to look at Gu Feng. Hearing this, Gu Feng could only smile. I'll have them redesign it tomorrow. Sitting together watching TV, Su Liuli rested one hand on her lap, gently squeezing it. She had walked a lot today, and her calves were very sore. When she worked part-time at the kindergarten,
she used to walk more than 20,000 steps a day without any problems. She didn't know what was wrong now, but she felt particularly tired after even the slightest movement.
Are your calves uncomfortable? Let me rub them for you.
Sitting next to Su Liuli, Gu Feng bent over and placed the other person's two slender legs on his body. He lifted his hand and gently kneaded the other person's calves.
Ah!
She subconsciously let out a small gasp, and Gu Feng, who heard the sound, had a strange expression on his face. Su Liuli also seemed to realize that her voice just now was a bit off, blushing as she turned her head and hurriedly focused her attention on the TV in the distance. They sat on the sofa watching TV until 10 o'clock. Feeling that it was about time to go to bed, Su Liuli and Gu Feng got up and walked to the bedroom. They found bath towels in the closet and Su Liuli was about to go to the bathroom to take a bath. Gu Feng saw this and immediately prepared to follow her in. However, before he could get close to the bathroom door, he was stopped by Su Liuli raising her hand. She blinked her beautiful eyes lightly and closed the bathroom door the next second.
Oh!
I was hoping to have a romantic bath together, but now it doesn't look like it's going to happen. After taking a bath one after the other, they lay down on the bed to rest quietly. Tuesday and Wednesday's classes were still very full, and before they knew it, it was Thursday. At 4 p.m., Gu Feng, who had just finished class, was preparing to return to the dormitory. Before he could even walk out of the teaching building, Director Gao, who was carrying a big belly and walking with a strut, happily came towards him.
Gu Feng, wait a minute. Can you spare a few minutes? The director has something to discuss with you.
Looking at Director Gao in front of him, for some reason, he suddenly felt that the other party was being flattering.
Director Gao, what do you want to discuss with me? Actually, it's not a big deal. It's not convenient to talk here, so why don't we go to my office and talk in detail? Okay. After all, he is the director of the Youth League Committee, so how can he not give face?
Gu Feng happily agreed, and Director Gao happily took the initiative to lead the way. They went upstairs to the director's office, where Gao offered Gu Feng a seat and poured him a glass of water.
Gu, the director asked me to call you over because he wants you to do me a small favor. I heard from Teacher Lu that you only want to have the nominal title of vice president in the club. I understand that students with your kind and simple character and excellent academic performance generally don't want to be bothered by the mundane things of the club. While speaking, Gao also came to the sofa and sat down. Simple in character? Excellent academic performance? Director Gao, you're stunned. What is Director Gao doing, a director of the school, paying a student a compliment?
He knew that Lin Feng had excellent academic performance after such a short time at the school, and his ability to predict the future is too strong. Principal Lin asked me to manage the psychology club, and the club now has 7,000 to 8,000 members. It is more than 10 times the size of the student union. I have arranged for a number of relevant management personnel, but it is very difficult to organize activities. Director Gao looked worried, but Gu Feng seemed to understand something.
Director, you don't mean you want me to organize the activities, do you?
There was a slight pause in his heart. He had told Lu Bo that it was a nominal position, but now it seemed that it would obviously not be that easy.
Student Gu, no, Brother Gu Feng. Actually, it's not very complicated. As long as you come to a meeting and give a speech, that's enough.
Brother Gu, to be honest, I, the director, have always been straightforward and never engage in flattery. If I mess up the task assigned by Principal Lin this time, I won't be able to explain myself.
You have to help me this time, and I will be in your debt. With a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of pleading, his eyes begging, he looked so aggrieved. In this state, not to mention the director, even an ordinary person he would be embarrassed to refuse. Chapter 90, Subworld. Director, can you be more specific? What exactly do you want me to do?
I'm really sorry to refuse, so I can only agree with a stiff upper lip.
Our principal once said, if you don't fall in love in junior high, you won't fall in love in high school, and if you don't fall in love in college, what's the point of youth? So I plan to organize an event about campus love. The main goal is to revive the students of the university and some surrounding schools. Let everyone talk about their views on love,
and at the same time find a few representative couples to give gifts to. Gu Laudi, your task is very simple, just show up and make a few remarks if necessary. 99% of these people who joined the psychology club did so because they want to look up to Gu Feng. To hold such a big event, if the vice president, Gu Feng, doesn't participate, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced. Okay, thank you, Gu Laudi. I'll buy you dinner sometime. You're welcome, director. If we're going to buy dinner, I should be buying you dinner. You have a million things to do every day, so I won't bother you. I've already said yes, so there's no need to stay in the office any longer. As soon as he left the office, Director Gao took out his phone and dialed. Hello? Teacher Lu, I've already taken care of it. He's a director after all, so he'll definitely give me face. Ha, let's talk some other time. Laughing heartily a few times, Director Gao hung up the phone in his hand. It was almost 4:30 when he left the teaching building. Su Liuli had a class scheduled for the day, and there was also a career guidance meeting in the evening, so he didn't have any spare time. He had no choice but to make two choices, either return directly to the dormitory and go out to dinner with Zhang Yu and the others after 6 o'clock, or take advantage of the only little over an hour he had left to go to the company. Since Qin Zhangyang and Yui Lan had joined the company, he hadn't been to the company yet. Annie had been sending him daily summaries. Never mind, he'd go to the company. It was indeed a bit inappropriate that he, the boss, had never been to the company once since the two vice presidents had been there for several days. He walked quickly out of the school and drove his Maybach straight to Yunding Technology. He did not notify and or the others in advance, so when Gu Feng arrived at the reception, the young lady in charge of registration looked surprised. Mr. Gu, please wait a moment, I will call Mizan to come and pick you up. She hurriedly picked up the phone at the reception and quickly dialed the number. Before 2 minutes had passed, Anne, dressed in a professional outfit, came running to Gu Feng. The boss suddenly came over, and she, as the secretary, was also extremely surprised. Mr. Gu, why are you here? I was just passing by and thought I'd drop in. Where are Mr. Chen and Mr. Yu? Mr. Chen is in his office and Mr. Yu is in the conference room. It's a good thing you're here, because Mr. Chen has some documents he wants you to take a look at. He submitted a few good projects that he thinks are worth investing in, and he wants to ask for your opinion. After Annie finished speaking, Gu Feng took a few steps forward. Let's go, first to President Chen's office. He led Annie to the office of President Chen, knocked gently on the door, and a low voice came from inside, "Come in." He put down the documents in his hands and looked up at the door. When he saw Annie, Chen Jingyang's face didn't change, but the next second, when Gu Feng stepped in, Chen Jingyang's face changed, and he hurriedly got up. "President Gu, you're here. Please sit down." He walked around the desk to the sofa and warmly invited Gu Feng to sit down first. "Mr. Chen, you sit too." "I'm fine, I just dropped by to see how things are going." "Are you happy with the office? How's work these past 2 days? If there's anything you need, you can tell Annie, the company will try to accommodate you as much as possible." Out of habit, Chen Zhangyang couldn't help but start being polite after seeing him. "I'm quite satisfied, Mr. Gu." Smiling awkwardly, Chen Zhangyang said seriously. "Mr. Chen, those projects." Annie stood behind Gu Feng and reminded him at the right moment. Hearing this, Chen Zhangyang suddenly remembered those projects and quickly got up first to take out 3 thick documents from the drawer. "Gu Zone, these are 3 project proposals. Please take a look." The first one is a game submitted by Lu Qi, the head of the technical department. Dimensional World. After flipping through the project proposal and looking at the content inside, Gu Feng was immediately immersed in it. After 20 minutes, after reading the entire project proposal, he took a deep breath and said, "Lu Qi is really a genius." The setting of this game is completely different from that of the Pinnacle competition, but it is even more attractive to me than the Pinnacle competition. This project is feasible. Mr. Chen, you will be in charge of following up next. You will run the Pinnacle competition while also developing the world of dimensions. Okay, Mr. Gu, I understand. Chen Zhangyang agreed, and Gu Feng continued to pick up the next 2 project proposals. One is about the development of solid-state batteries, and the other is a real estate project proposal for a plot of land in the suburbs of the Magic City. President Gu, I had the project team specifically work on this solid-state battery project proposal.
In half a month, there will be another forum meeting on the solid-state battery project.
The battery industry is a new industry, and for us, this should be considered an opportunity. Chen Zhangyang spoke his mind, expressing his thoughts honestly, and ultimately decided that it would depend on Gu Feng himself. Both project proposals are good, and since there is a forum meeting in half a month, please notify me in advance. As for the land in the suburbs, let's put it on hold for now. Running so many projects at the same time may strain the company's finances. It's true that there's not much energy left to develop real estate, not to mention the solid-state battery project in half a month's time, not to mention the peak competition online which has only just launched.
The conversation continued in the office for about an hour.
It was almost 6 o'clock, and just as Gu Feng was about to get up and leave, there was another knock on the door.
Gu Feng,
Chen Zhangyang, and Secretary An, I'm sorry, I hope I'm not interrupting.
Yuilan appeared in the doorway, carrying a stack of documents. President Yu? Come in and sit down.
Seeing that it was Yuilan, Chen Zhangyang got up again and asked her to sit down quickly.
Thank you, President Chen. Mr. Gu, the receptionist said you were here, and I've come to see you.
The head of the employment office at Fuxing University has been trying to get an appointment with you for a while now. If it were any other school, she would have just turned Feng's request down. But Fuxing University is different, it's the boss's alma mater, so after much consideration, she decided to ask Feng for his opinion.
Chapter 91, Pigsy's Deja Vu. You want to see me? When? Sitting upright, Gu Feng looked surprised. The leader of the employment office suddenly wanted to see him.
The leader over there said it depends on your schedule.
Tomorrow is Friday, I have a class in the morning. If you must meet, we can only arrange it for the afternoon. I have time tomorrow afternoon, Annie, you arrange it for me.
Sure.
Hearing Gu Feng's command, Annie, who was standing behind the sofa, quickly agreed. After staying in the office for more than an hour, it was 6:30 p.m.
Almost all the employees outside had gone home, and Gu Feng also got up to prepare to leave. The promotion of the Pinnacle competition was still continuing, and the data growth was good. General Manager Chen, who had worked hard, continued to keep an eye on it. General Manager Gu was relieved, as this was his job. Chen Zhangyang got up, and with a few people seeing him off, Gu Feng walked out of the company and went to the elevator.
Su Liuli was still in a meeting after dinner, so he had to return to the dormitory alone.
Unexpectedly, Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and Zhang Tiniu were all there. He wasn't surprised to see Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai in the dormitory, but Zhang Tiniu was also there, which was a bit unexpected.
Tiniu, what's going on? Didn't you go with your girlfriend today?
Gu Feng looked at Zhang Tiniu, who was playing a game on his bed, with a smile. The three of them were holding their phones together, obviously playing together.
Gu Feng, you're back.
Ha!
You just saw it?
They all pushed the door open and came in a minute or two ago, and it's only now that Zhang Tiniu and Jiang Yu noticed. They were so engrossed in playing the game.
Junying went out shopping with some roommates, and I came back because I didn't have anything to do. By the way, Gu Feng, do you want to download a game and play with us? This game is so much fun.
Hands moving non-stop, Xiao Kai looked up for a second, but before he could finish speaking, his eyes were once again glued to the screen of his phone.
It's that fun. I'll give it a try too. I'm just going to lie down anyway, so while he turned over on the bed, Gu Feng also took out his phone and found the App Store to download Peak Competition.
10 minutes later, the login was successful, and Jiang Yu and the others had just finished a game.
Come on, let's play 4-player. Gu Feng, I'll invite you.
Gu Feng was invited to join them, and they started playing 4-player games together, playing from 7 p.m. until 9 p.m. During that time, Su Liuli called to say that the career guidance session was over and that she would be staying in the dormitory tonight, so he should go to bed early. After hanging up, he continued to play games with Jiang Yu and the others. In the blink of an eye, it was 11 p.m. Gu Feng, who really couldn't hold on any longer, was ready to go to bed, but Jiang Yu and the others were like people on amphetamines, not at all sleepy.
I said, there's still a class tomorrow morning, so why don't we call it a night? Phew.
Okay, I haven't had a proper rest for a few days, so I'll go to bed early tonight. After Gu Feng finished speaking, Jiang Yu looked at the phone in front of her and decided to go to bed early as well. Only Zhang Tinio and Xiao Kai were left, but there was no point in them continuing to play, so they simply put down their phones and went to bed together.
In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning.
There were 2 classes in the morning, and nothing special happened.
After class, everyone got up and walked out of the classroom one after the other.
When Gu Feng and Jiang Yu got up and came to the classroom door, they discovered that there were a lot of people blocking the door.
What's going on? What's going on in front?
Unable to get out of the classroom, Jiang Yu stood on tiptoe and looked out the door. After finally squeezing out of the door together, they looked down the corridor following everyone's gaze. Gu Feng immediately saw Su Liuli in the distance.
Wow! Senior Su! There are so many beautiful women.
If it was just Su Liuli, she wouldn't be that eye-catching, but behind her, there were several other people standing. Ning Yuyang from the School of Dance, Lan Feier from the School of Finance, Bai Yaxin from the School of Computer Science, and Xia Yan from the School of Business and Management.
Eek!
Jiang Yu's mouth opened wide. Suddenly seeing so many beautiful women, her body unconsciously stood in place.
No wonder it was so crowded outside the classroom.
When she saw Gu Feng, Su Liuli's eyes revealed a hint of joy, and she took a few steps towards him. Seeing this, Xia Yan and the others behind her looked at each other. That's Liuli's boyfriend.
Wow, a boyfriend. Let's go and have a look. The flower-adorned girls followed Su Liuli closely.
When they saw Gu Feng, Su Liuli stared at his rosy face and said, I'm going to have lunch with friends, and in the afternoon I'll host a career talk.
Okay. Gu Feng froze for a moment, and subconsciously nodded and said yes.
Behind Su Liuli, 7 or 8 pairs of big, sparkling eyes were staring at him, and with his thick skin, he felt a little embarrassed.
Little boyfriend. Hello? We're taking Liuli out to dinner, and she insisted on coming over to personally tell you.
Xia Yan from the School of Business Administration's body trembled slightly, and the phrase little boyfriend directly left Jiang Yu and the others dumbfounded in place.
Little boyfriend, do you want to go to dinner with us? You don't have to pay, we're treating. Right, we're treating.
Giggle, 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 our Liuli has really good taste.
If only I had a boyfriend like that.
Giggle, 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 giggle. While no one was looking, Jiang Yu took out her phone and took a picture of Gu Feng's back, of course, with Su Liuli and the group of older students behind him in the frame.
Okay, Xia Yan, Xiao, don't tease him anymore.
Gu Feng, let's go eat first, I'll call you after the presentation. After whispering to Gu Feng, she turned to look at Xia Yan and the others behind her. Let's go, we still have to read the host's script this afternoon.
Little boyfriend. Bye. Goodbye, little boyfriend.
Before leaving, one after the other, they raised their hands and bowed to Gu Feng. In the face of this situation, Gu Feng could only smile and wave goodbye. What else could he say? After Su Liuli and the others left, Gu Feng turned around and was directly startled. In addition to Jiang Yu and a few others, there were also a bunch of people standing in the hallway, all of them students who had just finished class. Everyone's gaze fell on him, as if they were admiring a priceless treasure.
Let's go, hurry up and go eat.
Patting Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai on the shoulders, Gu Feng quickly left down the corridor. If he continued to be stared at like this, he would really die of embarrassment in public.
Gu Feng, awesome. Absolutely awesome.
He raised his hand and gave Gu Feng a thumbs up. He never dreamed that he would see such a scene. Too lazy to bother with Jiang Yu's teasing, he followed the others to the cafeteria for lunch. Annie had already contacted the school leaders and would be bringing Chen Zhengyang to the school at 2 p.m. Chen Zhengyang was in charge of the Yunding presentation, while Annie would accompany him to meet with the leaders of the school's career office.
Chapter 92, 100 Employment Opportunities.
After waiting in the dormitory until nearly 2 o'clock, Gu Feng slowly made his way to the school gate. In no time at all, an Audi appeared in front of the gate. After verifying his identity, the security guard at the gate decisively let him in.
As soon as they entered the school, Anne, who was in the passenger seat, looked up and saw Gu Feng waiting by the roadside. He opened the car door and got out. In addition to Anne, there were also Chen Zhengyang and his assistant. President Gu.
Mr. Chen, you go to the venue first, and Mr. Gu and I will go meet the leader of the employment office at Fuxing University.
Annie came up behind Gu Feng and looked at Chen Zhengyang. Good. Mr. Gu, I'll go to the venue first, and you can call me if you need anything.
After saying that, Chen Zhengyang got back in the car with his assistant, and Gu Feng and Annie walked to the administrative building where the employment office was located.
They soon arrived outside the administrative building, and the employment office was on the first floor around the corner.
The two of them arrived at the door of the office. The door was wide open, and clear voices could be heard inside.
Knock, knock, knock.
Annie raised her hand and lightly knocked on the door. Upon hearing the sound, the two people inside looked towards the door at the same time.
Hello, we are from Yunding Technology and are here to see President Wang.
Annie introduced herself, and when she heard that she was from Yunding Technology, Vice President Wang, who was about 40 or 50 years old, hurriedly got up.
It turns out you are guests from Yunding Technology. Come in.
He greeted them warmly at the door. When he saw Annie, Vice Principal Wang didn't react much, but when he saw Gu Feng, his face couldn't help but freeze.
Gu.
I met you in the conference room last time. I only remember the surname Gu, I really forgot the exact name.
Vice Principal Wang, my name is Gu Feng.
Right, Gu Feng, why are you here? I'm sorry, Vice Principal Wang, I forgot to introduce you. This is President Gu, the president of our Yunding Technology.
Annie stood next to Gu Feng and took the initiative to introduce him.
Vice President Wang next to her heard this and her mouth opened slightly, completely lost in thought.
Principal, this person is the president of Yunding.
The teacher behind her whispered a reminder, and after hearing the teacher's words, Principal Wang finally came back to his senses.
Classmate Gu Feng, oh no, President Gu, Secretary Annie, please come inside.
As the saying goes, it's like a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple, so that no one in the family recognizes each other. If I had known that President Gu was a member of our Fuxing University, I would have saved myself the trouble and just gone to you directly. Smilingly, Vice President Wang greeted Gu Feng and Annie and sat them down, and the Vice President himself went to the water dispenser and poured 2 cups of warm water.
Vice President Wang, I'll do it.
The Vice President personally handed him the water, and Gu Feng hurriedly got up to greet him. President Gu is young and accomplished, and he really makes us all feel ashamed.
It is our blessing to have a student like President Gu at Fuxing University.
With a smile on his face and flattery pouring from his lips, Annie next to him could only force back her laughter and try hard to look away. As for Gu Feng, of course he was also uncomfortable. He had just been half flattered by Director Gao, and now he was here with the Vice President, and he really couldn't handle it.
President, I heard from President Yu that you contacted her many times and wanted to talk to me about the autumn recruitment? I'm not used to sitting here and talking. Since President Wang won't say anything, I might as well take the initiative and ask.
That's right, I did contact President Yu many times. The graduation season is in the middle of next year, and as the Vice President in charge of employment, I have to think a lot about the graduating students.
To be honest, I have already met with the people in charge of the companies that are recruiting this autumn.
I don't have any special requests, I just want everyone to give our school more employment opportunities. While he was talking, Vice Principal Wang sat quietly, his gaze fixed on Gu Feng. He had learned from Yuilan that Yunding Technology was preparing more than 200 employment opportunities this time. Such a large-scale recruitment even far exceeded some large groups in the Magic City, so he had repeatedly contacted them to try to secure more places.
Principal Wang, we understand what you mean.
Our company's rule is that the capable will prevail, and the recruitment assessment standards are the same. As long as our school's students are good enough, there is basically no problem with employment.
When Annie said this, Principal Wang couldn't help but reveal a wry smile on his face. Secretarian, I also understand what you mean.
The key is that these students are more or less the same, and none of them have much work experience. If your company can set aside some more places for our school, more students will be able to find employment.
Mr. Gu, Brother Gu.
Since you are also a member of our school, please give us more places. It seems that Vice President Gu is not on familiar terms with Vice President Wang, who is indeed a man of character, and directly addresses him as little brother.
Gu Feng can't help but be taken aback.
At one point, he wonders if Vice President Wang is related to Director Gao, as even their way of speaking is so similar.
Vice President, our Human Resources Department has prepared about 200 places for recruitment. How about leaving 100 places for Fuxing University? 100 employment places. Brother Gu, do you mean it? To take half of Yunding's employment quota in one go, Vice President Wang was ecstatic. Of course I mean it. Ha 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 ha.
Brother Gu, after all, we are still family. I would like to thank you here on behalf of the children who are about to graduate. He lifted the glass in front of him, but then put it back down again. It was such a simple thing to get 100 employment quotas, and it was truly a pleasant surprise.
Brother Gu, the information session will start soon, why don't we go and listen to it?
The purpose has been achieved, and there is no point in continuing to chat in the office.
Principal Wang is ready to take Gu Feng to the venue of the recruitment talk. Good.
Upon hearing Principal Wang's words, Gu Feng and Annie rose in turn. The teacher led the way, followed closely by Annie.
Gu Feng walked with Principal Wang, chatting quietly as they walked. The venue of the recruitment talk was located on the first floor of the teaching building. The large lecture theater could easily accommodate more than 1,000 people.
In addition to this classroom, the doors to the other two classrooms were also open, and the large screen displayed the front podium. The two front rows of the venue were reserved for the corporate seats. When Principal Wang arrived, all the corporate representatives got up one after the other, including Chen Zhengyang, who was sitting in the far corner of the row.
Teacher Zhao, are we all ready? When will the presentation begin?
Principal Wang came to the front of the podium, and a tall, thin young teacher quickly came up to him.
We're all ready, we can start any time.
Good, there's no time to lose, let's get started.
Gu Laudi, you sit here with me.
Pointing to the seat next to him, it was originally arranged for the teacher who had just come with him, but because of Gu Feng, the teacher and Annie had to sit at the back.
Chapter 93, Recruitment Seminar.
The lights shone on the podium, and Ning Yuyang, dressed in a white evening dress, took the lead.
Welcome to the recruitment seminar, leaders of the company. On behalf of the leaders of Fuxing University, I welcome you all.
As soon as the words fell, there was a thunderous applause in the venue.
The recruitment seminar officially began. Please welcome Mr. Qian from Guofeng Group to the stage.
After Ning Yuyu finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie at the far right seat in the first row stood up. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and gave off a refined and gentle impression.
Guofeng Group. Gu Feng sat next to President Wang and muttered to himself.
He had really looked into this Guofeng Group. It was an old and established group. Before the Rebirth, at a business party, he had met the chairman of the Guofeng Group, an old man with white hair.
Hello everyone, I am Qianyu, the director of the Human Resources Department of the Guofeng Group. I am very happy to have received an invitation from the school leaders.
You may not know our group very well, so before I introduce the positions and salary packages, let me briefly introduce our Guofeng Group. The group was founded in 1957, so it has a history of almost 70 years. Qianyu was holding a microphone on stage as he introduced the group, while pictures were scrolling on the big screen behind him. After 3 or 5 minutes, the group introduction was finished, and they began to focus on the job positions. The group is planning to recruit 20 outstanding graduates from Fuxing University, including positions in computer technology, design, logistics, finance, etc. The salary is very attractive, as you can see. The salary structure varies depending on the position, but overall, the treatment is still very good. After all, it is a listed group. The minimum salary is 8,000 yuan, and the same goes for fresh interns. There are 10 days of paid vacation each year, and there are also all kinds of subsidies. If you are interested, you can submit your resume during the autumn recruitment. We will arrange an interview within 3 days. After a nearly 10-minute presentation, Xianyu put down the microphone and walked off the podium. A listed group. It is said that the interviews for listed groups are extremely strict. In addition to the preliminary and final exams, there is also a final exam. It would be great if I could successfully join the company. What are you thinking about? They are only recruiting 20 people. Do you know how many graduates there are in our class? Including the graduate school, there are a few thousand people, and a few thousand people are competing for 20 places. Unless you are too lucky, it is simply wishful thinking. Inside the venue, the students were whispering and discussing. It was obvious that everyone was very interested in the Guofeng group, but it was a listed group, and it was extremely difficult to get a job there. Behind the Guofeng group, there were still listed companies giving presentations. However, the number of people being recruited was getting smaller and smaller. During this time, Su Liuli, dressed in a long black dress, appeared once. After seeing Gu Feng in the audience, Su Liuli's expression was obviously a little surprised. After the presentations of 5 or 6 listed companies, there were some small and medium-sized enterprises. An hour later, Su Liuli, dressed in a black dress, walked slowly onto the stage. Please welcome Mr. Chen from Yunding Technology. Everyone, please welcome him. After the announcement was made, Su Liuli deliberately glanced at Gu Feng, winked playfully, and then turned and left. Ugh, flirting with me. Raising her hand, she touched the tip of her nose. That little girl, Su Liuli, dared to flirt with me in front of so many people. Soon, Chen Zhengyang strode to the podium. He picked up the microphone, greeted everyone briefly, and then began introducing the company. Yunding Technology is a technology company. Although it was established relatively recently, the company has developed rapidly. Recently, a game developed by the company, Peak Competition, has been launched, and students who like to play games have more or less heard of it. There's not much to introduce, so I can only introduce the projects the company has developed. This Yunding Technology is actually the company that developed Peak Competition? Shit, if I can successfully join the company, will I be rewarded with some limited edition skins? You're dreaming. Many people have never heard of Cloudtop Technology, but when it comes to Peak Competition, everyone is interested. The company is about to expand on a large scale and needs more people. There are about 100 recruitment positions at Fuxing University, mainly including majors such as software development, design, finance, business administration, etc. What? 100 people. Chen Zhengyang's announcement that he would recruit 100 people from Fuxing University caused an uproar in the meeting hall. The other companies here have only hired 30 to 40 people at most, but Cloudtop Technology is going to hire 100 people. Students, if you are interested, you can submit your resume at the beginning of the autumn recruitment. We will conduct interviews within 1 day, and there will only be 1 interview. We will notify you on the spot whether you can successfully join the company. Next, I will introduce the salary and benefits that you are most concerned about. Although Cloudtop Technology is only a small company, the salary and benefits are even better than those of listed companies. Brother Gu, your company's treatment is pretty good. Even I'm tempted. Ha ha ha. Sitting next to Gu Feng, Vice President Wang chuckled. To be honest, the salary and benefits at Yunding Technology were indeed a bit unexpected. The salary and benefits are okay, and the company is developing. A better salary and benefits will make everyone work harder. After all, he has managed large groups before, and he knows very well how much better salary and benefits can motivate employees. It's simply wishful thinking to promise the moon every day and expect employees to work hard without complaint. Chen Zhengyang announced the salary package on stage, and the students below were all excited. Compared to listed companies, it is obviously easier to join a small or medium-sized company like Yunding Technology. Not only is the salary package similar, but the number of people being recruited is also very high.
It's simply a perfect fit. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Zhenyang put down the microphone and walked off the stage.
A series of heads of small companies followed, and compared to the previous listed companies in Yunding Technology, the benefits of these small companies were much worse.
The recruitment seminar lasted from the afternoon until the evening.
When it was 6:30 p.m., with the head of the last advertising company finished speaking, the seminar finally ended.
Brother Gu, do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to dinner.
You've provided 100 job openings for our school, I have to thank you properly.
Principal Wang, you are too kind. I may not have time tonight, but I will treat you to dinner some other time. I have to accompany Su Liuli home tomorrow, and I need to go home early tonight to prepare, so I really don't have much time. Okay, in that case, let's make another date.
Sure. He nodded in agreement, got up to exchange pleasantries, and then Principal Wang turned and left. Everyone left the venue one after the other, and Annie and Chen Zhenyang also came over to Gu Feng. The few of them were about to walk out of the lecture theater when a familiar voice suddenly came from afar.
Sorry, we don't have time.
The voice was unusually cold, and seemed to carry a hint of displeasure. Looking in the direction of the sound, in the distance Su Liuli and Ning Yuyang were standing together. In front of them stood a middle-aged fat man. He was bloated, with a bald forehead, and in his hand he held a business card, looking at Su Liuli and the others with a pig-faced expression. Gu Feng saw this and his eyes narrowed. Without expression, he strode directly towards Su Liuli.
Chapter 94, I can kill you with money. Classmate, it doesn't matter if you don't have time to eat tonight, I happen to be looking for a secretary, would you like to consider it?
He held a business card in his hand and handed it to Su Liuli with a flattering smile. Feeling the other person's infatuated gaze, Su Liuli and Ning Yuyu felt a wave of nausea in their stomachs.
Not interested.
Su Liuli responded coldly, preparing to walk around the other person and leave the classroom, but unexpectedly, the other person had quite a thick skin and once again blocked in front of her.
Classmate, this is a rare opportunity. Acting coy now won't work when you're crying and looking for me after you leave school.
The lecherous eyes scanned back and forth over Su Liuli and the others. If it weren't for the fact that the other person was a guest invited by the school, they would have wanted to go up and slap him twice.
Autumn recruitment hasn't even started yet, and you're already desperate to poach people? President Liu?
With a sneer on his face, Gu Feng walked straight up to Su Liuli. Gu Feng suddenly appeared, and Su Liuli stood there in a daze, looking at Gu Feng blocking her way. The next second, her eyes were full of tenderness.
Little boyfriend's here.
Gu Feng suddenly appeared in front of him, and Ning Yuyang and the others couldn't help but look pleased.
Lu Shi's face suddenly turned slightly ugly when a young man suddenly appeared in front of him. Who are you?
I'm her boyfriend, Mr. Liu.
Are you sure you're qualified to let my girlfriend be your secretary?
His tone was calm, but you could still see from his eyes that Gu Feng was quite angry.
Su Liuli's position in his heart was extremely important.
She was usually the one held in the palm of his hand, so how could he tolerate others bullying her?
Kid, you think I'm not qualified? Ha ha ha. Do you believe that I can use money to crush you?
As soon as Lu Shi finished speaking, Annie and Chen Zhenyang came up to Gu Feng, one after the other.
President Liu. Be careful what you say. This is our President Gu. Annie's face was ugly.
The person in front of her actually said that he would use money to crush his boss. She was afraid that he had been kicked in the head by a donkey.
Secretary Annie, President Chen. Wait. President Gu? You are President Gu?
The unpleasant expression on her face turned into surprise, and she looked at Gu Feng in shock. She didn't realize that the young man in front of her was the boss of Yunding Technology. You see, her own time company had millions of dollars in business with Yunding Technology, and they were the client. He had just made a reckless remark about killing Gu Feng, and in less than 2 seconds, his attitude had made a 180-degree turn.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, I didn't recognize you.
Sorry. Gu Feng changed his previous tough attitude and hurriedly raised his hand to apologize to Gu Feng. Liuli, let's go. Gu Feng didn't even look at the other person as he let Su Liuli and the others turn around and leave, despite the apology.
Annie, is this Liu always from Times Advertising?
Gu Feng turned to Annie as he walked out of the lecture theater with Su Liuli's hand in his. Annie had never seen her boss angry before, and she was a little nervous at the moment. She placed her hands in front of her and slightly frowned, saying, "Yes, Mr. Gu. I've seen the advertisements on variety shows, and the designs are very abrupt.
This advertising company is limited in its abilities, so let's terminate the contract."
She coldly left with Su Liuli.
They watched as Gu Feng and Su Liuli walked away,
and Ning Yu and Lan Fei and the others hesitated where they were standing, little boyfriend, overbearing president.
Sure enough, the plot of the novel comes from reality.
After mumbling to themselves, the few of them left one after the other. Gu Feng's words were still ringing in their ears, and Chen Zhengyang turned to look at Annie, secretary, and, if we withdraw the advertising investment now, we may suffer a great loss.
President Gu, this. Mr. Chen, Mr. Gu's words, we will do as he says. This time ad is really mediocre, it's not up to the task.
After saying this, without giving Chen Zhengyang the chance to continue speaking, Annie walked straight to the car. Gu Feng led the way, and Su Liuli followed quietly, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at Gu Feng by her side.
If you want to look openly, what are you peeking at me for?
Ha! I wasn't peeking, I was looking openly the whole time. I didn't think Gu Feng would notice, but since he did, I might as well look at him openly.
Were you angry just now?
A little. Well, there's no need to get angry with that kind of person.
I'll cook for you tonight, what do you want to eat? Anything?
She looked at Su Liuli with a smile, her eyes betraying a hint of flirtatiousness.
Of course, anything is fine. Nodding lightly, she could cook a lot of dishes, basically anything that could be named. Good, then I want to eat you.
Gu Feng spoke seriously, and Su Liuli flushed. Every day is not serious. With a light snort, she ignored Gu Feng and walked towards the outside of the school with graceful steps. After buying the ingredients, after dinner that night, since they had to go home early in the morning, the two deliberately went to bed early.
Early the next morning, they loaded the prepared things into the car and Gu Feng took Su Liuli and prepared to set off.
The distance was not very far, and it would take about 3 hours to drive. Longhai City, Happy Village. Following the place name provided by Su Liuli, Gu Feng set the navigation and the two got into the car and left together.
It was 9 a.m.
Inside the Time Advertising Company, the president, Lu Tao, sat in the meeting room without saying a word. Many people were sitting on both sides of him, but they were all silent.
I want to know what's going on. Can someone please explain? Why would Yunding Technologies suspend cooperation all of a sudden?
His voice was cold, and anyone could hear the anger in his heart. Millions of contracts can be suspended at a moment's notice, which is a huge loss for small companies like theirs.
President Liu, I sent someone to ask at Yunding, and they said that the advertisement we designed did not meet their requirements, and they want to find another advertising company to design it.
His assistant whispered to him, her tone very cautious. President Liu was in a rage, and she was afraid that she might get into trouble if she wasn't careful.
It doesn't meet requirements? If it doesn't meet requirements, just revise it. Why suddenly suspend the cooperation?
After managing the company for so many years, how could he not see that the main reason for suspending the cooperation could not possibly be due to the quality of the advertisement? In the meeting room, sitting next to Lu Tao, Lu Ji had already been feeling confused. He looked down at the documents in front of him, and a little sweat appeared on his forehead and palms without him noticing. No one else knew the reason, but he knew that if it wasn't because he offended Gu Feng yesterday afternoon, the company's advertising contract would not have been terminated. Chapter 95, suspended for 3 months.
President LV, you contact Secretary of Yunding Technology now. I just want to know why.
Unable to suppress his anger, he raised his hand and slammed it on the table. The loud noise startled everyone in the meeting room.
President Liu, this.
LVG looked miserable. Letting him contact Annie now was like seeking death. Seeing LVG's face twisted in agony, Lu Tao's face turned cold and he said, "What's wrong?
Is it inconvenient to get in touch?"
No, Mr. Lu. What I mean is that since the other party has already decided to terminate the contract, I'm afraid it's useless for us to get in touch again.
If we have the time, we might as well bring in more business. He absolutely cannot make this call today. A contract worth millions of yuan is gone in an instant. I must find out why. Lu Tao was unwilling to accept this.
He felt something unusual about LVG and asked with a slightly cold gaze, "Mr. LV, do you know anything about Yunding Technology suddenly suspending cooperation?
Yesterday, you went to Fuxing University to attend a recruitment seminar. Did you meet with the leaders of Yunding Technology?"
Upon hearing this, LVG immediately shivered, hesitated, and wiped the fine sweat on his forehead with his hand.
I met them. Who did you meet?
Lu Tao continued to press, and LVG could only grit his teeth and reply, "I met Mr. Chen and Secretarian."
Secretarian?
Secretarian is General Manager Gu's secretary, so why would she go to a job fair?
Could it be that General Manager Gu also went?
Mentioning Gu Feng, LVG's mouth twitched twice, and his face looked even worse than if he had eaten shit. LVG was busy wiping the sweat from his face and did not respond for a long time.
Lu Tao could not hold back his impatience and immediately questioned again, "Mr. LV, what's going on? Can you give me an explanation?" "Mr. Lu,
He was really at a loss for an explanation when the words were on the tip of his tongue.
Could he just tell Lu Tao that he had caused the company losses because he had harassed someone's girlfriend?
To say this in front of so many people, not to mention Lu Tao not dealing with him, he himself would be ashamed to continue working at the company.
Phew. No, I won't say it. Call Zhang in.
Zhang, as Lu Tao called her, was LVG's assistant. She had gone to the Fuxing University information session with LVG the previous day and must know what had happened. Seeing this, LVG was extremely anxious and hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "Wait a minute. Mr. Lu, yesterday I just had a misunderstanding with Mr. Gu, and I didn't expect him to suspend cooperation with our company. If you give me a chance, I will personally go to his door to apologize, and I'm sure I can salvage the cooperation." His words were very firm, but everyone present had brains, and since Cloudtop Technology had suspended cooperation, they would never easily change their minds. Lu Xi's words were just a way to buy some time. "Mr. LV, it's not that I don't trust you, but this cooperation is really very important to us.
I want to know what misunderstanding you and Mr. Gu have that would make him mobilize so many people to cancel the cooperation?"
Lu Tao spoke with righteous words and an attitude of probing to the bottom of things. Lu Xi has been entrenched in the position of vice president for many years, cultivating cronies and sometimes even not taking the words of the president to heart. For Lu Tao, this opportunity is just the right time to knock the other party. With the help of this presentation, I wanted to find a secretary, but I didn't expect the other party to be President Gu's girlfriend.
There have been many misunderstandings.
You have to understand that the other party is from our side, and I would never dare to provoke them.
LVG had a gloomy face.
After all, he was the vice president of the company, and at this moment, his face was considered a disgrace.
"Secretary? President LV, you really opened my eyes. You want a secretary, so you went to the personnel department, and you even had to look for one yourself? If that's the case, do you want the position of head of personnel department?" Lu Tao sneered.
The head of personnel department in the distance heard this and trembled, his face tensing involuntarily.
"My goodness, the head of the HR department has let LVG do it. What is he going to do as the head of the department? Is he going to be demoted? Since there is a reason for this, then Vice President LV must also bear the responsibility. Starting today, you are relieved of your duties as Vice President and suspended for 3 months." When Lu Tao said this, everyone in the meeting room was stunned for a moment. LVG couldn't even believe his ears and looked at Lu Tao with disbelief. "Vice President Lu, I have been dedicated for so many years, and you want to fire me for this trivial matter? I don't accept it." He was livid. He never expected that Lu Tao would take this opportunity to get rid of him. A trivial matter? LVG, the company is so large, and a contract worth millions can be destroyed at will. Do you call that a trivial matter? Besides, I didn't say you were fired, just suspended for 3 months. After 3 months, your position will be reassigned, and which department you will be assigned to will be discussed at a later date. Meeting adjourned. Without giving LVG a chance to speak again, Lu Tao got up and walked straight out of the meeting room. Seeing this, everyone else got up and left one after the other while murmuring. In the blink of an eye, LVG was the only one left in the large meeting room. He slumped in his chair, feeling extremely frustrated. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would never have gone to the presentation, and he would never have provoked those girls. But it was too late to say anything now. On the Shanghai Ring Road, Gu Feng drove at full speed following the navigation. Su Lili, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was holding a stuffed animal in her soft arms, and her eyes were looking softly out the window. She was happy because she would soon be able to go home and see her grandfather, but she was also a little scared, because of the baby growing inside her. Gu Feng was fully focused on driving, and Su Lili next to him didn't say a word, so Gu Feng didn't bother to speak either. 2 hours later, they entered the city limits of Longhai. It was less than an hour's drive to their destination. Lily, would you like some water? Before getting in the car, he had deliberately stored some warm water in a thermos cup for Su Lili to drink on the road. Recovering her gaze from the window, Su Liu shook her head slightly. I'm not thirsty. Do you want some? I'll give you a sip. Thinking it was Gu Feng who wanted some, she lifted her hand and picked up the thermos in front of her, about to bring it to Gu Feng's lips. No, I'm not thirsty either. Seeing that you haven't spoken, are you worried that Grandpa will scold you? Don't worry, I've got it all under control. I'm ready for anything, and I'll take whatever Grandpa wants to do, beat me or scold me. Just don't get crippled. Don't get me wrong, I'm not worried about my own health, I'm just worried that if I get crippled, I won't be able to take care of you too. Gu Feng said with a smile, looking straight ahead but glancing at Su Liuli out of the corner of his eye. He had been looking serious, but after hearing Gu Feng's teasing words, Su Liuli's beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon, and she immediately covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Really? Then I have to tell Grandpa in advance, so that he can give you a good lesson. Chapter 96, What a Handsome Young Man. She tilted her head to the side and made a playful expression, and Su Liuli giggled happily. Gu Feng heard this and a bitter look crossed his lips, and his face turned green. No, I was hoping you would intercede. You girl, if you won't intercede, you actually want to pour oil on the fire? If you really make me suffer, you'll just have to stay a widow. Seeing that Su Liuli's mood had improved a lot, Gu Feng continued to joke with her while driving. Half an hour later, as they got closer and closer to their destination, Su Liuli took out her phone and tried to call her grandfather in advance. However, after dialing the number, there was no answer. Strange, why didn't Grandpa answer the phone? A trace of doubt flashed in her delicate, watery eyes, and after hanging up, she pressed the replay button. Do. After 10 seconds, the familiar voice came again. Hello, the number you have dialed cannot be reached at the moment, please try again later. Su Liuli sat in the passenger seat and kept making 3 calls in a row. Gu Feng couldn't help but ask, Grandpa didn't answer the phone? Did you tell the old man before you left that we were coming back? I did. I told him the day before. But I always arrive in the afternoon by train, so Grandpa thought I would only arrive in the afternoon, and I didn't bring my phone with me when I left the house. It was hard to explain to him over the phone, so he just said he would come with Gu Feng and didn't say anything else. It's okay, we're almost at the village. Let's go home and see if he heard us. It's not uncommon for elderly people to have poor hearing and not hear the phone ringing. Okay. He fixes his gaze on the phone for a few seconds, then puts it back in his bag. He gets off the highway, and the road in front of him has somehow turned into a country lane. The surroundings become more and more familiar. 20 minutes later, the car finally entered Xingfu village. What a big village! There is a huge archway in front of me, with the 3 words Xingfu village clearly written on it. Xingfu village is also called Xingfu town and is part of a township, so it is much larger than an average village. We will enter here and go to the end of the road to my house.
The road in front is not very easy to walk on, so please pay a little attention. Su Liuli whispered a reminder. From here to my house there are still about 2 or 3 kilometers, there is only one one-way street, it will be quite difficult to meet.
Gu Feng nodded briefly and continued driving, confident in his own driving skills and those of the other driver.
A minute or two later, the car came to a gentle stop as a farm tractor slowly approached from the opposite direction, belching black smoke.
Sigh, Suli, we'll have to back up.
Just now, I was driving confidently, but I didn't expect to be taught a lesson so quickly. The road is only this wide, and a tractor basically takes up the whole road, so it's impossible to pass each other.
Wait a minute, don't worry.
Just as he was about to back up, Su Liuli stopped him with a raised hand. They watched helplessly as the tractor got closer and closer, and who knew that the next second, the other party would just turn straight into the field next to them.
Let's go.
Mei's eyes blinked as she looked at Gu Feng. Hearing Su Liuli's words, Gu Feng finally put the car into drive again. Driving all the way, they finally stopped in front of a square. The car came to a stop, and not far around were a group of old men and women sitting together in small groups, basking in the sun and chatting away, enjoying themselves.
Hey! Isn't that Liuli? Liuli? Is that Liuli? The girl's back? It looks like it. Let's go, and have a look.
The group of old men and women, who were still chatting away in the corner, saw Su Liuli and Gu Feng get out of the car and all gathered around.
Grandma Wang, Aunt Lu, Aunt Chang, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Bai.
So many people suddenly appeared in front of her that Su Liuli, who had grown up here since childhood, was overwhelmed, not to mention Gu Feng, who stood next to her, looking a little foolish. At that moment, he could only stand awkwardly in place, smiling awkwardly at everyone stiffly.
Liuli, is this your boyfriend? What a handsome young man.
Oh, our Liuli has grown up, and she's got a boyfriend already.
When are you getting married?
When you get married, let Auntie Zhang know in advance, and she can help you get things ready. I heard that Lu Chun's wife already gave birth to a baby boy, and he's quite cute. With the looks of your daughter, the baby will definitely be very good looking.
Young man, where is your family from? Young man, what kind of car is this? It seems longer than my old Alto. This car must be expensive, right? Young man, how old are you? %%.
One question followed another, and he felt his head buzzing as he had no idea which one to answer first. Fortunately, Su Liuli came to the rescue at the critical moment.
Grandma Wang, Auntie Zhang, Auntie Gu, Grandpa is still waiting for us at home, let's go home first. We'll come out and chat with everyone later. Hey, that's not right.
Liuli, I just saw your grandfather, he went to the pig farm at the back of the mountain.
He said he had some work to do.
Mr. Zhao, who was wearing a jacket, pointed at the back of the mountain. After hearing that Grandpa wasn't at home, Su Liuli paused, and turned to look at Gu Feng. Let's put the stuff at home first, and then we'll drive to the back of the mountain together and take a look.
Okay.
Taking the gifts from the trunk one by one, he simply greeted everyone, and followed Su Liuli's footsteps up the path. This is the village's leisure square, and you have to follow the path for a couple of 100 meters to get home. The surrounding houses are all old ones, and the alleys are relatively narrow, so it is generally difficult for cars to drive in. Carrying things, they arrived in front of an old house. The door was locked, so Su Liuli put down the things in her hands and stood on tiptoe to feel around the eaves. After a moment, she really felt 2 keys from above.
Grandpa is old and has a bad memory, so he put 2 keys here just in case.
While talking, he opened the door. The small and exquisite courtyard is very clean and tidy, and it has quite a strong historical atmosphere. The courtyard is relatively simple, let's put our things here. The house is a bit run down, and Su Liuli carefully glanced at Gu Feng. After seeing that he didn't mind it, she felt slightly relieved.
Grandpa is at the pig farm behind the mountain, shall we go take a look together?
Sure. Having grown up, I have never seen what a rural pig farm looks like, so I will take this opportunity to go with Su Liuli to have a look.
Chapter 97, Castrating Pigs, Not Me.
After putting things away, they walked out of the courtyard and returned to the square. They started the car and followed Liuli's instructions to head towards the pig farm in the mountains.
Liuli, how many pigs are there in the pig farm?
Sitting in the driver's seat, with one hand on the steering wheel, Gufeng casually chatted.
Well, I don't know the exact number, but there should be a few hundred. The pig farm belongs to the village collective, and everyone goes to visit when they have time.
A few years ago, in addition to the pigs sold, some pork was also distributed to each household. Liuli was sitting in the passenger seat explaining, and Gufeng listened carefully while driving. In no time at all, the car arrived at the pig farm. The environment was surrounded by mountains and water, and one would have expected it to stink, but surprisingly there was no smell at all. The car stopped outside the pig farm archway, and Gufeng and Liuli got out and entered.
What a strange pig farm, why is there no smell at all?
The pigs here are all hill-running pigs, all the pigs move around in the mountains, including the mountains over there and the mountains over here. The area is very large, so there is basically no smell. With slender fingers, he pointed to the two towering mountains in front of him. No wonder there is no stench from a few hundred pigs here, the farming area is just too large. Following Liuli's footsteps into the pig farm, in no time at all they met an old man.
He was wearing a gray work uniform and was holding a shovel.
When he saw Liuli and Gufeng, the old man rubbed his eyes subconsciously, as if he couldn't believe his eyes.
Liuli girl? Grandpa Bai, there you are. Oh, it really is Liuli girl, my girl, I haven't seen you for a long time. Didn't your grandfather say you wouldn't be back until this afternoon? Why are you back in the morning?
He was sure it was Liuli, and Mr. Bai hurried over to her, smiling happily and full of enthusiasm.
You're back early. Grandpa Bai, where's my grandfather? Your grandfather is in the cultivation room. Come, I'll take you to him.
As he spoke, he put down the shovel in his hand and took the initiative to lead Liuli and Gufeng to the cultivation room not far away.
Liuli, is this young man your boyfriend? He's a nice young man, quite spirited.
Our girl Liuli has good taste.
Grandpa Bai looked at Gufeng, a smile on his old face, and couldn't help but praise him. Hello, Grandpa Bai. My name is Gufeng. Gufeng? Ah, that's good, that's a nice name.
Your grandfather is 100% satisfied with this young man. Having watched Liuli grow up since she was a child, he had long ago considered her family, and was quite excited to see her bring her boyfriend home.
2 minutes later, he followed the old man Bai into the breeding room.
There were only 3 people in the whole breeding room, 2 middle-aged men and an elderly man. The 3 men were holding down a piglet, and the elderly man was facing away from the door, while the whole breeding room was surrounded by the piglet's screams.
Without guessing, the elderly man must be the grandfather.
The 3 men were busy, while Gufeng and the others silently stood still and waited, not bothering to approach.
Grandpa Bai, what are you doing?
With the piglet's hysterical screams ringing in his ears, Gufeng looked at the old man next to him with a puzzled expression.
Young man, this is piglet castration. Piglet castration? What is piglet castration?
Having grown up in the imperial capital, he had never heard of the term piglet castration.
Gufeng continued to press, and the old man just laughed out loud.
Next to him, Liuli saw this and carefully raised her hand and tugged at the corner of Gufeng's clothes.
The meaning was clear, don't pursue the matter any further.
Young man, you grew up in the city, so it's probably normal to castrate pigs. The so-called castration of pigs is actually a kind of surgical castration, which is the same as the ancient castration of eunuchs. The pigs we raise in the village now are basically all male piglets, and these male pigs will become sexually aroused when they reach adulthood. If we don't castrate the pigs, not only will they be full of energy and toss around recklessly every day, they won't gain weight either.
After Bai explained, Gufeng looked silently at his grandfather, who was facing away from him.
Accompanied by the squeals of the piglets, 2 round, bulging things were thrown to the side.
Hiss!
Gufeng shuddered at the skillful technique. His heart pounded as he felt a bitter feeling well up in him. He had really blundered today. The old man actually knows how to neuter a pig. If he gets too angry and presses him to the ground, the consequences are unimaginable.
What are you daydreaming about? Are you not scared?
He looked at Gu Feng strangely, as if the other party was very nervous. Staring at the two bloody orbs in the distance, Gu Feng swallowed cautiously. No, it's just a piglet, why would I be scared, it's not me.
Puff, clucking. Gu Feng's serious words directly broke Su Liuli's guard.
After laughing for about 10 seconds, he continued, you're going to be in trouble. If you make Grandpa angry, be careful, he might really treat you like a little piglet. He raised his slender, delicate hand and made a motion as if he were about to chop someone down. It's not like he was bluffing, and just that one action made Gu Feng's back straighten up and his hair stand on end. After all, if it weren't for that thing, Su Liuli wouldn't be pregnant with a baby, and if the old man really got angry, he could do anything.
Girl, why are you back now?
Releasing the little piglet pressed under him, Grandpa walked towards Gu Feng and Su Liuli while taking off his gloves. The little piglet, who had lost its masculinity, anxiously circled back and forth on the ground, as if it had not yet recovered.
What is this?
His hair was slightly gray, and although there were wrinkles on his face, the old man was full of energy.
Grandpa, this is Gu Feng, I told you on the phone.
She held her hands together and spoke in a small voice. This was the first time she had brought her boyfriend home to meet her family, and she was a little shy. The old man on the other side heard this and quickly asked with a smile, hello, young man.
Were you tired on the way?
Grandpa still has to be busy here for a while, why don't you two go home and rest first? Looking back, Grandpa's attitude was not bad, but I don't know if he can continue to be like that.
Grandpa, I'm not tired. You still have to be busy, do you want me to help?
No, we can manage on our own.
If you and Liuli don't want to go home, you can just sit here for a while.
Su Jingxiang waved his hand to refuse without hesitation. He couldn't let his future son-in-law do such work as pig slaughtering. Su, the child is willing to help, so let him help a little.
It's so boring just sitting here waiting. Gu, Grandpa Bai will take you to change clothes. Meizhui is really interesting. Liuli, didn't you love catching piglets when you were little? Do you want to join us?
Not only did he drag Gu Feng off to catch piglets, but now Grandpa Bai wanted to take Su Liuli with them. Grandpa Bai, Liuli gets a little carsick on the way back, so let her wait here. Gu Feng hurriedly spoke up to smooth things over. Being pregnant, she dares not do any strenuous exercise, let alone catch piglets.
Chapter 98 Piglets, can you just get it over with? Fine, Lily, you wait here.
After Grandpa Bai said this, he led Gu Feng, without looking back, to the changing room next door. After changing into clothes that fit, the two of them walked out of the breeding room through a small door. Outside was a small pigsty with a number of piglets inside. Someone coming in scared the piglets, who scattered in all directions.
Gu, just grab two and put them in the cage over there.
Your grandfather will clean up later.
Oh. Grandpa Bai, after you finish, do you just put the piglets on the mountain?
Standing in place, the piglets around him ran back and forth, not knowing what was in store for them.
Yes, after we finish, we will put the piglets on the mountain.
While talking, Grandpa Bai, with quick hands and eyes, directly grabbed a piglet and put it in the cage.
Gu Feng saw this and didn't dawdle.
He bent down and, after a lot of effort, finally caught one and held it tightly in his arms before finally throwing it into the cage. The cage was empty at both ends, so if you put one in from one end, it can come out from the other. Some of these piglets are born to sows on the mountain, and some are purchased from outside. There are almost dozens of them in the whole pigsty.
Gu Feng, what do you think? Isn't catching piglets fun? Ha 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 ha.
With one piglet in each hand, Mr. Bai is beaming with joy. The cage is already full, so they'll have to wait a little while before they can continue.
Well, it is indeed fun. Gu Feng nods politely in response.
Fun as it is, it's quite physically demanding. In just a short while, he is sweating from head to toe.
In contrast, Grandpa Bai is as calm as can be.
When Grandpa Bai was young, there were not many entertainment options, so he liked to catch pigs, lambs, calves, and so on. That was when Grandpa Liuli learned how to castrate pigs. Unconsciously, decades have passed, and Liuli has grown up so much. Grandpa Bai reminisced about the past, talking to himself, and when he was at home, his grandmother would also tell him about the past, and he always listened with great interest. Liuli has had a hard life, having grown up with her grandfather since she was young. The child has been very sensible since childhood, and basically we have all watched her grow up. Gu, you must treat this girl well in the future. Everyone in our happy village is related by marriage. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Bai laughed a lot, and after finishing speaking to Gu Feng, he couldn't help but laugh out loud himself. Okay. Grandpa Bai, don't worry, I wouldn't dare bully Liuli, it's always her bullying me. The old man and the young man happily chatted away, and before they knew it, an hour had passed and all the piglets in the pigsty had been put into cages. Gu, let's go outside. You've worked hard today, go back and let Lao Su cook you something delicious. His cooking is quite good and he is famous in our happy village. Gu Feng was let out of the pigsty, and outside Su Jingxian was still performing the castration operation with the two of them. When he saw Gu Feng come out, Su Jingxian stopped holding the knife. Gu Feng, let me call you Gu Feng from now on. What do you want to eat tonight? How about roast pig? Since we are castrating the piglets, we might as well catch one and roast it for my granddaughter and her future husband. After changing his clothes, Gu Feng hurriedly responded to his grandfather's words, Grandpa, I'm not picky, I'll eat anything. Okay, then we'll have roast pig tonight. Let me show you my cooking skills. Lao Su, you're going to make roast suckling pig? Gee, that makes me want to come for dinner. When Grandpa Bai heard the words roast suckling pig, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but open his mouth and take a couple of bites. Ha ha ha. I can see that you want a drink. It so happens that Liuli is back, so come over tonight and let's all have a good time. I'll prepare a few more dishes. Great. Facing Su Zhengxian's warm invitation, Grandpa Bai blushed, but he didn't hesitate and immediately nodded his head in agreement. His wife had passed away early, and his only two sons were still away from home. The second son in the village had his own family, and the old man usually ate alone. Just as there were only two little pigs left, someone next to Grandpa suddenly got a phone call. Gu Feng, quick-witted, went up to him and offered to help him hold down the piglet's hind legs. Despite their small size, these little guys have a lot of strength, and Gu Feng felt quite the strain as he held down their hind legs with both hands. His grandfather, holding a small knife in his hand, gently cut open the skin and watched as he removed the two spheres. Then, with another sharp cut, he roughly threw the cut-off object aside. Ow 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 ow. With a miserable howl, he did not forget to pick up the white powder next to him to medicate the little one. Grandpa, what is this? Gu Feng looked at the white powder in the basin with hesitation. This thing doesn't look like medicine at all. These? Veterinary medicine, for stopping bleeding and anti-inflammatory. While talking, he lifted the last piglet over and subconsciously pressed down on the piglet's two hind legs. The piglet squealed in pain. Su Liuli didn't know when she had arrived behind Gu Feng. She watched as her grandfather cut off the last piglet. Her face froze, and she couldn't help but remind him, Grandpa, didn't you say you wanted to make a roast pig? This last piglet? Reminded of this, the old man suddenly remembered that this last little piglet was to be used for the roast pig, and there was no need to gut it. Oh. Gu Feng seemed to have understood something too, and looked awkwardly at the little piglet under his feet. The little one's dark eyes were wide open, and it was howling with its mouth wide open. One cut would have been enough, but now, not only had it been gutted, it had to be slaughtered as well. If he were this little pig, I'm afraid his heart would have already broken. He would definitely be thinking, Lao Dang, listen to me sing, thank you, because of you, the century is warmed. Lao Su, you tell me, you're going to slaughter it anyway, so why bother, you're just suffering for nothing. The old white gentleman next to him puffed up his cheeks and shook his head. Facing his friend's teasing, Su Jingxian looked helpless. I'm getting old, my reflexes are slow, I didn't even think of that. I'm halfway through, so I have to finish the surgery. After the surgery was painlessly completed, he immediately picked up the piglets and placed them in the bag next to him. I'll go register, and then clean up when I get back. To take the piglets back from here, you need to register them in the register, and you can either use the hours to offset the cost later or pay at the end of the month. A few minutes later, Su Jingxiang, who had registered, returned and picked up the piglets in the bag. Xiaofeng, Liuli, let's go. Chapter 99, Preserving the Meat in Advance. Holding the piglets, Gu Feng and Su Liuli followed closely behind. After exchanging a few words with the people inside, Mr. Bai also quickly followed. Su Jingxiang, holding the piglets in his arms, walked straight to the side of the basket and tried to put the piglets in it. Seeing this, Gu Feng walked a few steps forward. Grandpa, let's put the piglets in the car.
I'll open the trunk. This is the back of Happy Village, a ways from home.
We're driving anyway, so there's no way I'm letting the old man carry the piglet back. He opened the trunk of the Maybach, and looking at the brand new car in front of him, Su Jingxiang decisively shook his head.
Feng, the car is so new, it's not suitable for this. You and Liuli take your grandfather back first, I'll carry it, we'll be there in no time. Piggy is covered in dirt and has just had a spay operation.
I wouldn't dare use such a nice car to carry a pig.
The old man insisted on carrying the piglet back.
Gu Feng hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and took the piglet out of the basket.
Grandpa, there's nothing suitable or unsuitable. The car is here, how can you carry it back?
Su Liuli, you take Grandpa and Grandpa by and get in the car first. As she watched Gu Feng put the piglet in the boot, Su Liuli slowly walked over to her grandfather, took the old man's arm, and said softly, Grandpa, let's get in the car. We're all hungry, and if we go home early, you still have to cook for us. Su Jingxiang, this child, Gu Feng, is not that pretentious, so let's listen to what the two children say.
Grandpa Bai raised his hand and gently patted Su Jingxiang's shoulder.
The latter, upon hearing this, got into the car as instructed by his granddaughter. After taking care of the two elders and getting into the car, in the trunk, because of the recent surgery, the piglet was in pain and floundering back and forth. There was nothing Gu Feng could do but find two random pieces of string and tie its four legs together. The four pigs' feet were tightly tied together, and the piglet finally settled down. However, although his body was bound, his mouth was not, and he let out an unstoppable wail that made people's ears buzz. With great difficulty, he kept the sound down, let Su Liuli sit in the passenger seat, and quickly got around to the driver's seat himself.
He closed the door, started the car, and all the movements were done in one go.
When they returned home from the back mountain, Grandpa and Mr. Bai got out of the car, opened the trunk, and the two old men carried the piglet down as soon as possible. Glass girl, you take Gu back to the house to rest first, your grandfather and I will clean up this little guy. Roasting a pig requires marinating it in advance.
Cleaning up this little piglet and marinating it for at least an hour is a must. Otherwise, it won't taste good at all. Oh, Grandpa, then we'll go back first. Let's go.
After saying this to her grandfather, Su Liuli took Gu Feng's wrist and turned to walk towards the house. The next scene was definitely quite bloody, and she didn't dare to watch.
Grandpa, the two of them gathered up the piglets.
Gu Feng followed Su Liuli to the door, pushed open the door and entered the living room. The interior was quite old-fashioned. In the middle of the living room was a round table, and in the distance were two wooden chairs with dark red paint that had faded a bit. The floor was cement and not particularly flat, and it was obvious that it was a bit old. You sit here and rest for a while, I'll get you a glass of water. Signaling Gu Feng to sit down, Su Liuli turned around and picked up the kettle next to her, embarrassed that there was no hot water in it.
Liuli, don't bother, I'm not thirsty.
There's water in the car, I would have drunk it if I was thirsty.
He got up, waved his hand, took Su Liuli's arm and let her sit first. When are we going to confess to Grandpa? I feel that he is quite amiable, even if he can't help but beat me, he shouldn't beat me too hard, right? He looked at Su Liuli nervously. He had originally just wanted to find some psychological comfort from her, but he didn't expect this little girl to be so uncooperative. She glanced aside with beautiful eyes and said with a strange expression on her pretty face, Grandpa may seem amiable on the surface, but he can be very serious. Anyway, you'd better be prepared.
Prepared?
Gu Feng was taken aback and couldn't help but continue to ask, prepared for what?
Of course, you're prepared to have your leg broken.
That's what you said before. Huh? You really want to break my leg? Liuli, I was just joking. This isn't real, is it? He looked at Su Liuli with a face full of bitterness. In contrast, Su Liuli had rosy cheeks and a pretty face, and nodded happily. It might be true. Having deliberately said that, she didn't care at all about Gu Feng's apprehensive expression, and got up and walked towards the bedroom in the distance. In order to make Gu Feng more comfortable, she had to tidy up the house again. After half an hour or so, Gu Feng and Su Liuli walked out of the room. In the courtyard outside, the piglet that had been wailing was now in a large metal basin. Various seasonings were smeared on the white skin, and according to Grandpa, it would take at least an hour to marinate it quietly. Gu Feng and Su Liuli, you two can have some lunch first. This roast pig will probably not be ready until the afternoon at the earliest, so Grandpa will go and cook you something to tide you over. With an apron tied around his waist, Su Jingxiang turned and walked towards the stove in the courtyard, and first simply boiled 2 bowls of noodles for Gu Feng and Su Liuli. Grandpa, we can do it ourselves. Let Grandpa do it. You two move a chair and sit in the courtyard to rest for a while. He shook his head and refused. There were no ready-made noodles at home, and he had to knead the dough first. The 2 children definitely couldn't do the kneading. As Grandpa instructed, Gu Feng carried a chair into the courtyard and sat down. He sat with Su Liuli on the chair. It was true that the air in the village was different from that in the city. Sitting here, looking at the blue sky in the distance, he felt an instant sense of peace. Little Gu, are you and Liuli classmates? Where are you from? Grandpa Bai was sitting in the courtyard, watching the pickled piglets. Perhaps he was too bored, because he suddenly turned his head and asked. Grandpa Bai, I went to school with Liuli. My family is from the imperial capital. Imperial capital? Well, that's not bad, a nice place. Grandpa Bai went to the imperial capital a few times when he was young. At that time, the country had just been founded and the imperial capital had not yet developed. It's different now, with the subway connecting all directions. From what I see on TV, it's very different from what it was a few decades ago. You two kids don't know, but when Grandpa Bai sat leisurely in his chair, he began to tell stories from his youth, and from time to time, Grandpa Liuli in the distance would add a few words. When the 2 old men talked about their pasts when they were young, they looked excited, and Gu Feng and Su Liuli were fascinated by what they heard. Okay, Bai, you can stop for now. Feng, do you want your poached eggs with a soft yolk? The old man was holding 2 eggs in his hands, but hadn't had time to crack them yet. Grandpa, I can eat anything. Not to mention soft-boiled eggs. When he was young he even ate raw eggs. He beat 2 poached eggs and watched as the old man finished cooking the noodles. Gu Feng hurriedly got up and came over to serve the noodles. Lao Bai, go and get the small table over there. Sure. Grandpa Bai got up and carried a small table from under the window and placed the 2 bowls of noodles on it. Grandpa, aren't you and Grandpa Bai going to eat? There are only 2 bowls of noodles on the table. Gu Feng is puzzled. He thought there would be 4 bowls of noodles, but there are only 2. Xiao Feng, you and Liuli eat, we are not hungry. Your grandfather and I are used to not eating at noon. If we eat now, we won't be able to eat in the afternoon. We have to roast the pig in the afternoon and prepare other dishes. Cooking noodles for Gu Feng and Su Liuli is just to fill their stomachs. The main dishes will be served in the afternoon. Chapter 100, The Black Bear Monster Who Stole the Monk's Robe. Let's eat, Grandpa. They're saving their stomachs for the wine. Right, dear grandpas? Su Liuli gave her grandfather a glance and pursed her lips slightly. Feeling their granddaughter's gaze, the 2 old men glanced at each other and laughed. Liuli still understands us. It's been a long time since we drank with your grandfather, so take this opportunity to have a few drinks. But don't worry, little girl, Grandpa Bai promises, it will definitely be in moderation. Gu, can you drink? You'll be drinking with Grandpa Bai later. Don't worry, I won't drink too much. The 2 of us are old and can't hold our drinks, so we're just drinking together for the fun of it.
A smile hung on the old man's face as his gaze shifted from Su Liuli to Gu Feng. Grandpa Bai, I have a limited drinking capacity, but I can handle a little. His words were very humble, but this was not the time to brag. If the two old men got serious, he would not be able to handle it. Hearing Gu Feng say that they could drink together, Grandpa Bai's expression brightened, and he patted his thigh. Lao Su, you watch the pig for me, I'm going back to get something. What are you going back to get? We have everything at home, why bother? This is different. Keep a good eye on the pig, don't let the cats and dogs take it. While walking, he kept giving instructions, and before Grandpa could respond, Grandpa Bai had already walked out of the yard. Watching Grandpa Bai leave, Gu Feng curiously asked with chopsticks in hand, Grandpa, what is Grandpa Bai going to get? If nothing goes wrong, it should be wine. Su Jingxiang muttered. Wine. Next to him, Su Luli explained very appropriately, Grandpa Bai has a lot of wine in his collection, buried in their yard. He only takes it out to drink on happy occasions, so you're in for a real treat. With stars twinkling in her eyes, Baishi's pretty face beamed with a smile. Yes, thanks to your two children, I'll be able to taste these fine wines that old Bai has been saving. Under normal circumstances, he would never have taken them out to drink. Ha 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 ha. Grandpa said to himself, but Su Liuli and Gu Feng's faces suddenly turned pale, and they pointed their fingers in front of them together. Grandpa, the dog. What? Looking at the place where the two were pointing, Su Zhengxian's expression changed. He didn't know where the two puppies came from. One was biting a pig's trotter, and they were about to drag the piglet out of the iron basin. Go. He panicked and got up, hurriedly waving his hands to scare the two puppies away. Fortunately, Gu Feng and Su Liuli reminded him in time, otherwise the roast pig this afternoon would have to be cancelled. In no time at all, Mr. Bai returned with 2 jugs of old wine, cheerfully placing them in front of Gu Feng. Gu, take a look at this wine. Have you seen it before? The bottle is similar to the ancient wine jars, but it is much smaller. To be honest, he is not a regular drinker and has never seen this kind of wine before. Grandpa Bai, I have never seen this wine before. Ah, that's right. This was an internal wine that Grandpa Bai distributed when he was at the machinery factory. It was a special factory supply that could not be bought on the market. Grandpa Bai explained with a smile, while Gu Feng looked carefully at the 2 wine jars in front of him. He could faintly see the words commemorative edition on them. Lao Bai, don't introduce your good wine anymore. Come over here and keep an eye on things while I go prepare some dishes. The future son-in-law cannot just have roast suckling pig as his only dish when he comes over. He needs to go to the kitchen and prepare some more. Liuli, you keep an eye on things while your grandfather and I go to the kitchen. He can't do it alone. In addition to preparing the food, he also has to light the charcoal fire in advance. Su Jingxiang simply can't do it alone. Good. With a nod, Su Luli went to the iron basin and stared at the piglets. Gu Feng got up and followed Grandpa Bai to the kitchen, watching as the old man took a large pile of round, bulging things out of a black bag. Grandpa Bai, what is this? The more he looked, the more familiar it looked. Gu Feng was shocked. This thing looks like a piggy's egg. These are pig eggs. We'll roast them later. Oh. It really is. Grandpa Bai explained without missing a beat. Gu Feng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the old man to actually bring these things back to eat. But on second thought, it's not a big deal. Many of those barbecue restaurants in the city have this stuff. It's just that he's never eaten it before. Grandpa, I'll go light the charcoal, you two go ahead. He really couldn't be bothered with things like cleaning the pig's eggs. After thinking it over, he decided that burning charcoal was more reliable. He fetched some charcoal from afar, put it aside and started burning it. When it was almost ready, Su Jingxian brought over a large cylinder, took some of the burning charcoal and put it underneath, then placed the piglet on top to roast it. Okay, let it roast slowly, at least 2 hours. Liuli, if you're not busy, take Xiaofeng for a walk around the village so he can get to know the surroundings. It's his first time here, so introduce him to the people. With the piglet already roasting, the next 2 hours will be a busy time for them, so Gu Feng and Su Liuli, who have nothing to do, can just go out for a walk.
Oh, Gu Feng, let me show you around. Let's go. Great.
I'll go wash my hands first. After burning charcoal for half a day, my hands are black.
Although I don't care about my appearance that much, they can't be too black.
Gu Feng walked over to the nearby faucet, and Su Liuli, taking long strides, came up behind him. Wash your face while you're at it.
It's just burning charcoal, how could you get it all over your face?
She took a small mirror and held it in front of Gu Feng, looking closely at the handsome and determined face inside, covered in soot. If this were a scene from the Journey to the West, it would be the black bear demon stealing the monk's robe.
Chapter 101, Wear something thicker to protect yourself from beatings.
Looking at himself in the mirror, Gu Feng subconsciously reached out to wipe his hands, forgetting for a moment the soot on them. Su Liuli stood to the side holding the mirror, her eyes looking at him like she was looking at a fool.
Wash your hands first, I forgot.
Smiling awkwardly, he turned on the tap and quickly washed the soot off his hands, then held up the water to wash his face. After washing back and forth for about 2 or 3 minutes, the soot on his face was finally washed off.
Su Liuli, is there any more on your face?
Standing up straight, she looked at Su Liuli seriously. Moving closer, she looked carefully at Gu Feng's face. It seemed like there was none left.
Wipe your face and let's go out for a walk.
As she took back the small mirror, she handed a new towel to Gu Feng. Wiping the water stains on his face clean, the two turned to greet their grandfather and walked out of the courtyard one after the other. Outside the house were paths leading in all directions, and at this time of day, there were basically no people. People usually spend their leisure time in the square in the middle of the village.
Seeing Su Liuli far away from him, Gu Feng stopped walking. Lily, are you going to the street next door? What are you doing so far away from me? I'm not going to eat you. Hearing Gu Feng's words, Su Liuli moved a little closer.
The main reason for keeping such a distance from Gu Feng was shyness. This was the first time she had brought a boyfriend home, and she was even more nervous than Gu Feng. Walking along the road, she was especially worried about meeting acquaintances. In the blink of an eye, the road came to an end.
Su Liuli stopped and looked up curiously. Are we going to confess to Grandpa tonight? Tonight? Well, tonight is indeed a good time.
Putting aside everything else, it is generally easier to talk about things after drinking, but I don't know if Grandpa will buy it.
Let me ask in advance. Does Grandpa usually have high blood pressure? Does he have any underlying conditions such as heart disease?
He looked at Su Liuli with a serious expression. Getting beaten up was a small matter, but if the old man got angry and had a heart attack, that would be a big sin. He didn't have high blood pressure or heart disease.
You can rest assured about that,
Su Liuli said playfully, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. She had lived with the old man for more than 20 years, and knew his physical condition best.
That's good. I was worried that the old man wouldn't be able to handle it mentally. If he got angry and had a heart attack, then I would really have to eat the consequences.
If Grandpa Su really gets angry, not only Su Liuli, but also the other elders in the family won't let him off the hook. Thinking about the family, she felt drowsy and thought she heard her phone vibrate.
My phone is vibrating?
She reached into her pants pocket and took out her phone.
Sure enough, it was her phone vibrating.
What's more, she didn't expect it to be her mother Song Huilun calling.
It's my mom. Auntie's phone? Then answer it.
Upon hearing that it was her future mother-in-law calling, Su Liuli hurriedly signaled Gu Feng to answer the phone.
She lifted her hand and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom?
In the office of the chairman of the D Capital Group, Song Huilun was sitting in front of the sofa, holding the phone in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other.
Feng, what are you doing? Not much, just taking a walk with Liuli. Liuli is with you? If you'd told me earlier, I would have called Liuli. When are you going to Liuli's house? I'll remind you, you can't put this off for too long.
The coffee was brought to her lips, and Song Huilun was about to take a sip when she heard Gu Feng's voice on the other end of the line. Mom, I know, I'm at Su Li's.
What? You're at Su Li's?
She was so excited that she almost spilled the coffee. Without thinking, she put the coffee back on the coffee table.
Song Huilan's face was strained as she asked carefully, "Did you also tell him that Suli is pregnant?" "Ah, I haven't told him yet.
It just arrived this morning, and I haven't had a chance to tell him yet."
"When are you going to tell him?" "Tonight."
Tomorrow is Sunday, and he and Su Liuli have to return to Shanghai, so I thought about it and realized that tonight is the only chance I have. After Gu Feng finished speaking, Song Huilan on the other end of the line was silent for 5 or 6 seconds.
"Mom, are you still there?" "Cough cough, I'm here."
"After you confess tonight, remember to call me back, and your father and I will come by tomorrow morning."
"You and my father are coming over?" I was taken aback. I didn't expect my mother to come over too. "Of course we have to go over."
"You've caused trouble, and we 2 elders have to go and apologize."
"We'll also discuss the wedding, by the way."
"After the baby is born, you need to register with the household registration office. It's fine if you don't have a wedding for the time being, but you have to get your marriage certificate as soon as possible."
"Oh yes, remember to wear something warm tonight." "Wear something warm? Why?"
"Wear something warm to protect yourself from the beatings."
"Son, I'll burn incense at home for you and wish you good luck." "Ah, you really are my real mother."
Song Huilan had already hung up the phone before she could finish her words. Holding the phone, Gu Feng looked up at Su Liuli in front of him and hesitated. "My parents are coming tomorrow morning."
"Auntie and uncle are coming?" Hearing Gu Feng's words, Su Liuli couldn't help but tremble inside.
Although she had thought that one day the 2 sets of parents would meet, she didn't expect it to happen so soon.
"What should we do?"
At a loss, she looked at Gu Feng.
She really had no idea what to do now. "It's okay, we'll take it one step at a time. It doesn't matter if they come or not. The most important thing now is how to tell Grandpa tonight."
Along the path, accompanied by Su Lili, Gu Feng thought of countless possibilities in his mind.
Unconsciously, it was 3 p.m., and Grandpa called to tell them to come back for dinner. Following Su Lili to the front door of the courtyard, he took a deep breath. He was going to take the plunge.
In the courtyard, Grandpa Bai had already set the table. Seeing this, Gu Feng and Su Lili helped to bring over 4 chairs.
"Gu Feng, you're in for a treat today. Grandpa's roast pig is a great success. Have a slice later, you can try it first."
Wearing a scarf, Su Jingxian came up behind Gu Feng and Su Lili and said with a smile,
"Okay. Thank you, Grandpa."
"Ha, we're all family, there's no need to be so polite with Grandpa." With a kind face full of kindness, after waiting for 10 minutes, he simply used a knife to cut off a piece of crispy skin from the belly of the piglet and slowly placed it on the plate in front of Gu Feng.
"Come on, try it first." "Grandpa, you're biased, why don't you get me a piece too?"
Seeing that Grandpa had put the best piece of crispy skin in Gu Feng's plate, Su Lili pouted and pretended to be angry.
"Ha ha, silly girl, Grandpa will get you a piece."
Happily, he cut off a small piece of crispy skin again and slowly put it in Su Lili's plate.
"Eat slowly, it's hot." "Xiao Feng, how does it taste?"
Seeing that Gu Feng's mouth was full of oil as he ate, Su Jingxiang asked curiously.
Chapter 102 What? Pregnant.
"It's delicious, Grandpa, the roast pig you made is even better than the ones you can buy at restaurants."
While eating, Gu Feng kept nodding his head.
"This is really not flattery, the roast pig Grandpa made would definitely be a signature dish even if it was served in some star restaurants.
The skin is crispy and the meat is tender, and the aroma goes straight to your head when you take a bite. Ha ha, as long as it's delicious." "Lao Bai, that's about it, bring the food up here and let's get ready to eat."
After roasting for nearly 2 hours, he raised his hand to indicate to Grandpa Bai while turning around to bring out 2 dishes of side dishes from the kitchen. As juniors, they could not let the 2 elders keep going back and forth, so Gu Feng and Su Liuli got up one after the other to help with the dishes.
In less than 5 minutes, everything was on the table.
Grandpa Bai still loves to drink after all, so after everyone sat down, he opened the old wine he had been saving for years.
"Here, Xiaogu, I'll pour for you first." "Grandpa Bai, I can do it myself." How can I let an elder pour for me?
Gu Feng got up and took the bottle with both hands. Grandpa, I'll pour for you first. He poured for the two grandpas one after the other, and after filling them up, he only then poured himself a glass symbolically.
Xiaogu, I really like you, you're not only good looking, but also have a good personality. Su Laosher, do you like this son-in-law?
Smiling happily, he turned to look at Su Jingxiang next to him. Hearing his old friend's words, Su Jingxiang also did not hide his inner appreciation. I like it.
I believe in eye contact.
I knew at first glance that Feng is definitely a good grandson-in-law. The old man kept praising, and Gu Feng felt embarrassed.
Grandpa, I'll toast you two first.
Good. The three of them raised their glasses together, and Su Liuli next to them subconsciously lifted the juice in front of her. Once the first toast was made, everyone started to eat. From the moment they sat down, the smiles on the faces of the two elderly people never disappeared.
So, Gu, how did you manage to win over Liuli?
This girl has always been good at her studies, but she is a bit of an introvert. It must have taken a lot of effort to win her over.
Grandpa Bai leaned back in his chair.
Despite his age, he had a curious mind. Gu Feng glanced at Su Liuli first, feeling the threat in the other person's eyes, and laughed quietly. It did take a lot of effort. I confessed my love to her several times before she agreed.
Ha 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 ha. Alright, Grandpa Bai, you like to ask questions, just eat.
I dare not let the old man continue asking. I have to let him know that I was the one who confessed to Gu Feng, and the whole village will know tomorrow. Even the two puppies that just had a pig's leg are no exception. That said, these two puppies are really smart. As if they knew there was something delicious here, they have been hanging around the courtyard.
Su Jingxiang is also an old gentleman who likes animals.
From time to time, he will pick up some meat and throw it next to them. The two little ones eat it with relish. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, and one of the 2 bottles of wine that Grandpa Bai brought has already been emptied.
It's almost time, I have to go back. Su, is it convenient here?
If not, let the boy Gu sleep at my place.
Gu, Grandpa Bai's house is right next door, just a short walk away.
Pointing to the left, it is no wonder that the old man was so quick to get the wine when he went to get it.
It turns out that his home is next door. I have a lot of empty rooms here, so you can just stay here. I'll walk you out.
Hearing that Grandpa Bai was going back, Gu Feng and Su Liuli got up to see him off. After seeing Grandpa Bai off, the three of them turned around and returned to the courtyard.
Liuli, you should relay Feng's bed.
I already dried the quilt yesterday, and it's not that cold at night at this time of year, so you don't need to cover up much. While tidying up the yard, he gestured to Su Liuli to go to the inner room and tidy up.
They accompanied Grandpa as they cleaned up the yard.
As it grew dark outside, Gu Feng and the others went to the middle living room.
Xiao Feng, I heard from Liuli that you have something to tell Grandpa? Just say it, we're all family, don't be shy.
Pouring a cup of warm water, Su Jingxiang sat down on the side. Gu Feng heard this and glanced slightly nervously at Su Liuli next to him. Unexpectedly, the other party did not even look at him.
Cough cough. Grandpa, my parents are going to come and visit you tomorrow morning. Your parents are coming? Su Jingxiang was full of surprise.
In his opinion, his granddaughter and Gu Feng were just dating, so why had it suddenly come to a point where the parents of both sides were meeting?
Yes, Grandpa, my parents are coming.
He was about to prepare to confess about the pregnancy when, at a critical moment, Su Liuli suddenly interrupted.
Grandpa, I have something to tell you, let's go to the back room for a bit.
Su Jingxiang was puzzled when his beloved granddaughter suddenly came up to him. What's wrong with you two?
Silly girl, why can't you tell Feng in front of us? He knows what I'm going to say.
With Gu Feng's shocked gaze, Su Liuli took her grandfather's arm and led him to the side room.
10 seconds later. What? Pregnant.
Sitting in the living room, Gu Feng could almost hear the anger in the old man's words. Her heart was pounding, and she was extremely nervous. A few minutes later, Su Jingxiang came out with a cold face, and behind him, Su Liuli looked a little serious.
Phew. He let out a heavy breath.
The old man was so angry that his face turned red, and his eyes revealed anger, quite a bit of the momentum of wanting to eat people. Grandpa didn't say anything, and Gu Feng didn't dare to speak either, so the old man and the young sat awkwardly. After a long time, the silent Su Jingxiang finally spoke. As a man, you should have the courage to take responsibility. Feng, what do you think we should do next? His expression was solemn, a complete change from his previous amiable attitude. Su Jingxiang blew his mustache and glared. If it wasn't for his granddaughter's strong dissuasion, he would never have let the young scoundrel off so easily. Grandpa, my parents are coming tomorrow morning. Apart from apologizing to you, I also want to discuss our wedding with you. I was in the wrong about this matter, and if you feel aggrieved, you can hit me a few times to let off some steam. I promise, I won't say a word. He stood up with a determined look in his eyes, and this was no idle threat. I was going to scold him, but then Gu Feng suddenly did this, and it put Su Jingxiang in an awkward position. Well, it's too late now, and scolding you won't help. Seeing that you are willing to take responsibility, and with Liuli interceding for you, I'll let it go for now, and your grandfather will see how you behave later. I only have one granddaughter, and if you dare bully her, I'll fight for her to the death. After giving a stern lecture, he picked up the glass full of water and got up. It was getting late, so he would go rest first. You two, don't stay in the same room at night, stay apart. So as not to let people gossip. After saying this to the two of them, the old man put on his jacket and hobbled towards the small house in the west. There were only 2 bedrooms in the upper room, one for his granddaughter and the other for Gu Feng, while he would go to the western wing. Chapter 103, Do you want me to get beaten up? Watching his grandfather leave in silence, Su Liuli slowly walked to the door and closed it with a hand. Her graceful figure turned around, and her pure and flawless gaze looked at Gu Feng. If I didn't make you get beaten up, do you want to thank me? A curve formed on her soft lips, and a playful gleam flashed in her eyes. Before she planned to come back yesterday, she had already decided that she would tell Grandpa about the pregnancy. If she really let Gu Feng tell him, according to Grandpa's character, he might really hit her. Liuli, you already decided that you would tell Grandpa yourself? Well, what else? Her beautiful eyes blinked lightly, and every wrinkle and smile made her look so cute. Now that Grandpa already knows, let's go to bed early tonight, and tomorrow morning we'll go to the village entrance to greet our uncles and aunts. Good night. After saying this softly, Su Liuli turned around slowly, took a few steps forward, and then her body suddenly stopped. Do you want to come and stay with me tonight? Her face was slightly round, her smile was very sweet, her big, dark, shiny eyes were smiling from the corners of her mouth. Oh, no, I'd rather sleep in a separate room. Without hesitation, she shook her head to refuse. If this were in the Magic City or the Imperial City, he would definitely say yes, but this is Happy Village, and his grandfather is right outside. He was still angry, and if he insisted on spending the night in his granddaughter's room, there would be trouble. Her eyes were shy and demure, her lips gradually breaking into a smile. Su Liuli's expression was strange. It wasn't that I didn't want you to come, it's just that you didn't want to come. Good night. It was rare for Gu Feng to be such a gentleman for once, so he happily waved his hand and turned to go to the bedroom next door. Wait. Liuli, I want to know, what did you say to Grandpa? I'm not telling you. Su Liuli quickly walked into the room and closed the door behind her. With her slender body leaning against the door and her rosy face, she felt embarrassed when she thought about what she had just told her grandfather. She liked the man, and the baby in her stomach couldn't do without a father. What about the grandson? Su Liuli, what did you say? At the time, I was only thinking of getting Grandpa to drop his hostility towards Gu Feng, and I really just blurted out whatever came into my head. Standing in the living room, Gu Feng's mind was a blank, his eyes staring blankly at the bedroom door. He still hadn't reacted yet, and with such a big thing as Su Liuli being pregnant, did Grandpa just brush it off so lightly? Phew! If you survive a disaster, there will be blessings. Let's call first. Relieved, he returned to his room. After Su Liuli had tidied up, the room was very warm and welcoming. He closed the bedroom door and took out his mobile phone to call his mother. In the living room of the Gu Manor,
Gu Huiyun was holding a few incense sticks and reverently placing them in front of the Guanyin Bodhisattva statue. Buddha, please bless me, please bless me. In front of the sofa in the living room, Grandma Gu Feng and Gu Jinghua looked at each other blankly. A few seconds later, Grandma got up with the help of her walking stick. Jinghua, what is Huilan doing? What is she praying for?
The old lady looked puzzled.
Usually her daughter-in-law is not the kind of person who worships Buddha, but today she even took the initiative to burn incense? Mom, I don't know either. It's cool today, why don't you go back early and rest?
With a walking stick, stooped over, and a glance at her daughter-in-law in the distance, the old lady nodded. It was indeed cooler, and there was nothing to do just sitting in the living room, so she might as well go to her room early and rest. Watching the old lady go back silently, Gu Jinghua slowly came up behind Song Huilan. I said, Wife, why are you still praying?
Didn't you say Xiaofeng went to Liuli's house? It's this time of night, don't you want to call and ask?
Call?
What call?
You call. This afternoon I promised Xiaofeng that I would burn incense for him tonight to pray for blessings. At this hour, the kid is probably getting a beating.
She glanced at Gu Jinghua and walked straight to the sofa and sat down.
Gu Jinghua felt a little uneasy upon hearing this and looked at the Guanyin statue not far in front of him and bowed respectfully. Not long after the two of them sat down in front of the sofa, the mobile phone on the coffee table started vibrating. When she saw the caller ID, Song Huilan decisively picked up the phone and handed it to Gu Jinghua.
Honey, you answer it.
What?
Me? With a nervous expression, Gu Jinghua looked up at Song Huilan with incredulous eyes. Honey, are you serious? The baby is calling you.
I don't care, just answer it.
Without further ado, she pressed the answer button and threw the phone straight into Gu Jinghua's arms. Hello? Mom?
Gu Feng's familiar voice came over the phone, and Gu Jinghua had to pick up the phone. Xiaofeng, I'm not your mom, I'm your dad.
Dad?
He called his mom, but heard his dad's voice on the other end.
Thinking he had dialed the wrong number, he took the phone away from his ear and looked at the phone number displayed on it. Huh? It's my mom's phone. Dad, why are you holding my mom's phone? Where is she? Your mom? She's possessed. Get out, Gu Jinghua, you're the one dancing.
Her face turned cold. She didn't hear anything from Gu Feng's voice, so Song Huilan came up silently and took the phone from him.
Xiaofeng, are you okay? Did you get beaten up?
She asked carefully, and Gu Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard his mother's tone.
Mom, are you hoping I'll get beaten up? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I didn't get beaten up. What? You didn't get beaten up? What happened? You little brat, you didn't dare tell us, did you? Your father and I have already confirmed the itinerary. You have to tell Grandpa Liuli tonight no matter what. You'll get a cut either way, so just do it. I've already prayed to the Buddha for you, and he'll protect you.
Sitting on the bed, listening to his mother's voice from the other side, Gu Feng couldn't help but lift his hand and touch his nose. Every time he was helpless, he would lift his hand and touch his nose. Over the years, he had long since formed the habit.
Please listen to my explanation first.
I didn't say it, it was Liuli who said it for me.
Liuli said it for you? What happened?
Song Huilan and Gu Jinghua exchanged glances after hearing about their daughter-in-law's actions.
Xiaofeng, you found a good daughter-in-law for our family.
Tomorrow morning, your mother and I will fly directly to Longhai City.
If the flight doesn't get delayed, we'll land around 8 o'clock. Send the exact location of Liuli's home to your mother's phone. Okay.
After a few casual words, he hung up the phone and sent the location of Happy Village to his mother's phone. Lying on the bed, he looked up at the ceiling of the house, and before he knew it, sleepiness hit him, and he fell asleep like that. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. When Grandpa learned about the pregnancy, his heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settled. He lay in bed last night without taking off his clothes and fell asleep. And he slept very soundly. Now that he got up, he felt refreshed.
Chapter 104, Little Brat, Don't Scream. Early in the morning, Su Liuli's room door was tightly closed, and it looked like she hadn't yet woken up. Gu Feng opened the door, raised his leg and stepped out the door. In the middle of the courtyard, Su Jingxiang was sweeping the courtyard with a large broom. When he noticed someone coming out, the old man straightened up and then slightly glanced sideways. After seeing Gu Feng, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Little Feng, what are you doing up so early?" This old man has a short sleep time and is prone to insomnia. Do you, a young man, also suffer from insomnia? With his hands supporting the broom, Su Jingxiang smiled happily. Grandpa, you're up early too. Let me help you sweep, he said, quickly approaching Su Jingxiang and grabbing the broom without saying a word. This is a good opportunity to show off, and I must seize it. You child, I can do it myself. You are a guest, how can you let a guest sweep the yard? No, did Grandpa forget? Yesterday you said we are a family. You are the elder, I am the younger, it is only right that I help you. While stooping to sweep the courtyard, he did not forget to remind him. Gu Feng had a good argument, and Su Jingxiang was stunned. You child, aren't you just using my words to shut me up? Forget it, you sweep. I'm going out for a while, I'll get you some breakfast. The main reason for getting up so early to clean was that Gu Feng's parents were coming over, and the first meeting between the two sets of parents naturally had to be well prepared. It can't be said to be tidied up in a decent way, but at least it should be a bit cleaner. There was no way to convince Gu Feng, so she could only leave the broom to the other party, find a basket from the house and take it out with her when she left. After cleaning the yard, she also tidied up the wood by the stove. The advantage of living in the countryside is that you can cook with dry firewood, and the food will taste even better with the smell of smoke. That's about it. She pats the dust off her hands, looks around the yard contentedly, and since she really can't find anything else to do, she goes over to the window in silence. Su Liuli? Are you awake? Standing in the yard, she gently knocks on the window. After a long while, a hazy voice echoes inside the house, No. No? No, how can you speak if you're not awake? I'm lying in the middle of the bed, Su Liuli hugging the quilt, sleepily looking at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It's barely 6 o'clock. She didn't want to bother with Gu Feng outside at all, and she wanted to continue sleeping. She had gone home and slept really comfortably, and she really didn't want to get up so early. Bored, Gu Feng returned to the living room and pushed the door to Su Liuli's room with his hand, not expecting that it would open with just a gentle push. It wasn't locked. He muttered to himself, and then sidled in. At this time, Su Liuli was still sleeping with the quilt wrapped around her, and she didn't notice that Gu Feng had already come in. Liuli? In front of her, on the bed, Su Liuli was lying on her side, sleeping quietly. Her features were exquisite, her pretty face beautiful and pure, and her crystal-clear snow-white skin glistened. Her pure and beautiful eyes were bashfully closed, her eyelashes tightly concealing her pair of autumnal eyes. Beneath her fair and delicate, straight neck, her soft and plump, slender breasts were half exposed. Gu Feng's voice faintly sounded in her ears, and Su Liuli, who was still asleep, thought she was still dreaming. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, she slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Gu Feng standing in front of her, Su Liuli hurriedly got up. Gu Feng? When did you come in? I came in a long time ago. You were sleeping so soundly, you didn't hear me. She shrugged her shoulders, and really didn't deliberately sneak in. It was just that she slept so soundly that she didn't hear a thing. She was so happy that she didn't get beaten up yesterday that she got up so early, like she was on steroids. I need to get up, so you can go out first. She lifted the quilt off her body, and Su Liuli was wearing only a beige bra on her upper body, her proud figure on full display in front of Gu Feng. I'm getting dressed, aren't you going out? Half kneeling on the bed, she got her clothes from the closet and brought them to the bed, looking curiously at Gu Feng. We're an old married couple, it's fine for me to watch here. Go ahead. With a smile on her face, Gu Feng not only didn't leave, but instead stood in the same place, looking with relish. Don't look. Su Liuli has been pregnant for a long time, but her figure hasn't really changed much, especially on her lower abdomen, where there is hardly any extra fat at all. Are you sure you want to watch here?
A hint of strangeness was revealed in her beautiful eyes, and Su Liuli suddenly looked up and shouted, "Grandpa." He was still looking carefree, but after hearing Su Liuli call him Grandpa, Gu Feng's face suddenly changed.
"Sho, little ancestor, don't shout, I'll go out right now. I'll go right now."
He raised his index finger and gave it a couple of vigorous taps at Su Liuli, then hurriedly opened the door and ran to the living room. He had only wanted to tease Su Liuli, but he never expected her to be so rude as to call him Grandpa at the first opportunity.
"But ha, she's faster than a rabbit."
Gu Feng fled in disgrace, and Su Liuli couldn't help laughing out loud.
Coincidentally, at this time, Su Jingxiang returned home with a basket.
"Liuli, have you got up yet?" After putting the basket in the kitchen, the old man looked up and saw that the curtain of his granddaughter's window had not been lowered yet, so it seemed that she had not yet got up.
It seemed that he heard someone call him Grandpa, but was it just tinnitus and he heard it wrong? He lowered his head and shook his head. Gu Feng came out of the house at the right time and went to the kitchen to look at the basket. "Grandpa, are these goose eggs? It's so big."
He reached out and picked up a goose egg, which almost covered his palm. He usually eats a lot of eggs and duck eggs, but he has never really eaten goose eggs before.
"Grandpa, I raised a few geese, so I went and got some goose eggs.
They will help Liuli regain her strength. By the way, pregnancy is no trivial matter."
"Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? What did the doctor say?"
"It was late last night, and I was a little angry, so I didn't have time to ask anything."
"Don't worry, Grandpa.
I took Liuli to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said that Liuli is in good health and the baby is developing normally."
"That's good to hear. I'm an old man and I really don't have much experience in these matters."
"Pull up a small stool and sit by the stove to light a fire."
"Grandpa, I see an electric cooker over there. Why don't you use it to boil the goose eggs?" "I'm not used to it."
"I've been using the stove my whole life, and I still find it more convenient to light a fire." Su Jingxiang and Gu Feng were chatting, and Su Liuli, who had finished dressing, opened the living room door and walked straight to the faucet with toiletries in her hands.
"Grandpa, I'm going to wash up too."
"Okay, go ahead." After saying hello to her grandfather, she took out the tooth cup and toothbrush from the house and followed Su Liuli to the faucet to wash up.
Chapter 105, Do As I Say. After the two finished washing up, Grandpa had breakfast ready.
There were 2 extra-large goose eggs in the bowl, one for each of them.
"Goose eggs. Grandpa, did you get these huge goose eggs from Grandpa Bai's house?"
They looked surprised. In their alley, only Grandpa Bai's house kept geese.
"After eating this one, can we eat anything else?"
The goose eggs in the bowl are the size of a palm, and Su Liuli is surprised. She thinks that after eating such a large goose egg, there is no need to eat anything else.
"Goose eggs are nutritious, and you need to build up your strength now.
Your grandfather heard that you wanted to eat them, and he sent 6 at once. But don't worry, I already paid him back with money. I had to argue with him for a long time in the next courtyard, or else I would have already returned with the things."
"Come on, you two each have one. Xiaofeng, when are your parents going to arrive? Do you want to go and greet them?"
He divided the 2 goose eggs between Gu Feng and Su Liuli, while Su Jingxiang carried a bowl of millet porridge. He had been eating millet for decades, and it had become a habit to drink millet porridge in the morning. The plane arrived at Longhai Airport at 8 o'clock, and it would be almost 9 o'clock when they arrived at Xingfu village. Judging from the time, his parents would definitely arrive before 10 o'clock.
"Okay, then let's go to the village entrance together at 9 o'clock to greet them."
They have come a long way from the imperial capital by plane, so out of respect, we must greet them at the village entrance.
"Do you want me to help you peel the goose egg? It's more difficult to peel than an egg."
Su Liuli held the goose egg in her hands, and Gu Feng, who was standing next to her, never moved. He stared at the goose egg in front of him, and for a moment, he didn't know how to start.
"It's okay, I can do it myself."
She lifted her hand, picked up the goose egg, and tapped it gently on the table. I don't know if it's because he's too weak or the egg is too hard, but after knocking it back and forth twice, the huge egg didn't even crack.
"Xiaofeng, use the corner of the table to make a small nick at the top first.
There's air inside, so just let some out and it'll peel off. Seeing how clumsy Gufeng was, Su Jingxiang couldn't help but put down his chopsticks, get up, take the egg from Gufeng's hands, and knock it twice hard against the corner of the table. With both hands exerting force at the same time, the almost intact eggshell was peeled off. It was white and flawless, like a bright night pearl. Shock flashed in his eyes. Gufeng subconsciously reached out and took the peeled goose egg.
Grandpa, you're amazing.
You were able to peel such a large goose egg in one piece. If it were him, there's no exaggeration in saying that not even the outer layer of egg white would be left. Even next to him, Su Liuli, after a while of peeling, a lot of the outer layer of egg white had been peeled off. Facing Gufeng's praise, Grandpa shook his head with a smile. There is nothing amazing about it. In the past, the family also raised geese and ate goose eggs often.
Practice makes perfect.
The boiled goose egg really tastes different from a boiled egg. You should try it.
Listening to Grandpa, Gufeng opened his mouth and took a bite of the goose egg.
Perhaps it was too big, and he didn't even taste the yolk in one bite. It took a lot of effort, and he had to drink 3 glasses of water before he finished the whole goose egg. Su Liuli did almost the same thing, and the whole time she used millet porridge to get the goose egg to her stomach.
It was just 7 o'clock after breakfast, and it was still too early to go out and wait.
They sat in the living room to rest and chat with their grandfather.
In the blink of an eye, it was almost 9 o'clock.
Gufeng, it's 9 o'clock, you call and ask where your aunt and uncle are.
Okay.
Upon hearing Su Liuli's words, Gufeng took out his mobile phone and dialed his mother's number. At this time of day, his parents should be on their way from Longhai City to Xingfu Village.
Do. After a few consecutive busy signals, the phone finally answered. Mom, where are you?
Well, according to the time shown on the navigation, you will arrive at Xingfu Village in 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Okay, I understand. We will wait for you at the entrance of the village. After hanging up the phone, Su Liuli, who was standing next to him, looked up at Su Jingxiang, who was sitting in the main seat. Grandpa, your uncle and aunt will be here soon, let's go to the village entrance to welcome them. Okay.
The old man stood up, and it would take a few minutes to walk from home to the village entrance. After closing the door, the group walked out the door. The people in the village generally got up early, and as Gufeng and the others walked towards the village entrance, there were already quite a few people sitting together chatting and basking in the sun in the square outside. When they saw Su Jingxiang and Su Liuli, everyone greeted them enthusiastically.
Su Jingxiang, where are you going with the 2 children?
Oh, Feng's parents are coming to visit, so I went out with the 2 children to greet them. Su Jingxiang responded with a smile, but unbeknownst to him, these words sounded like a rallying cry in everyone's ears, and suddenly, everyone became interested.
Their parents are coming?
Liuli, you're going to prepare a wedding banquet for us. This is their first time in our village, so we can't let them down.
How about we all go with you to greet them at the entrance to the village?
Upon Auntie Wang's invitation, the old men and young boys in the distance all got up and gathered around, while Gufeng and Su Liuli stood dumbfounded in their place.
Even Su Jingxiang's gaze was a little dazed. Liuli, everyone is too enthusiastic.
In terms of hospitality, he had never seen anyone more enthusiastic than the people of Happy Village.
I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic either. Zhang opened his mouth, and Su Liuli whispered next to Gufeng, looking up at the grandfather next to him.
The old man's face was covered with an embarrassed smile, and obviously he hadn't expected it either. In this way, there were originally only 3 people, but after Aunt Wang made such a call, the welcoming team was made up of dozens of people. It was quite boring for everyone to just stand and wait, so I'll get some music for us. What Gufeng and Su Liuli didn't expect was that after Aunt Wang made a phone call to the village party secretary, the welcome song suddenly started playing from the Happiness Village sign.
At this point, Gufeng's legs had long since gone numb.
As they got closer and closer to Happiness Village, Song Huilan, sitting in the back of the business car, gripped Guzhen's arm tightly with both hands.
I said, wife, do you have to be so nervous? After all, she is an elder, so can you act a little more composed?
He cheerfully raised his hand and patted the back of Song Huilan's hand.
Compared to Song Huren's nervousness, Gu Jinghua's behavior could be described as quite composed. Back then, he had never been nervous about meeting his future mother-in-law, and now he was going to meet the in-laws, and he felt no pressure at all. I want to be composed too, but who let our child do something unreasonable? If this were a normal meeting with the in-laws, I definitely wouldn't be nervous. Song Huiran retorted, and Gu Jinghua, who heard this, went and shook his head with a smile. Really? Who was the one who got out of the car and tried to run away when we went to my house that year? If I hadn't dragged you back, you would have run off somewhere. Hearing this, Song Huilan suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and she ignored Gu Jinghua next to her. She let go of his arm and turned her head to look out the window. I said, when we see Grandpa Liuli later, we have to act exaggeratedly. Just do as I say, got it? Honey, is that really necessary? Gu Jinghua's expression was bitter. He had just come here to meet his in-laws, but it felt like he was in infernal affairs, having to watch his every move. Oh well, just do as you're told, you can't go wrong. 5 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the archway of Xingfu village. Song Huilan looked puzzled as she listened to the loud singing outside. When the two got out of the car and saw a large crowd of people in the distance, not only Song Huilan, but even Gu Jinghua was a little dazed. Honey, why are there so many people? These can't all be Liuli's relatives, can they? There are just too many of them. Chapter 106, It's the father's fault for not teaching his children. She could accept a dozen relatives, but judging from the scene in front of her, there must be at least 40 or 50 people. Mom and Dad. Auntie and Uncle. Upon seeing Song Huilan and Gu Jinghua, Gu Feng and Su Liuli quickly came up to them. Liuli, you seem to have lost weight since I last saw you a few days ago. Did this brat not take good care of you? Song Huilan looked at her daughter-in-law with love, lifted her hand to touch her face, and then turned to her son next to her, her eyes cold. Auntie, Gu Feng treats me very well. I've actually gained weight. By the way, let me introduce you and Uncle, this is my grandfather. Turning to look at her grandfather, upon hearing Su Liuli's introduction, Song Huilan immediately respectfully stepped forward. Hello, Mr. Su. Grandpa Su, I'm Gu Feng's father, Gu Jinghua. Gu Jinghua took a step forward and respectfully extended his hand to greet Su Jingxiang. As a junior, it is only right to show some respect in front of your elders. However, in Gu Jinghua's position, there are really not many people in the whole country who can receive this treatment. Jinghua, not bad, your name is very loud. You must be tired along the way, these are the neighbors and folks from Xingfu village, everyone has come to greet you together. The old man pointed behind him with his finger. Gu Jinghua heard what he said and immediately raised his hand and gave everyone a fist bump. Thank you all for your warm hospitality. Gu, what are you talking about? Xiaofeng, this child married Liuli, and in the future, he and our happy village will be one family. As family, there is no need to be so polite. Ha ha, everyone is right. Jinghua, you must be tired from the journey, let's go home and rest. Let's go. Okay, Grandpa, wait a second. We brought you some gifts from the imperial capital. I don't know what you like, so we bought what we thought you would like. It's a token of our appreciation. Please accept it. While they were talking, they took Gu Feng to the trunk of the business car, which the driver had already opened in advance. There were 6 boxes in total, all of them containing precious tonic products. Just come, what's the point of bringing things? I can't eat all this stuff, don't bother bringing anymore, just leave it in the car. Su Jingxiang hurriedly waved his hands to refuse, and he really wasn't being polite. Having lived in the village for most of his life, he had never eaten anything like ginseng or deer antler, and he wasn't used to it. Old man, the things are our goodwill, you must accept them no matter what. Liuli, quickly take your grandfather and let's go home. Song Huilan winked at Su Liuli, who immediately understood and walked over to her grandfather. Grandpa, let's go home first. Uncle said it's goodwill, so you should accept it, Su Liuli whispered, taking her grandfather's arm. Su Lili whispered as she took her grandfather's arm. Upon hearing this, Su Zhenxian's mouth curled up in a wry smile, and he pointed at Su Lili's head. You little girl, you're already turning your back on me? You think Grandpa is being polite? Grandpa really doesn't need these things. Forget it, just take them.
Su Zhenxiang and Su Lili led the way, followed by Gu Feng and his parents, while the driver was left waiting at the village entrance.
Mom, are you going back to the imperial capital today?
Taking advantage of the break in walking, Gu Feng snuck up to his parents. Facing his son's words, Song Huilan smiled meaningfully. No, I'm not going back.
You're not going back? Mom, why are you looking at me like that? It feels like you're up to no good.
They walked back along the path to the courtyard. Su Luli helped her grandfather sit down in the main seat in the living room. At the old man's signal, Gu Jinghua sat down in the chair next to him. Song Huilan stood where she was, not sitting down immediately, but looking at Gu Feng. Grandpa Liuli, we already know that this child, Feng, has made a mistake. It is the father's fault for not teaching his child. Today, apart from apologizing to you, his father and I have decided to teach this child a lesson to avenge you and Liuli. Today, we must break one of his legs to let him know what pain is. Song Huilan took out a feather duster with a telescopic pole from somewhere and raised her hand to hit Gu Feng's butt.
Gu Feng was startled by the sudden action. Auntie!
Seeing that Gu Feng was about to be beaten, Su Luli hurriedly got up to stop her. Even Su Zhenxiang got up. Feng's mother, don't do it, let's talk it over.
Who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? It's a small mistake, just correct it. I think Feng is a good kid.
I feel very comfortable leaving him in charge of Liuli.
Liuli even told me yesterday that if the baby were really hurt by the beating, the unborn baby would have to blame us.
Liuli also said that she really likes Feng, and that the two kids are very much in love, so we, as their elders, shouldn't care so much. Su Jingxiang stood still, exhorting with all his heart. Song Huilan pretended to hesitate on hearing this, and then slowly retracted the feather duster. Su Luli quickly came over to Gu Feng's side, ignoring the stares of the elders around her, and reached up to feel Gu Feng's bottom.
Does it hurt?
Her eyes were slightly red, and she didn't know why, but watching Gu Feng get beaten up, she suddenly felt like crying.
It doesn't hurt, don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all. Our mom was just getting back at Grandpa. He whispered in her ear, and on hearing Gu Feng's explanation, Su Luli finally understood that her aunt hadn't really hit him hard. In fact, last night I heard the child Su Liuli say this to me, and I was very angry too. But then I thought, getting angry won't solve the problem. Now that it's happened, we should think about a solution. Coming over to Gu Jinghua, Song Huilan slowly sat down. Old man, I really like this girl Su Liuli. This time I came to apologize to you, and also to discuss with you the matter of the two children getting married with a certificate. The baby in my belly can't be delayed, and my idea is to get engaged first, then get a certificate, and have the wedding after the baby is born. Everything will be done according to your family's customs. You are the elder, and the two children will listen to you about their engagement. We don't have any objections. We are attracted to your daughter-in-law as a person, and the rest of the tedious customs are not a problem. Chapter 107, Say Mom for 10,000 yuan. Song Huilan's words were full of sincerity.
Su Jingxiang glanced at his granddaughter in the distance and nodded silently. No problem, that's what I meant. The child in the womb cannot be delayed, so let's get the certificate first and register the child.
Grandpa, so you agree?
A little surprise was revealed in his eyes. Song Huilan didn't expect the old man to agree so readily.
Agreed.
I'll look for a date for the engagement, and you two help organize it.
In the meantime, let the two children go get their certificates.
You need proof before the child is born.
Okay, no problem. Don't worry, Grandpa, we'll make sure the engagement ceremony for the two children is beautiful. As long as you agree to let the children get their certificates, everything else is negotiable. It's just an engagement ceremony, she'll get it ready when she goes back this time, and Su Laoli will book the hotel as soon as she's informed of the date. Gu Feng and Su Laoli stood quietly listening as the marriage was settled like this, and Su Laoli suddenly felt a little nervous inside. Everything seemed like a dream. Laoli, you take care of your in-laws. Sit down first, Grandpa will go prepare lunch.
The matter had been settled, and Su Jingxiang got up to prepare lunch. Seeing this, Gu Jinghua followed his lead and went over to the old man. Grandpa, you don't need to prepare lunch, we're leaving soon. Today, the two children are also going back to the Magic City, and we have some business there, so we'll take the children with us. No, it's not easy to come here, you have to stay for lunch.
I've already prepared something, we'll have stewed goose for lunch. Jinghua, you sit quietly.
Insisting that Su Jinghua sit back in his chair, today's lunch, no matter what, the two of them must eat.
The old man is so insistent, let's finish eating before we leave.
You and I don't mind being hungry, but we can't let the child Liuli go hungry either. Gu Jinghua sat back down, and after Song Huilan next to him finished speaking, she turned her gaze to her daughter-in-law in front of her.
Liuli, come to mommy. Mom?
Upon hearing these words from Song Huilan, the three people present were taken aback. Su Liuli's face turned red, and she clutched Gu Feng's clothes tightly with both hands. She didn't expect that her aunt would be so forthright, and as soon as the matter was settled, she immediately told her to call her mom. She hadn't called her mom for so many years, and suddenly she was told to do so, so she was a little hesitant.
Mom, isn't it a bit too early to call me mom? You should at least give me some time to get used to it.
Gu Feng was completely ignored as Song Huilan got up and went over to Su Liuli, took her hand and said, "Girl, you'll have to call her mom sooner or later, so it's better to get used to it sooner rather than later.
I've prepared a reward for you. Call her mom and I'll give you 10,000 yuan.
Su Liuli's eyes widened at this, and Gu Feng reacted in time, grinning and saying, "Mom." While calling her mom, she didn't forget to reach out with a smug face.
Call me mom and I'll give you 10,000 yuan. On average, you can make 1 billion yuan a day if you call me once a second. What are you doing? Song Huilan looked at Gu Feng's outstretched hand with a puzzled expression. He, call me mom and I'll give you money. 10,000 yuan for every mom. You said so yourself. That's not what happened.
Liuli called you mom and gave you 10,000 yuan for raising you all these years.
Now that you're calling me mom, you want money too? You're lucky if I don't ask you for it. Go away.
Gu Feng waved his hand casually, and a pig liver color suddenly appeared on his face, which had originally been smiling. This is so unfair, the daughter-in-law called out for 10,000 for a single word of mom, but when his own son called out for mom, he told him to go away.
Ha ha ha.
Su Liuli, although your aunt is not very tactful in her daily life, she really said something good in this matter. The matter of addressing people is something that becomes more and more natural with practice. Back in the day, when your aunt went to see your grandmother, the scene was just. Gu Jinghua laughed, and when he was halfway through his sentence, Su Liuli and Gu Feng could clearly feel a hint of murderous intent in their mother's eyes. Sure enough, the next second, she raised her foot and kicked Gu Jinghua in the back of the leg, and his originally happy face instantly turned red.
Ah!
It hurts. Gu Jinghua was in pain and was hugging his legs as his wife suddenly attacked him.
Seeing this scene, Gu Feng instantly felt a chill down his spine.
It was true that there was a sense of warning. Mom, Liuli, you guys chat first, I'll go outside and help Grandpa cook.
You guys continue.
Raising his hands to indicate that his mother and daughter-in-law should continue, Gu Feng turned around and walked out of the living room without looking back. Gu Jinghua recovered from his daze, smiled awkwardly, and hurriedly followed him out. Seeing Gu Feng and Gu Jinghua come out at the same time, Gu Jingxiang sat up from in front of the stove. Jinghua, why are you two coming out? The meat is already in the pot, I can just watch it here alone, you two hurry back and get some rest.
Dad, you go back, I'll help Grandpa cook here by myself.
Gu Jinghua's smile froze on his face when he heard Gu Feng say this, and he came silently to Gu Feng's side, whispering in his ear, "Good boy, is this how you treat your father? I'm going back to bother your mother, she's going to lose her temper."
You want to push your father into a fire pit? I gave you money before, you little bastard, give me back my money.
After saying this, his expression turned 180 degrees, and he looked happily at Su Jingxiang in front of him.
Old man, let me help you start the fire. After living in a big city like the imperial capital for a long time, I still feel comfortable in the atmosphere of our village. When he arrived at the old man's side, he sat down and started the fire without being told.
He watched helplessly as his father took the job that was originally his own, so Gu Feng could only follow his grandfather to the side to prepare the cold dishes. Inside the house, Song Huilan and Su Liuli, his mother, had not come out, and he did not know what the two were talking about. About an hour later, Gu Feng took the cold dishes to the table in the courtyard, and the goose that his grandfather had been stewing just came out of the pot.
Gu Feng, go greet Liuli and your mother and come out to eat.
Okay. Gu Feng replied, turned around and walked towards the living room, where his mother and Su Liuli were chatting happily on the two chairs.
Mom, Liuli, lunch is ready, come out and eat.
Okay.
Liuli, let's go eat.
Well. Listening to her mother-in-law, Su Liuli obediently got up and walked to the table outside together. When they arrived at the table, Gu Feng pulled out a chair and sat down next to Su Liuli.
Liuli, how many times did you call me mom?
100,000 yuan for a mom, this is a good opportunity to make money. Turning to look at Su Liuli, Gu Feng said with a smile.
Upon hearing this, Su Liuli's face tightened. I'm not telling you. He, hurry up and eat. Smiling sweetly, she picked up the chopsticks in front of her and prepared to start dinner. Grandpa, you eat the goose leg.
Picking up the chopsticks, he picked up a large goose leg and put it in Su Zhenxian's bowl.
Ouch, Feng, you naughty boy, you should just eat the goose leg, Grandpa's teeth aren't good.
It's okay, Grandpa, the goose is stewed to a mushy state, even if your teeth aren't good you can still eat it. It's rare that Feng is so filial. Gu Zhenghua chimed in, and Su Zhenxian couldn't help but show a hint of relief on his face. Feng is a good boy, I like him anyway, haha.
Chapter 108, Call Auntie Lin. A goose leg in exchange for the old man's praise was definitely worth it.
Lunch was a happy occasion, but because they still had to return to the demon capital, after lunch the group did not linger. They drove to the village entrance, waved goodbye to Grandpa, and then Gu Feng and the others drove back to the demon capital together. Dad sat in the driver's seat and drove, while Gu Feng, Su Liuli, and Mom Song Huilan sat in the back, with the original driver following in the Maybach.
Mom, what brings you and Dad to the Magic City?
Nothing much, just wanted to see where you live and spend some time with Liuli.
Liuli, I'll say hello to the school for you. Don't worry about your diploma, got it?
She looked seriously at Su Liuli. The main reason she had come this time was to help her daughter-in-law with her school problems. Judging from the due date, she would definitely not have enough time for an internship in the second half of the semester.
Thanks, Mom.
I've already handed in my graduation project, so there shouldn't be any problems with the school.
Okay.
It's most important that you take care of your health now, and I'll take care of the rest. The two of them were busy chatting away, and Gu Feng found it quite interesting to watch them. Since they had left Happy Village, he couldn't remember how many times Su Liuli had called him Mom. It really was just like his father had said, the more he called her that, the more comfortable she became with it. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed, and the city was drawing ever closer.
Honey, where should we go first? Well, let's go to Fuxing University first. Mom, it's Sunday, what are you doing at Fuxing University?
Song Huilan didn't answer right away, but Gu Zhenghua, who was sitting in the driver's seat, picked up the conversation and explained, your mom has a friend she's meeting you guys with.
You have a friend at Fuxing University?
It's been a while since you started going here, and he doesn't even know that his mom has a friend at Fuxing University. Of course she has a friend.
Don't you know that I donated the buildings at your school? Donated the buildings? Well, I do know that.
The buildings donated by the Kyushu group all have golden donation plaques hanging in front of them, so it's hard for him not to know. According to my mother, the car drove straight into Fuxing University, and the security guard at the gate seemed to have known in advance that they were coming, as he lifted the railing early. You have to know that Fuxing University is not an ordinary school. It is impossible for cars from outside to enter without a pass.
Driving on, they arrived at the administrative building in no time.
I got out of the car right behind my mother.
Huilan, you're here. You made me wait a long time. I was told you would be here around noon, but it's already afternoon.
Lin Guifeng, the university president, politely came forward.
Gu Feng and Su Liuli's eyes flashed with surprise.
The friend my mother mentioned was none other than Lin Guifeng, the president of Fuxing University. I had a lunch meeting with my in-laws, which delayed me a bit.
I'm sorry for keeping you waiting so long. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Ha ha ha, that's fine, it's my honor to let the chairman of a large group like you treat me to dinner.
President Lin smiled happily, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then his gaze fell on Gu Xinghua.
Mr. Gu, you're here too.
Even though she is the president of Fuxing University, she still had to respectfully address Gu Xinghua as Mr. Gu when she saw him.
Well, Principal Lin, it's been a long time.
I came with the children.
The children.
Gu Xinghua mentioned the children, and Lin Guifeng noticed Gu Feng and Su Liuli.
Su student, Gu student? Why are you two here?
She might not know the names of ordinary students, but she is familiar with Su Liuli and Gu Feng. Su Liuli naturally needs no introduction. As the school flower of Fuxing University, she, the principal, has more or less heard of her even if she doesn't follow current affairs. As for Gu Feng, there's no need to say much about him. They had just met in the conference room last time. The school's super club was formed because of him.
Lin Guifeng, you know my two children?
Lin Guifeng's initiative to call out the names of Gu Feng and Su Liuli surprised Song Huilan a little.
Yes, you may not know, but Liuli is the school flower of Fuxing University.
Even I, the principal, have heard of her name. Lin Guifeng smiled slightly. After being told by the principal, Su Liuli felt a little embarrassed. As for student Gu, they had just met in the conference room last time.
Isn't that right?
Looking over with a neutral expression, Gu Feng immediately responded, yes, Principal Lin is right, we met in the conference room.
Ha ha ha. Silly child, why are you calling Principal Lin?
Given the relationship between your mother and I, you should call me Auntie Lin.
Liuli, you too, you can call me Auntie Lin from now on.
Guifeng, at school, let the two kids call you Principal Lin, calling you Auntie Lin. If someone with an axe to grind hears it, they'll say you're abusing your position for personal gain.
Abusing my position for personal gain?
Huilan, I dare not say it anywhere else, but no one at Fuxing University dares say I'd abuse my position for personal gain.
Have you forgotten who made Fuxing University soar to become a prestigious school in the city over the past 10 years?
Lin Guifeng gave a playful smile, and Song Huilan followed suit with a wry smile and a nod. Okay, you're amazing. What do you say, let's go to your office for a while first.
We can't keep standing here, can we? Look at you, I'd forgotten.
Let's go to my office for a cup of tea. Lin Guifeng, Song Huilan, and Su Liuli walked in front, while Gu Feng and Gu Xinghua followed silently behind, keeping a small distance.
Dad, what is the relationship between Principal Lin, oh, no, it should be Auntie Lin, and my mom? Why do they seem so familiar?
Of course they are familiar.
They were college classmates and roommates in the same dormitory.
They lived together for 4 years.
How could they not be familiar?
Gu Xinghua explained softly, and Gu Feng's expression was wonderful to behold. He never would have guessed that President Lin was actually his mother's classmate, and they were even roommates in college. After graduation, your mother was arranged by your grandparents to work for the Kyushu Group, and your Auntie Lin continued her postgraduate studies and entered the education sector.
She even held you when you were born.
The older man's words became more and more outrageous, and Gu Feng's mouth opened slightly, shocked inside. In his previous life, he had lived at Fuxing University for 4 whole years, and he didn't even know that he had been held by the university president when he was a child.
Chapter 109 Gu Debai, nicknamed Gu Gooden. That's not right, Dad. You said that Auntie Lin saw me when I was born, so how come she doesn't know my name? A flash of inspiration came to him.
There weren't many people with the surname Gu in the country, so in theory, Lin Guifeng should have been impressed. At that time, you weren't called Gu Feng yet, your name was changed by your mother later.
I remember your grandmother gave you the name Gu Debai, nicknamed Gu Gooden. Ha 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 ha. Gu Xinghua couldn't help but laugh out loud when he mentioned these two strange names. It's true that Grandma Gu Feng's names have a bit of an international flair. Gu Debai? Gu Godan?
My mom had foresight.
A shudder.
Luckily, my mom changed the names. If he were really called Gugo Dan, he would be furious now.
The school beauty came over to confess her love, and when she asked what your name was, you said you were Gugo Dan? Just thinking about it makes me feel bad. What are you two doing? Hurry up and follow.
They were so caught up in their idle chatter with their father that they forgot to keep walking.
Gu Feng followed Gu Jinghua around and couldn't help but quicken his pace.
The family arrived at the principal's office, where they were greeted and asked to sit down. Lin Guifeng took the kettle and brewed a pot of tea, pouring it into the cups one by one.
Huilan, you never come to me without a reason. You suddenly contacted me this time, is there something going on? If there is, just say it.
I still owe you a few huge favors, and I have to find a way to repay you. Lin Guifeng said with a smile as she passed the cups to each person in turn. Back then, when she had just taken over Fuxing University, the school's infrastructure was poor, and the employment rate was low. Thanks to Song Huilan, she was able to provide jobs, donate teaching equipment to the school, and even donate several buildings later. To her, this was a huge favor.
You really do understand me.
Song Huilan lifted the teacup in front of her, took a sip, and then looked at Su Liuli beside her.
I came here this time because of Liuli.
She isn't feeling well, and she may not be able to do her internship as scheduled in the second semester. Please do something about the credits, so that it won't affect the child's graduation certificate. Without directly mentioning that Su Liuli was pregnant, in her opinion, it wasn't the right time to tell Lin Guifeng yet.
I see.
Lin Guifeng paused for a moment, took her water glass and sat down on one side. According to the school's rules and regulations, internships will be arranged after the autumn recruitment, and using an internship certificate will increase the number of credits.
If she cannot do an internship next semester, I can try to find a way to let Liuli accumulate enough credits this semester.
If it were anyone else, there might not be a good way, but Su Liuli is different. Apart from her good looks, she is naturally very talented. She has hosted many school activities before, so getting some credits will definitely not be a problem.
Fine, you arrange it. But this child is relatively weak, so you can't arrange any activities that are particularly tiring. Don't worry, I promise it won't be tiring.
Lin Guifeng gave her word of assurance, and Song Huilan was slightly relieved. They sat in the office and chatted for a long time, until 5 p.m., when Song Huilan got up and prepared to take a few people out to dinner. Today is Sunday, and there is nothing to do, so Lin Guifeng packed a few things and followed the few people out. A restaurant had been booked early in the morning, and the driver drove the group to the Bund in the city of Shanghai. The car was parked in front of a very luxurious star-rated hotel. As Gu Feng and the others got out of the car, several waiters at the entrance quickly came up to greet them.
Hello, welcome to the Bund Business Hotel.
The four of them stood in a row and bowed to greet Gu Feng and the others. After all, it was a top-class hotel, and the service was really impeccable. The people were so enthusiastic, and Gu Feng and Su Liuli were still a little uncomfortable.
Gu Feng and Su Liuli were a little taken aback as they were led into the hotel by the waiter. The interior was resplendent with gold and silver decorations.
If it weren't for the tables in the lobby, no one would have guessed that this was where they would be eating.
Welcome, madam. Do you have a reservation?
Yes.
My surname is Song. Private room 101.
Very good, madam.
Please wait a moment.
Song Huiran reported the room number, and the staff at the front desk hurriedly checked it, and after confirming that the woman who had made a reservation for room 101 was indeed surnamed Song, they immediately told the waiter to take the group upstairs.
They followed the waiter and got into the elevator. Isn't room 101 on the first floor?
Hello sir, it's like this, the private rooms starting with 101 are all located on the top floor, and they are high-end private rooms. The view is very beautiful. Gu Feng muttered in confusion, and the waiter standing in front of him immediately explained with a smile.
The hotel has 33 floors in total.
When they arrived at the private room on the top floor, Su Liuli's face was blank with shock, and Gu Feng was also a little surprised. The hotel they visited during the last team building was already quite luxurious, but compared to this place, it was like night and day. Entering the private room, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the distance almost overlooked the entire bund. The tables and chairs inside were all made of solid wood, the floor was covered with carpet, and not far away there was even a stage dedicated to performing music. As for the size of the private room, needless to say.
Huilan, I know you have money, but you don't need to be this luxurious, do you? This is the first time I've been to such a luxurious place in my whole life. Lin Guifeng looked around in amazement. She was the president of a top university in Shanghai, and her status was naturally needless to say, but she had never been to such a luxurious place before. Judging from the decorations and the environment, a casual meal would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Since I've gone to so much trouble to treat you to dinner, it should be a bit more formal. Just relax and enjoy your meal, you don't have to pay. Waiter, bring the menu. She motioned for the waiter to bring the menu, and each of the 5 people held a menu in their hands. Su Liuli, just order whatever you want to eat. Oh. She nodded slightly in agreement, but looking at the prices of the dishes on the menu, she really didn't dare to order. Any dish costs thousands of dollars, which is beyond her understanding. After a few minutes, the food was ordered and served. Lin Guifeng and Song Huilan chatted, while Gu Feng and Su Liuli, including Gu Jinghua, listened silently to their conversation. During this time, the waiter came over and asked if they wanted to play music. Thinking that her daughter-in-law was a student at the Conservatory of Music, after asking Su Liuli's permission, she specially asked for a guzheng to be brought over. She got up and played the guzheng, and the melodious sound of the instrument echoed in the private room. The sound of the instrument filled the room, and together with Su Liuli's stunning appearance, it was full of a celestial atmosphere. Huilan, you've really found a gem this time. There's no doubt about it, Liuli is beautiful and talented. She's much better than you and I were when we were younger. Lin Guifeng was full of praise, and Song Huilan's mouth curled up slightly, her happiness evident. That's natural, my daughter is absolutely first class. Finding a daughter-in-law like Liuli, I, as the mother-in-law, can smile in my dreams, ha ha ha. Complimenting Su Liuli is even more pleasing than complimenting herself. After a guzheng piece was played, Gu Feng was still left wanting more, and the sound of the music seemed to still be echoing in his ears. Putting aside everything else, the ancient ancestors' things are really amazing. A guzheng piece can make people immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves, and even have a sense of being there in the scene. Chapter 110, Are you trying to make me mad? After returning to the table, they sat down and continued chatting for more than an hour. Huilan, I have to go. Tomorrow is Monday, and I have a few meetings, so I have to go back early to prepare. It's almost 8 o'clock, and dinner took a long time, so I really should go. Okay, I'll walk you out. No, you guys just sit. What are you and I still being polite for? I'm leaving, Gu Feng, Liuli, bye. Mr. Gu, I'll go first. Song Huilan, who was about to stand up, was held down in her chair. Lin Guifeng greeted Gu Feng and the others, then turned and left. After Lin Guifeng had walked out of the door to the private room, Song Huilan got up and came to Gu Feng's side. Mom, what are you doing? Go, sit over there. She was sitting in her chair, but her mother made her go over to the side. Gu Feng, I need to tell you something. We are currently facing a problem, and your grandmother is still in the dark. When are you going to tell her? Gu Jinghua sat in a chair and looked meaningfully at Gu Feng. The old lady only knew that her grandson had a girlfriend, but she didn't know that the future granddaughter-in-law was pregnant, let alone that the two were about to get engaged. At the moment, how to tell her had become the biggest problem. Dad, you're asking me, and I don't know what to do. You don't know? You're the one who got into this mess, and you don't know what to do. Well, maybe I should go back there again this Saturday or Sunday and take the initiative to confess to her? He really couldn't think of anything better than to confess. Gu Jinghua nodded after a moment's thought. Be careful when you bring it up. You can ask around. But one thing, don't tell your mother and me. You know how Granny is. If she finds out we've been keeping secrets from her, she'll cane me with her walking stick. Song Huilan, as a daughter-in-law, is fine, but his son is in trouble. He has been beaten up a lot since he was young.
Now at this age, if he really gets beaten up in front of his son and daughter-in-law, he will lose all face.
I know, I promise not to tell on you too. Xiaofeng, let's leave this matter alone for now, let's talk about your request for money. You really are a crafty little fellow, not only are you asking me for money, you're also asking your father for money. What's most infuriating is that you even took the card I gave to Liuli for your own. Song Huilan's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Gu Feng with a cold face. Feeling her mother's gaze, Gu Feng suddenly felt a thud in his heart. His mother had found out about the money he had asked for from both sides. Cough cough, Mom, I only used Liuli's card for a bit, I didn't mean to keep it for myself.
Good, so it was you who swiped it. With a cold face, she got up. When Gu Xingguo reminded her, she didn't believe it, but she never imagined that the person who really swiped the card last time was actually Gu Feng. She had been made to feel happy for nothing.
Ha! It wasn't you, Mom, you tricked me.
Humph, brat, I'm going to teach you a good lesson today. She picked up the chopsticks in front of her, charged at Gu Feng menacingly, and when she saw her mother pounce, Gu Feng hurriedly got up.
If not now, when? Liuli, help me.
He went around the table and ran straight behind Su Liuli. Mom, I was the one who gave my card to him last time, so don't be angry. Su Liuli's face was tense as she tried to explain. The daughter-in-law took Gu Feng behind her, and when she saw Su Liuli, Song Huilan's anger instantly subsided by half.
Phew!
Since Liuli is begging for you, I'll let you off the hook today.
If you dare to do it again next time, I'll have to beat you up.
With the crisis over, Gu Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If he had known this would happen, he would have rather gone back and retrieved the card last time. Fortunately, he returned the card, or else he would really have been in trouble.
Ha ha ha, you brat. You even lied to your own father. He raised his hand and pointed at Gu Feng with a smile. Compared to Song Huilan, Gu Xingguo acted quite calmly. Alright, it's getting late, let's go back and rest.
Huilan, I'll go settle the bill, you take the two kids and go sit in the car outside. Standing up, he followed the waiter to the front desk to settle the bill. Song Huilan and the other two returned to the car and waited. After Gu Xingguo came out, everyone returned together towards the villa. When they returned to the villa, the hall was dark and empty.
Liuli, are you afraid to live here alone? How about if I find some aunties to take care of you?
Song Huilan smiled slightly and turned her head to look over, being held by Su Liuli's arm. The villa was quite nice, but it seemed a bit empty for just the two of them.
Mom, no, I'm not afraid.
Being afraid is one thing, being taken care of is another. With your current health, you need someone to take care of you. If you don't want me to find someone to take care of you, then I'll just have to come here and take care of you myself. When she said this, Su Liuli didn't react much, but Gu Feng couldn't hold back anymore.
No. Mom, you'd better find someone else.
If you let your own mother come here to take care of you, I'm afraid you'll get beaten 3 times a day.
What? You don't want your mother to come here? Well, it's not that I don't want to, but mainly because you can't do anything, so if you come here, Liuli and I will still have to take care of you.
She said this without a care in the world, but her mother's eyes had already turned cold.
Gu Feng, are you trying to make me angry to death?
If you don't want to come yourself, that's fine, but saying that she can't do anything, in front of your daughter-in-law, she doesn't care about her face.
Ha ha ha, okay. You two don't argue.
It's getting late, let's go back and rest. Gu Feng, Su Liuli, you two also get some rest early.
Let's go. He came to Song Huilan's side, took her hand and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor.
Su Liuli saw this and stuck out her tongue at Gu Feng, also walking towards the bedroom.
Early the next morning, Gu Xingguo and Song Huilan left. Gu Feng and Su Liuli returned to school together to attend classes. Not long after the first class started, they suddenly received a text message from Director Gao.
The general meaning was that there would be an event at 2 p.m. on the playground, and he had to attend.
Gu Feng, who sent the message?
Zhang Yu sat next to him and glanced at the teacher lecturing from the podium, before lowering her head and asking.
Director Gao. Director Gao? Did you say that you were speaking at the opening ceremony this afternoon? I see that there is a place for you in the VIP section. Chapter 111. The director invited everyone to dinner. How did you know there was a place for me? Where did you see it? Following Jiangyu, Gu Feng leaned his face sideways and asked curiously as he quietly rested his head on the desk. Shit, how did I know? Did you forget that we are also a member of the psychology club and we are also participating in the 2 p.m. event? Jiangyu said this, and he reacted. What do you think? Are you going at 2 p.m.? In my opinion, since your name is on the list, you'd better go, otherwise our instructor won't be able to explain to Director Gao. If things go wrong, the director might even give our instructor a hard time. Jiangyu muttered to herself, unaware that the old professor on the podium was already frowning and looking at the back of the classroom. Xiao Kai saw this and hurriedly patted Jiangyu on the arm. Classmate, what were you muttering about? Who are you going to give a hard time? If you don't pay attention in class, I'll give you a little shoe to wear, okay? The sudden voice gave Jiangyu a start. What's your name? He raised his hand and pushed his reading glasses on his nose. The old professor put down the chalk in his hand and looked at Jiangyu and Gu Feng with a serious expression. This. Professor Liu, I was wrong. He was full of embarrassment, hesitated for a long time before finally rising in fear. He spoke very quietly, but the old professor had surprisingly good hearing despite his age. Not only did he hear him speak, he could even hear the specific content of the speech. Now you know you were wrong? Professor, I have always been reasonable. Since you know you were wrong, I don't want to punish you. Let me ask you, what was the main content of this lesson? If you can answer that, this matter will be forgotten. Ha! Raising his hand and scratching his head, Jiangyu looked sadly at Xiao Kai and Zhang Tiniu beside him. He had listened to some of the previous content, but in the back he was too busy daydreaming to hear anything. Jiangyu stood far away, scratching his head, and the professor's face turned slightly cold. You don't know? Classmate, what's your name? Professor, my name is Jiangyu. Jiangyu? You're gentle like jade, that's a good name for you. I've remembered your name, and I'll call on you every time we have class. If you're not here even once, you can forget about passing the final exam. Sit down. After saying this, he gestured for Jiangyu to sit down again, picked up the chalk and continued with the lecture. Jiangyu sat down again, and Gu Feng's face was taut with a smile, while Xiao Kai and Zhang Tiniu next to Jiangyu had similar expressions. As for Jiangyu herself, she felt even worse than if she had eaten a fly. She would be called on every time we had class in the future, which was just too sad. Jiangyu, congratulations. He muttered quietly, and the next second quickly looked away to the distant podium. With Jiangyu's example, they were afraid to provoke the eccentric Professor Liu again. After the morning class, before Gu Feng and the others could leave the classroom, Director Gao and the instructor Lu Bo had already arrived at the classroom door waiting. Jiangyu, let's go. What do you want to eat for lunch? You're so listless, are you not in the mood to eat? Ha 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 ha. Kai, you're laughing at me. Alas, the fear of fame is like the fear of a strong pig. I've really had it this time. But then again, Gu Feng, you still haven't told me if you're going to the afternoon activity or not. After Jiangyu finished speaking, the few of them were just about to walk out of the classroom when they didn't expect the instructor to suddenly pop out of the doorway. Gu Feng. Jiangyu, Xiao Kai, Tainyo, you're here too. After speaking to Gu Feng, the instructor looked at Jiangyu and Zhang Tiniu. Instructor, do you need me for something? Yes, little brother Gu, I'm looking for you. Behind Lu Bo, Director Gao suddenly appeared, putting one hand on his round belly and smiling happily at Gu Feng. Just from this smile, it seemed to Jiangyu and Xiao Kai that there was a hint of flattery. Little brother Gu? Gu Feng, what's going on? Director Gao called you brother? Zhang Tiniu's eyes were full of disbelief, and on the other side, Jiangyu and Xiao Kai also had almost the same expression. They even thought for a moment if they had heard it wrong, that a director would call a student so affectionately. It was simply out of the ordinary. Not to mention Zhang Tiniu and the others, even Lu Bo was stunned for a moment.
He only knew that Director Gao had talked to Gu Feng alone about participating in club activities, but he never knew that the two of them had reached such a level of relationship.
Cough cough. It's nothing. He raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose, awkwardly responding to Zhang Tinio next to him, and then asked Director Gao, "Director, you wanted to see me about?" "Oh, it's nothing important, it's still about that afternoon's event. By the way, do you have time for lunch? I'll treat you to dinner in the cafeteria. You several classmates, come along too." Not only is he treating Gu Feng to lunch, he's also bringing along Zhang Yu and Zhang Tinio. "Me, us? Director, you're treating us to lunch? Are you serious?" Pointing at himself, Zhang Yu's heart trembled. When did he ever get to be treated to lunch by the director? Of course it's real. It's just at the school cafeteria, so it won't cost much. The school cafeteria, where it costs more than 10 yuan per person, so it won't cost much for just a few people. After all, he is the director of the school, and if he can't even afford to treat them to a meal, then he has failed miserably as a director. Great, thank you, director. The director is treating us to a meal, haha, I never dreamed it. Thank you, director. Thank you, director. Without waiting for Gu Feng to nod his assent, Xiaokai, Zhang Yu, and Zhang Tinio couldn't wait to nod their thanks. Since all three of them had agreed so readily, Gu Feng himself had no choice but to agree as well, and he could only nod his assent. Let's go to the cafeteria in the administration building. There is a special place on the third floor reserved for the school staff. I'll take you there to eat. The cafeteria in the administration building is open to students on the first and second floors. As for the third floor, there are usually not many students. The school does not prohibit students from eating there, but no one wants to go. On weekdays, it is usually where the school's old professors and leaders eat. It makes you feel uncomfortable just thinking about eating at the same table as the school leaders. The cafeteria in the administration building. I haven't been there yet. I've never been there either. After Jian Yu muttered, Xiaokai responded, they usually eat in the canteens near here or the dormitories. There are a lot of school leaders in the administrative building, so no one would think of going to the administrative building if there are canteens nearby. Following Director Gao's footsteps, the group walked along the path to canteen number 3 near the administrative building. When they entered the canteen, there were still a few students eating on the first and second floors. When they reached the third floor, there were only 7 or 8 tables of people eating in the large canteen. Judging from their attire, they were 100% teachers at the school. Chapter 112, that's scary. What do you guys want to eat? Gu Laudi, Teacher Lu, what are you two having? Although there weren't many people eating, there were quite a few lunch options, and there was an auntie on duty at each food counter. I'm fine, Director, what are you having? Me? A smile curled the corner of his mouth. I prefer the braised pork rice over there. It's not bad, why don't you try it today? He pointed to the braised pork rice window. He ate lighter in the morning and evening, and usually ate whatever was on offer at lunch. Okay, then braised pork rice. Gu Feng, Zhang Yu, you guys don't have any objections, do you? No problem, Director Gao, you don't even know, I love braised pork rice. It's free lunch, what are they complaining about? It's already pretty good that they get to eat braised pork rice. Gu Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Director Gao led everyone to the braised pork rice window. The auntie inside greeted Director Gao warmly, and then immediately filled a large plate with meat. Director Gao, if it's not enough, remember to come and get more anytime. There's plenty. Okay, thanks. Oh yeah, they're the same as me. Gu, I'll go find a seat over there, just bring your food over when you're done. After saying this to Gu Feng, Director Gao walked to a table in the middle of the room with his tray. Seeing the director sit down, Xiaokai silently looked at the guide beside him. Guide, from the look of it, don't you come here to eat often either? With curiosity flashing in his eyes, Lu Bo had been observing the surroundings with a curious look ever since they had started walking upstairs, almost with the same expression as them, acting like a newcomer. Well, I've never been here before. Lu Bo nodded truthfully. This place shouldn't be far from your office, why don't you come here to eat?
As far as they knew, the guide had been working here for many years, and it was hard to imagine that as a member of the school staff, he had never eaten here before.
I only come here to eat when I'm free.
You don't want to see us teachers, and we don't want to see the school leaders. Pouting his lips, he glanced at the back of Director Gao in the distance.
Lu Bo deliberately lowered his voice. It's hard to find some free time to eat, isn't it nice to find a comfortable place? Why do you have to come here to suffer? I'm not sick.
While they were talking, the braised pork rice for the several of them was also finished one after the other. Perhaps because they were people brought here by Director Gao, the amount of rice the ants served was quite terrifying. It was full of meat, and if you weren't careful, it might slide to the ground. When they arrived at the table, they sat down one after the other, staring at the huge portion of braised pork rice in front of them.
Zhang Yutong swallowed hard. Director, you really do have connections.
I've had braised pork rice at school a few times, but I've never had this much.
Gee, this isn't braised pork rice, it's clearly braised pork, there's no rice at all. Okay, hurry up and eat, you can get more if there's not enough. Gu, let me tell you about the afternoon event.
There is a speech, just a few simple sentences, I'll give it to you later.
Basically, you don't have to do much. After the event, we'll take a group photo and that'll be about it.
Director Gao explained to Gu Feng while eating. If it were an ordinary club, like the student union, or a club organized by the students themselves, it would be fine, but the psychology club is different. There are too many people involved, and besides, he, as the director, is directly in charge of it, so it must be taken seriously.
Fine, we'll do whatever the director says. If you promise something, you have to do it properly. It's a matter of principle.
Besides, the director spent money on lunch today.
Director Gao talked about activities while eating, while Lu Bo, Gu Feng, and Zhang Yu listened quietly.
At the top of the stairs to the dining hall on the third floor, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit walked slowly forward.
Teacher Zhao, how's the preparation for the outstanding graduate lecture going? This is the last mobilization before the autumn recruitment, so all the work must be done properly. The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Vice President Wang from the previous recruitment seminar. After finishing his instructions to Teacher Zhao, he inadvertently glanced at the center of the dining room and saw Director Gao having dinner. Vice President Wang had no expression. However, when he saw Gu Feng sitting opposite Director Gao, his expression gradually became more expressive. Brother Gu, you even know Director Gao. He muttered to himself, and since they had met here, he definitely could not go over and say hello. Principal, it looks like that's Gu Feng over there. I know, go say hello.
Nodding, he put on his big leather shoes and walked with a square step to the table where Gu Feng and the others were sitting. They were having a good chat when they suddenly felt someone approaching.
Director Gao and Lu Bo looked up together.
When they saw Vice Principal Wang, who was beaming with a smile, they quickly put down their chopsticks.
Vice Principal Wang. Vice Principal Wang, how are you?
Lu Bo and Director Gao hurriedly said hello, and Zhang Yu and the others, needless to say, Vice Principal Wang, they seemed to be meeting for the first time.
Even at the last freshman party, they didn't meet. Ha ha ha. Hello, I'm eating.
If I had known, I would have come earlier so we could eat together.
Brother Gu, Director Gao, I didn't realize you two knew each other.
The previous words were quite normal, but when he heard Vice President Wang also call Gu Feng Brother Gu, Lu Bo nearly dropped his jaw on the spot. Needless to say, Zhang Yu and the others were even more speechless, their eyes wide as cow's eggs and their heads short-circuiting.
Principal Wang, you know Gu?
Director Gao smiled awkwardly. He didn't know what to say in such a situation.
Yes, it's like this.
Director Gao, I have met the principal a few times before and helped with a few small things. Gu Feng covered his forehead with one hand and spoke up before Principal Wang could.
Oh, I see.
What no one could have imagined was that just then, a middle-aged woman in gray professional attire appeared at the top of the stairs again. Noticing a crowd standing in the middle of the dining room, Lin Guifeng was a little curious.
What were they doing standing there when they were supposed to be eating?
She took 2 steps forward, and when she saw Gu Feng, she was taken aback.
Gu Feng? Hearing someone call his name, Gu Feng subconsciously turned around. When he saw Lin Guifeng walking towards him, he was completely flabbergasted. Principal Lin. Principal Lin, hello, Principal. Not to mention Lu Bo and Jiang Yu, even Vice Principal Wang had to obediently greet Principal Lin Guifeng. At this moment, Lu Bo felt his legs go weak. What's the big deal, one after the other? Lu Bo, I told you, this place is definitely not to be. Hoo. My heart is pounding, man, just having lunch and I run into the vice principal, not to mention the principal. This is some luck. Chapter 113, What did you call me? Jiang Yu and the others hastily got up and followed Director Gao in greeting the principal. Gu Feng stood next to the others and also naturally greeted the principal. Everyone else called her Principal Lin, and Lin Guifeng did not forget to smile and respond, but when she heard that Gu Feng had also called her principal, her expression slightly tightened. A playful smile appeared on her approachable face, and her calm eyes looked at Gu Feng. Xiao Feng, what did you call me? Principal Lin? He opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. After a long internal struggle, and under the watchful eyes of Director Gao and Vice Principal Wang, Gu Feng whispered, Auntie Lin. Puff. Lin, Auntie Lin. Gu Feng, you're related to Principal Lin. Lu Bo's voice trembled, his mind a blank. Although Jiang Yu and the others didn't say anything, it was clear from their eyes that they were no less shocked than Lu Bo. That's right, that's a good boy. She lifted her hand and, ignoring the stunned expressions of the others around her, directly patted Gu Feng on the head. The gesture was incredibly intimate. Gu Feng himself was surprised that his aunt had been so bold as to pat him on the head, and he could only smile awkwardly in return. Okay, you guys continue eating, I won't bother you. Xiao Feng, Auntie Lin will buy you dinner sometime. She said a brief sentence to Gu Feng, and Lin Guifeng turned and left. Ahem. Well, Gu, Director Gao, you guys continue eating, I won't disturb you anymore. Gu, I still owe you a meal, I'll find an opportunity to repay you. I'll leave now, ha ha ha. Lin left, and Vice Principal Wang followed, accompanied by Zhao. Gu Feng stood at the table, as the tutors looked at him, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. In the end, Director Gao couldn't hold back any longer and cautiously said, Brother Gu, you know Vice President Wang and are related to President Lin, why didn't you say so earlier? You really scared me today. Luckily, I got along with Gu Feng before, otherwise, with his reputation, I, as a small director, wouldn't be enough. You didn't ask before, and I'm not sure if I should take the initiative to explain this kind of thing. Let's eat first, the food is getting cold. He raised his hand to indicate that the others should hurry up and sit down and eat together. He really wanted to tell him earlier. When he met Director Gao, he didn't know Vice President Wang, and he didn't know that the university president was his mother's college roommate. After having lunch in the third-floor cafeteria, there was still more than an hour until 2 o'clock. Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and the other two came out, and their eyes kept staring at Gu Feng next to them, as if something was deeply attracting them. Gu Feng's face was thick, but he couldn't bear it when the three of them stared at him like they were staring at a monkey. Gu Feng, do you guys have something you want to tell me? If you have something to say, just say it. I can't handle being stared at like this, I'm panicking. Gu Feng pretended to be in pain as he raised his hand to cover his chest. You're panicking? Damn it, Gu Feng, don't you have any shame? We're the ones who are panicking. What just happened? I still haven't reacted yet. It's fine that you know the director, but you even know the principal. It's fine that you know one, but you know two. Zhang Tinia puffed up his cheeks and held up 2 fingers, looking honest and sincere. Ha ha, is that really the case? Not quite. Xiao Kai patted himself on the head, we're lucky, but I saw our tutor, the old man, shaking with fear. Tut tut. My roommate not only has the school beauty as his girlfriend, but also knows the principal. It's really something to brag about. Jiang Yu smiled happily, and already began to imagine the envious looks of others when they saw him. Facing Jiang Yu's infatuated gaze, not to mention Gu Feng, even Xiao Kai and Zhang Tinio couldn't help but roll their eyes. Let this kid imagine for himself here. Let's go back and rest for a while. Let's go.
Waving his hands, the few of them walked straight towards the dormitory, leaving Jiang Yu alone in his fantasies. Back in the dormitory, he went to lie down on the bed and took out his phone to call Su Liuli. After learning that he was going to the playground to participate in an activity in the afternoon, Su Liuli expressed his desire to go with him. It was just a small activity, and since Su Liuli wanted to go, he would go with him.
There was nothing else to do anyway. He rested in the dormitory until 1:40 p.m. There were only 20 minutes left until 2 p.m.
As he rolled over and got out of bed, he received a call from Director Gao. He went to the playground with Jiang Yu and the others. Before Gu Feng entered, he glanced over to the side and saw the elegantly dressed Su Liuli walking slowly towards them. Su Liuli's sudden appearance immediately dazzled Gu Feng and the others. Gu Feng in particular was so taken aback by his girlfriend's appearance that he was rendered speechless. Su Liuli was wearing a hanfu, like a delicate flower, blooming with radiant beauty, enchanting the hearts of all who saw her.
What's wrong? Don't I look good?
Jia gave it to me, and I think it looks pretty good. Her face was like a full moon, bright and full of childlike innocence.
It looks great. It's amazing. The black and red hanfu, with a high ponytail, can be described in 4 words: heroic and dashing.
It already gets a lot of attention on its own, and with this outfit, it gets even more attention when walking down the street. In just a short while, all the students passing by have turned to look in this direction.
I think it looks good too. It's getting late, don't you still have to go to the event? Let's hurry up and go in. Jiang Yu, Xiaokai, Tainyo, hello. Before standing next to Gu Feng and preparing to enter the playground, he did not forget to greet Jiang Yu and the others. After hearing Su Liuli greet them, the several of them quickly responded with a hee laugh. Hello, Senior Su. Senior is really pretty today. If this were in ancient times, she would be the perfect female warrior.
Yes. Xiaokai said, while Zhang Tainyo next to him did not know how to respond and could only nod his head in agreement. Gu Feng looked at his 3 strange roommates next to him and felt speechless. He led Su Liuli and the others into the playground. Not far away, someone was already organizing everyone to gather. Due to the large number of people in the club, this activity adopted a registration system. The activity required 500 people, and the number was full in just half a day. Naturally, this included Jiang Yu, Xiaokai, and Zhang Tiniu. Gu, this way. Standing in front of the audience, Director Gao kept silently watching the entrance to the playground. After seeing Gu Feng and Su Liuli enter, he waved his hand to greet them and then got up and came down. Brother Gu? What did Director Gao call you? Su Liuli turned her head to look at Gu Feng as she flicked her ponytail. She had just heard Director Gao call him brother. Cough, this is a long story, I'll explain it to you slowly later. Gao Director came up to them in 3 steps, muttering to Su Liuli. Brother Gu, hey, Miss Su. You're here too. That's great, I'll have someone arrange the seating right away. Chapter 114, Ordering the Wedding Attire. It was already very good that Gu Feng could come alone, and it would be perfect if Su Liuli could also go up with him. Director Gao, you don't need to have someone prepare it, I just came here to take a look. Worried about causing trouble for others, Su Liuli quickly shook her head. However, despite her refusal, Director Gao had already made up his mind in his heart that she must be allowed to go up with Gu Feng. Su, since you're already here, I have to arrange a seat for you. Don't worry, there's not much to do today, so you can just sit next to Brother Gu and relax, and watch the fun. He laughed, waved his hand to greet the members of the student union next to him, and immediately arranged a chair for Su Liuli, right next to Gu Feng. Her face exuded a confident and charming aura, and Su Liuli quietly looked up at Gu Feng. Her elegant temperament, coupled with the hanfu she was wearing, gave her a different kind of déjà vu, and Gu Feng himself couldn't help but want to take a second look. Looks like I'll be accompanying you to the event. Su Liuli beamed, her cheeks slightly puffed up. Reaching out, he ran his hand through Su Liuli's ponytail, and Gu Feng laughed indifferently. What's wrong? Don't want to go on stage with me? Sure, I don't have anything to do anyway.
I'll go up with you, and I can watch the fun.
The two whispered, and Director Gao glanced at the time. The event was almost ready to begin.
Gu, Su, let's go up.
Okay.
Zhang Yu, you guys go over there and gather. I'll go up with Director Gao first.
Before leaving, he didn't forget to say hello to Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai, and followed Director Gao's footsteps. The two of them arrived at the audience. There was a dark crowd of people below, all members of the psychology club who had signed up for the event.
Gu, you'll be speaking later, just read from this. There are only 2 or 3 sentences.
After sitting in front of the chair, he handed him a piece of paper with a few simple sentences on it.
Okay. After scanning the content on the note, he almost completely memorized it.
As the time came to 2 o'clock, the event started on time.
Gu Feng, let's begin.
After Director Gao finished speaking, Gu Feng raised his hand and picked up the microphone in front of him. Generally speaking, it is inevitable to feel nervous when facing so many people for the first time.
However, for Gu Feng, there was not much pressure.
Before his rebirth, he was at least the president of a major international group.
How could he not have the courage for this? Everyone be quiet. Welcome everyone to gather here to participate in this event.
On behalf of the Psychology Club and the school, I would like to thank you all for signing up.
The main purpose of this event is to establish a good outlook on love for young people. The specific details of the event will be read out by Director Gao next.
Gu Feng calmly finished and handed the microphone in his hand to Director Gao next to him.
Ahem. Classmates, this event.
Read the prepared speech in front of you, and Director Gao looked up and continued. The rewards for this event, in addition to credits, also include some other things. These include basketballs, badminton rackets, table tennis paddles, and various genuine books. The rewards for the top 10 are quite generous, including annual passes to the school gym, study machines, and a series of other things. There are quite a lot of prizes, and who can get them depends on your abilities.
Do you all have any other questions?
The rewards for this event are quite generous, and even for several events organized by the school, there have never been such generous rewards.
Wow!
Our psychology club is really a favorite son, and Director Gao has really gone all out for this. Of course, after all, Director Gao manages the club himself, and with so many people, he had to go all out. Everyone was discussing the rewards for this event, and Director Gao sat next to Gu Feng, smiling awkwardly. To be honest, the rewards for this time were really a bit too generous. But there was nothing he could do about it. As the student said, the Psychology Club is a club that he directly manages, and both professionally and personally, he should get more prizes.
Classmates, since no one has any questions, please participate in the activities seriously next.
Just a reminder, apart from the prizes, you can also earn a lot of credits by participating in this activity.
Gu, that's enough for today, you've worked hard. Su, thank you. After the activity ended, Director Gao did not forget to thank Gu Feng and Su Liuli. You're welcome, Director. If there's nothing else, we'll be going now. Sure. Take care. Take care, Su. After seeing the two leave, Director Gao turned around and returned to his administrative building.
There was still a lot of work to be done, and there were many more clubs at Fuxing University than just the Psychology Club. As they walked out of the playground together, Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai and the others saw Gu Feng and Su Liuli and quickly left with tact, not even saying hello.
They were afraid of disturbing the two. Where are we going next? I don't know. Gu Feng shook his head and then looked outside the school. Why don't I take you for a stroll? Sure.
The next second, Su Liuli took hold of his arm, and feeling the softness on his arm, Gu Feng couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth. They walked along the road to the school gate. Grandpa said he wanted to show us the date of our engagement, but I don't know how it's going.
Why don't I take you to look at the wedding dress?
It's just hanging around anyway, so why not take Su Liuli to look at the wedding dress, and pick a favorite here, so that Mom doesn't have to choose from the capital city?
Great!
A flash of happiness passed through her eyes, and Su Liuli was secretly excited at the thought of picking out her wedding dress.
Let me see if there are any dress shops around here.
She took out her phone and turned on the navigation app, looking at several shops in a row before finally setting her sights on a wedding photography studio in the city center. From what the navigation app showed, this shop was of a higher standard and also rented out wedding dresses. After confirming the location, they drove to the Maybach and parked in front of the school, so that it would be more convenient for them to travel. After driving to the city center for half an hour, the car stopped in an underground garage, and Gu Feng and Su Liuli took the elevator together to the ground floor of the studio. It wasn't that they didn't want to park on the ground, it was just that there was no space on the ground. The wedding photography studio is called Millennium Wedding Photography, with a huge signboard. Even in a super first-tier city like the Devil's Metropolis, it can definitely be considered a high-end photography studio. Chapter 115, Little Dress. Let's go in. He led Su Liuli into the wedding photography building, and at a glance, he saw that it was full of people. So many people? Gu Feng and Su Liuli were taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many people in front of them. A wedding photography store is not a shopping mall or a restaurant, so why would there be so many people? Hello, how can I help you? Gu Feng and Su Liuli had been inside for less than 2 seconds when a woman wearing a red uniform walked up to them with a smile. Wedding photography, even the staff uniforms look so festive. Hello, we would like to pick out 2 engagement outfits. Engagement outfits? The engagement outfits are on the 3rd floor, can I take you up to have a look? Great. The female staff member slightly bowed her head, and Gu Feng and Su Liuli nodded in agreement. Guided by the other party, the two walked towards the elevator in the distance. There are so many people in the lobby, your business here is really good. Preparing to take the elevator to the 3rd floor, Su Liuli said with a smile. The elevator doors opened, and the staff member took a step back to let Gu Feng and Su Liuli go up first, and then followed them. Madam, in a few days it will be the once in 3 years lucky day, and basically all the newlyweds who are getting married recently have bumped into this day. Those guests downstairs are all here to choose wedding dresses and take wedding photos. After the staff member explained, Gu Feng and Su Liuli suddenly understood. No wonder there were so many people downstairs, it turned out to be the lucky day, and everyone's wedding date had bumped into the same day. Following the staff to the 3rd floor, there were basically not many people here. In the distance, a few guests were selecting their wedding attire, while many staff members were moving clothes racks around to tidy them up. Sir, madam, I don't know how to address you two. My surname is Gu, and my wife's surname is Su. Mr. Gu, Ms. Su. What style of wedding attire do you two prefer? The staff member asked with a smile. Su Liuli turned her head to look at Gu Feng. She didn't have much experience in this area and didn't know what kind of clothes to choose herself. After a moment of silence, Su Liuli slowly looked up. How do people generally choose engagement clothes here? Well, men's formal clothes include suits, tuxedos, and other formal wear. As for women's engagement clothes, there are too many types, including evening dresses, Chinese-style cheongsams, Chinese-style wedding dresses, and Western-style wedding dresses. The staff member pointed to the dazzling array of hangers in the distance. Sir, madam, why don't I take you two to have a look first? We have a full range of wedding dresses on the 3rd floor, and you two can take your time to choose. It's not uncommon to not know what style of dress to choose here. All the soon-to-be married couples are facing this important event in their lives and should think about it carefully. The staff member said that they would take the two of them to have a look together, and Su Liuli immediately thanked them, saying, Yes, please. Ms. Su, you're too polite. This is what we do for a living, so there's no such thing as trouble. You should be thanking us as the store owner for letting you come here to choose your wedding dress. Regardless of anything else, just from this service attitude, you definitely have received professional training. Gu Feng's eyes revealed a burst of surprise as he brought Su Liuli to the racks and looked at the clothes on the surrounding racks. He looked around, and finally his gaze landed on the staff member. Hello, are these all engagement dresses? In response to Gu Feng's question, the staff member simply smiled indifferently and said, Yes, sir. These are all engagement dresses. The wedding dresses are on the 1st and 2nd floors. The 4th floor and above are all interior shooting locations. How many dresses are there here? There are more women's dresses, with a dozen major categories. As for specific styles, there are even more, and there are almost hundreds in total. Just choose a major category, and with a little alteration, it becomes a new style. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are hundreds of styles. There are more than 20 pieces of clothing hanging on just one hanger, and you have to know that the entire third floor is almost filled with hangers.
There are hundreds of engagement dresses, so when will you be able to choose?
Sir, you don't need to worry. You and Ms. Su can start by choosing a general category, such as a princess dress, cheongsam, or a little black dress, evening dress, or wedding dress. From these general categories, you can then choose a specific style. After the woman finished speaking, before Gu Feng and Su Liuli could respond, she already pointed at the hangers in front of them.
Miss Su, these are princess dresses.
Princess dresses are a good choice for engagement dresses, suitable for outgoing, cute girls.
All styles have this kind of hem, and the color and accessories can be chosen separately.
As she listened to the staff member introduce the princess dresses in front of her, Su Liuli subconsciously shook her head.
Although she could be considered pretty and cute, the princess dress was still a bit too cute for her, and she couldn't contain it.
She didn't usually wear princess dresses, let alone when she got engaged.
Personally, I like little black dresses. Let's go take a look at them. Okay, madam, follow me this way.
Su Liuli said she was interested in little black dresses, and the staff member immediately took her and Gu Feng to the little black dress area without saying a word. Compared to princess dresses, little black dresses do have a little less youthful charm and a little more sense of maturity.
Madam, these little black dresses are all very good. Which style do you think is better?
I'll take you to the fitting room next door to try them on.
Personally, I think this one is quite nice. You should try it on. The fuchsia little dress matches your temperament perfectly. He picked up a fuchsia little dress from the hanger.
It was completely fuchsia in color, with lace star and diamond laces hanging from the calf area.
It was intellectual and also had a touch of luxury. Liuli, I also think this dress is quite nice. Why don't you try it on? It's not bad.
The dress he picked looks quite good.
Yes, great. Where can I try it on?
Madam, there are fitting rooms over here, and you can lock the door from the inside. Before leading Su Li to the fitting room not far away, he carefully instructed her before letting her in.
Okay, thanks.
After receiving the clothes from the staff, Su Li slowly entered the fitting room.
Mr. Gu, while Miss Su is trying on clothes, how about I take you to pick out some clothes?
Sure.
This way, please.
Gu Feng followed the aisle for about 10 meters, and finally stopped in front of a clothes rack. Suits of various colors were hanging there, some relatively formal, others more casual. In addition to suits, there were also a few tuxedos, which were also very nice.
Mr. Gu, please take a look at these clothes and see if you like any of them. If Miss Su chooses a little black dress, I would recommend a tuxedo or a casual suit. That way, it will match better.
The woman spoke honestly, and Gu Feng stared at the hangers in front of him for a few moments, before turning his head to look around.
Where are the other styles of clothes?
In a word, without resolving the doubts in his heart, he instead confused the woman.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, men's engagement attire has always been relatively simple, with many colors, and as for types, just what you see in front of you.
Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's mouth immediately opened wide.
What? That's it? Chapter 116 Purple and Red.
His eyes were filled with nothing but surprise. There were hundreds of types of women's clothing, but there were only a dozen types of men's clothing.
I'm sorry, sir, but we did prepare many types of men's clothing before. However, according to everyone's feedback, male customers generally do not want to spend too much time selecting clothes. In order to avoid family conflicts, we have streamlined the clothes. This is not an empty threat. There was once a couple who fought because they couldn't agree on what to wear. But don't worry, the quality and style of the clothes we have reduced are absolutely fine. After a long silence, and seeing that time was running out and Su Liuli needed to get dressed, he had no choice but to take the other person's advice and choose a red casual suit. After returning to the dressing room, about 10 seconds later, a gap opened in the dressing room and a slender hand reached out from inside. Grasping the door, Su Liuli was embarrassed to open the door. Usually, she also often wore a dress to perform or host on stage, but wearing such a conspicuous fuchsia dress was a first. Liuli, you're done changing? You came out as soon as you were done changing, leaning against the door, embarrassed? She opened the door a crack, stuck her head out, and looked at Gu Feng with her clear, bright eyes. Her features were delicate, her face fair, and just looking at her sticking out her head, she was so perfect. I feel like it's a little loose. Slowly opening the fitting room door, Su Liuli put her hands on her chest and looked at Gu Feng with flirtatious eyes. The little dress was relatively not revealing, as it was completely wrapped around her front, only exposing her shoulders and a small bit of her back. The reason she had her hands in front of her was mainly because the small dress was slightly oversized and she couldn't hold it up. Loose? Oops, I'm sorry Ms. Su, I forgot to tell you. This dress has 2 straps at the waist that can be pulled to tighten the upper body. If it's completely loose, no one can hold it up. Hurry up and go over to Su Liuli, hold the 2 straps with your hands and gently tighten them. Sure enough. The dress, which had felt loose the previous second, became incredibly tight the next, wrapping around her perfectly and making her feel even more comfortable than if she were wearing underwear. Su Liuli let her hands drop down when the staff tightened the straps. Her pale shoulders looked like unpolished jade, radiating a natural beauty. Dressed in a fuchsia-colored dress, her aura was brought out to the fullest, and the staff at the bridal shop, who were also women, were transfixed at that moment. Su, Miss Su, you are beautiful. You are so elegant in this little dress. Even I, as a woman, am moved by your beauty. Standing in place, as a staff member of a wedding dress shop, she had flattered customers many times, but for some reason, in the face of such beauty as Su Liuli's, she suddenly ran out of words. It really looks good. Purple itself is noble, and when combined with red, the visual effect is truly amazing. Liuli, look at yourself in the mirror. Taking Su Liuli's hand, she led her to the mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, Su Liuli tilted her head slightly, feeling the same as Gu Feng. She was quite satisfied with the little dress herself. Madam, do you want to try something else? Different styles will have different effects when worn. Personally, I suggest that if you have time, you try on a few more pieces so that you can make a clear comparison. If it were an ordinary staff member, they would be happy for a customer to place an order directly after trying on the first piece of clothing when choosing clothes. But they can't do that here, everything must be for the customer's benefit. Well, that's good. Su Liuli nodded in agreement, and was about to follow her to reselect the little dress, when she turned around and saw Gu Feng holding 2 red suits in his hands. Did you pick these suits? Looking down at the suits in her hands, Gu Feng nodded slightly. Yes, I haven't had a chance to try them on yet. You try them on first, and I'll try on the other clothes after you're done. Let's see if these 2 clothes match. It so happens that I'm wearing this little dress, and since Gu Feng has already chosen a suit, I'll just put it on and stand together to see how it looks. Feeling that Su Liuli had a lot of good points, Gu Feng took the clothes and walked towards the fitting room where Su Liuli had been. The speed at which a guy changes clothes is always a mystery, and in less than a minute, he was dressed in a suit. The moment Gu Feng pushed the door open, Su Liuli couldn't believe her eyes. This was too fast. He was wearing a red suit with a gold pattern at the collar. The red and gold combination looked great. When he came up to Su Liuli, the 2 of them stood together, immediately attracting the attention of many people around them. Wow, these 2 outfits look great. They look so good together. This girl is so pretty. They really look good. The customers who came here to choose clothes were all soon-to-be engaged couples. Upon seeing Gu Feng and Su Liuli, especially Su Liuli in a little black dress, everyone couldn't help but look over here. These 2 outfits go really well together. Sir, don't change your clothes yet, let Miss Su go try on some little black dresses. Let's see which one suits you better. Guiding Su Liuli, he selected 3 little black dresses in a row. Out of curiosity, Su Liuli also picked an additional red wedding dress. She took the clothes into the fitting room and tried them on one after the other. Several couples who were originally still selecting engagement dresses outside, holding the engagement dresses in their hands, gazed in the direction of the fitting room where Su Liuli was. I still think the first fuchsia evening dress looks good. What do you think, honey?
One of the girls whispered to her husband after seeing Su Luli's next few outfits.
Well, I also feel that the first one is more suitable.
Su Lili has outstanding looks and temperament, and looks good in anything, but if you want to say that it goes best with the red suit that Gu Feng is wearing, then it is definitely the first little fuchsia dress.
Mrs. Su, Mr. Gu, personally, I think the first little dress is more suitable. What do you two think?
Tell the truth and speak from the heart. After trying on several clothes in a row, Su Lili also felt more inclined towards the first one.
I also prefer the first one. Chapter 117 Anti-Fraud Live Broadcast. Okay, choose the first one. We'll take this one. Please take us to the checkout.
Seeing that she liked it, Su Lili was quite satisfied too, and Gu Feng immediately chose this dress and was ready to go to checkout. Sir, the clothes here can be rented.
If you don't often attend dinners, I personally recommend that you rent it.
Of course, the rental clothes are not the same as the sold clothes, so you can rest assured. Out of consideration for the customer, the staff volunteered to suggest renting, even though renting is far less profitable than selling. Thank you for the suggestion, but our engagement date has not yet been determined.
For convenience, it is more appropriate to buy it first. Please calculate the price.
Gu Feng still insisted on buying it, and the staff could not continue to suggest it when they heard this. Okay, sir, please wait here with Ms. Su, I will go to the warehouse next door to get the goods. According to the rules of the clothing store, the clothes for sale must be unopened and brand new.
This sample definitely cannot be sold.
If Gu Feng wants to buy it, she has to go to the warehouse to find a new one. Watching the staff leave, Su Lili took the opportunity to go to the fitting room and change her clothes while waiting for the staff to go to the warehouse to find a new one. After standing there for 5 or 6 minutes, the staff member, dressed in a festive red uniform, returned after 5 or 6 minutes. He quickly came up to Gu Feng and Su Lili, holding a brand new unopened garment in his hands.
Ms. Su, this is the first garment you tried on. The marked price is 9,800 yuan.
I asked for a discount at the front desk, and you only need to pay 9,000 yuan. The material of the garment itself is not particularly good, but it is not bad either.
Apart from its intrinsic value, it is more of a design fee.
The design fee alone for this garment is very exaggerated, and selling it for 9,000 yuan is already considered a fair price.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the front desk to settle the bill. Okay, this way please, gentlemen.
Gu Feng and Su Lili walked downstairs with the dress in their hands.
It was still crowded on the first floor as they made their way down from the third floor.
They walked through the crowd to the front desk and opened the dress to repack it in a bag.
Sir, the total is 9,000 yuan after discount. How would you like to pay?
Credit card. He held up his card and handed it to the cashier, who quickly processed it on the machine. Within a minute, the receipt, invoice and card were all returned to Gu Feng.
Mr. Gu, Ms. Su, this is a small gift for the both of you.
We wish you a happy engagement in advance, and if you get married, you can come to our store to choose a wedding dress. As a regular customer, we will definitely apply the most suitable discount for you.
Before the two left, the staff did not forget to give a gift. Thank you.
While holding up his hand to receive the small gift, Gu Feng said thank you to the staff. Overall, the service at this wedding photography studio was quite excellent, and he and Su Lili didn't pick out any faults anyway. Carrying their belongings, they left the wedding photography studio and went to the underground parking lot to get in their car. They originally wanted to return to the villa, but while on the road, they suddenly received a phone call from Principal Lin, asking them to go to the office. They drove back to Fuxing University, parked the car outside the school, and Gu Feng and Su Lili walked together towards Lin Guifeng's office.
President Lin, oh, no, Auntie Lin, what could she possibly want to see us about?
Su Lili followed Gu Feng, her fair and pretty face with elegant and soft lines, her expression betraying confusion. Lin Guifeng didn't say much over the phone, just asking the two of them to hurry up and come to the office. To be more precise, she wanted her to come to the office, and only after hearing over the phone that she was with Gu Feng did she ask them both to come together.
Thinking about it, Gu Feng couldn't figure out what Lin Guifeng wanted either. In theory, as the president of Fuxing University, she has a busy schedule every day, so how would she have time to meet with them? After walking along the school path for 10 minutes, the two arrived at the administrative building. They took Su Liuli upstairs and went straight to the president's office. Knock, knock, knock. They raised their hands and knocked gently on the door. A few seconds later, a clear and familiar voice came from inside the office. Come in. With Lin Guifeng's permission, Gu Feng pushed the door open and led Su Liuli into the office. Auntie Lin, you wanted to see us? Hearing the voice, Lin Guifeng put down the signature pen in her hand and looked up. When she saw Gu Feng and Su Liuli, a smile appeared on her face. She closed the file and subconsciously got up and came to the two of them. Xiao Feng, Liuli, you're here. Come, sit over here. Taking care of the two of them, she sat them down in front of the sofa, and Lin Guifeng didn't forget to turn around and get 2 glasses of water. Here, drink some water first. In fact, Auntie Lin mainly wanted to chat with Liuli. The school plans to organize a live broadcast of anti-fraud propaganda, and would like you to be the ambassador for anti-fraud propaganda. Liuli, would you like to? The credits for this event are very high. Having hosted some events before, and having promised Song Huilan to help Su Liuli earn enough credits as soon as possible, the first person she thought of when planning this event was Su Liuli. After Lin Guifeng finished speaking, Su Liuli didn't even think about it, and simply nodded and said yes. But what exactly do you need me to do? She is more experienced in hosting activities, but this anti-fraud campaign will be conducted in the form of a live broadcast, which she has never done before. We all need a script. You can follow the process on the script to popularize anti-fraud knowledge among the students, and share some real cases. It's very simple. The live broadcast will start at 8 o'clock every day, lasting for 1 hour, for about a week. Okay. Auntie Lin, when does it start? Well, tomorrow night. I'll give you the draft for tomorrow night's broadcast first, take a look. She turned around and walked to her desk, taking out a few drafts from the drawer. These are the drafts for the broadcast that have just been submitted. They are all cases of fraud that will be shared with you as negative examples. Take a look when you have time. The broadcast is tomorrow night at 8 p.m., so these drafts shouldn't be a problem for you. Compared to those rigorous host scripts, the live broadcast scripts are much more casual. As long as the process is roughly the same, there are no requirements at all for the rest. After receiving the script from Lin Guifeng and simply reading it a few times, Su Liuli nodded and agreed. I don't have anything else here. You two go ahead. Guifeng, Liuli is such a pretty girl, you can't bully her. Your mother said for me to keep an eye on you, and if you dare to bully Liuli, she told me to call her at any time. Giggling, Lin Guifeng covered her mouth with her hand as she laughed happily, and her eyes stared at Gu Feng with a meaningful expression. Before Gu Feng and Su Liuli were about to leave, Lin Guifeng suddenly said something out of the blue. Gu Feng's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this. His own mother was really something, even asking someone to keep an eye on him. Su Liuli is his daughter-in-law, and he is at least her son. He doesn't ask for 100% fair treatment, but at least she can't be so obviously biased. Chapter 118, No More Brushing. Ahem, Auntie Lin, I got it, thank you for reminding me. Su Liuli responded with a bitter expression, and when Lin Guifeng saw this, her beautiful eyes slightly curved. Did you hear that? Don't bully me. Otherwise, I'll go tell on you. Her face was like a blooming peach blossom, delicate and rosy, making people want to kiss it. After Su Liuli finished speaking, Lin Guifeng followed suit, laughing happily. Only Gu Feng had a strange expression on his face. After all that fuss, he was the only one who had been bullied. Without delay, after leaving the principal's office, Gu Feng and Su Liuli returned to the villa. The next day, classes continued as normal. However, after the afternoon class, Su Liuli did not return to the villa, but chose to return to the girls' dormitory instead. The anti-fraud broadcast was scheduled for 8 p.m. that night, and it would be more convenient to do it in the girls' dormitory. Su Liuli didn't go to the villa, and Gu Feng didn't want to stay by himself, so he simply followed her back to the school to stay. It was 7:30 p.m. in the boys' dormitory.
Gu Feng leaned against the side of the bed, and next to the bed were Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai, each with a laptop open.
By the way, why hasn't this Tainyo kid come back yet? In another half hour, Miss Su will start the live broadcast, so he better not be late.
This noon, through the campus broadcast in class groups, almost all students at Fuxing University received the news of the anti-scam live broadcast. If it were a normal anti-fraud broadcast, no one would be interested. But this time was different. The school beauty queen was personally conducting an anti-fraud broadcast, and the anti-fraud effect was directly maximized.
The beauty queen's live broadcast was much more attractive than any other anti-fraud broadcast. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door, it's me.
Xiao Kai's muttering didn't last long before a clear knock came from outside the dormitory. Opening the dormitory door, Zhang Tinyu stood at the door, panting heavily.
Phew. I'm exhausted. How's it going? The live broadcast hasn't started yet, right?
He almost died of exhaustion, running all the way from the girls' dormitory to catch the live broadcast. Zhang Tinyu was panting heavily, and Jiang Yu patted his shoulder with a smile, reassuring him, "Don't worry, it hasn't started yet.
Sit down and rest for a while. By the way, Gu Feng, why aren't you in any hurry? Aren't you looking forward to Su Shue's live broadcast?" "Who says I'm not looking forward to it? I've got my phone ready."
He waved the phone in front of Jiang Yu, his girlfriend's first anti-scam live broadcast, and he had to show his support.
TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought you weren't looking forward to it, but it turns out you've already prepared. You're so enthusiastic. Are you worried that you'll be scrubbing the washing board on your knees in the future? Ha ha ha.
With a happy joke, Jiang Yu sat down in front of the computer.
10 minutes later, it was 8 p.m. The live broadcast started.
Xiao Kai muttered something, and Gu Feng opened his phone and entered the live broadcast room. Su Liuli, dressed in a khaki-colored sweater, appeared on the screen. It was probably her first time broadcasting live, and she didn't have much experience. Facing the crowd opposite the broadcast room, Su Liuli looked a little nervous.
Hello everyone, today is the first day of the anti-fraud broadcast.
Taking a deep breath and trying to calm herself down, Su Liuli began to follow the broadcast script carefully. In the live broadcast room, there were dozens of people 1 second ago, but the next second, it had directly turned into several hundred people. In the last 10 minutes or so, there were already several thousand people in the live broadcast room. And the number is still rapidly increasing.
Live anti-fraud. What a good way. Who is the anchor, so beautiful? Even Su Liuli doesn't know. Are you a student of Fuxing University? Cough cough cough, actually not, I'm from the neighboring Jiaotong University. Jiaotong University? Fuxing University organized an anti-fraud publicity event. What are you from Jiaotong University looking at? Hurry up and get out. Classmate, are you a senior at Fuxing University? Hey, I'm from Modu University. Modu University?
You're really something, a Modu University student telling a Jiaotong University student to get out.
We're all from the same root, why are you being so mean to me? You're so pretty, Miss Su. Oh no, why is the number of people increasing? Oh my, is everyone this crazy?
The live broadcast room was flooded with comments, basically saying anything and everything, and people kept sending gifts like crazy.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. 30,000 people online.
The number of people in Su Shuejia's live broadcast room has risen to 30,000.
Do we have 30,000 people at Fuxing University? Zhang Tinyu was shocked.
He put his hand on his forehead. In just a short while, the number of people in the live broadcast room had increased from a few thousand to 30,000. The most frightening thing was that the number was still rising rapidly.
You didn't read the comments, did you? Not only are our Fuxing University classmates watching, but students from other schools are too. I just saw that not only are there people from the neighboring Jiaotong University, the International College, and the University of Political Science and Law. It's actually Miss Su.
This is just a live broadcast promoting anti-fraud, but it's become so popular.
Gufeng, everyone is frantically sending gifts, so why don't you give something symbolic? A little?
Looking down at the gifts in the live broadcast room, hearts, lollipops, there was no break. As a boyfriend and fiancé, he really should show his appreciation. Picking up his phone, he said nothing and started with a carnival. Originally, he was still broadcasting in earnest, but when he saw a huge carnival appear on the screen, Liuli's pretty face froze.
She was familiar with the account that was gifting, wasn't it Gufeng's account? Holy cow! Gufeng, are you crazy? You really bought a carnival?
Gufeng casually bought a carnival, but it shocked Jiang Yu and the others. They had just been joking around, and didn't expect Gufeng to actually buy gifts. Xiao Kai was right, my girlfriend is broadcasting anti-fraud, and as her boyfriend I must support her.
It's no big deal to buy some gifts.
After saying that generously, he casually clicked, and a few more carnivals were continuously bought. At this time, the barrage of comments had already exploded.
What's going on? Who is this mysterious big shot? Holy cow, it's been 10 consecutive carnivals. Does it have to be this exciting? Which school are these people from? Can we get to know them?
Liuli rested one hand on her chin and stared silently at the pulsating carnival in the live broadcast room.
She really couldn't bear to watch anymore, and finally couldn't help but remind her, no more swiping, okay?
Facing Liuli's reminder, Gufeng held the phone and typed a word at the bottom, okay? Seeing Gufeng's reply, Liuli's pair of crystal clear big eyes flashed with a light smile, and then she continued to start the live broadcast seriously.
Chapter 119, the engagement date is set.
A simple live broadcast on anti-fraud awareness was suddenly turned into a large-scale fan meeting. Liuli carefully shared the case according to the broadcast script, while the crowd in the live broadcast room frantically scrolled through the screen below, commenting on how pretty the school beauty queen was. In this state, she could only try not to look at the pop-up comments below, otherwise she would have to laugh. Sitting in front of the computer desk, Jiang Yu couldn't help but pout. If my high school teacher had been as pretty as Miss Su, I would have gone to Tsinghua or Peking University by now.
No, that's not right.
Even if I had gone to Harvard, I still wouldn't be able to make it. Anti-fraud broadcasts are usually boring, but watching Liuli's broadcast, the atmosphere was at its peak. The broadcast was ranked in the top 10 in Shanghai, and many people clicked in after seeing the rankings.
I thought it was a celebrity streaming, but I didn't expect it to be an anti-fraud broadcast organized by the school.
Wow, an anti-fraud campaign can attract so many people, the learning atmosphere at this school is great.
Ha, actually I like to study too, I'll watch it for a bit longer. Me too, me too.
The barrage of comments took off, and many people from outside the school also participated. Time passed quickly, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As the broadcast drew to a close, the students in the broadcast room still looked like they were having a great time. The cases I have shared with you are important. I will introduce the most basic methods of fraud later, and we will meet again tomorrow. After a quick summary, before the students in the broadcast room could react, Liuli directly raised her hand to close the broadcast.
The broadcast ended in 1 second.
The computer suddenly popped up a prompt saying that the broadcast was over, and Jiang Yu and the others looked confused.
It ended so quickly.
Gee, Gufeng, Miss Su was really diligent and hard-working, not wanting to be exploited for even a second. The broadcast ended, and Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai happily got up as they raised their hands to turn off the computer. They said they were workers, so of course they didn't like being exploited.
Do you like it? Me? I don't want to be a worker, I want to be the boss in the future. It's okay to be a worker.
I'm not picky about the salary, as long as it's less than 20,000 yuan. Jiang Yu had a cocky attitude, and Gufeng nearly couldn't stop laughing when he heard it. It wasn't because Jiang Yu was funny, but because he was thinking about his senior year before Rebirth. He went to the interview with a monthly salary of less than 20,000 yuan, and the result was 3,500 yuan a month, of which 500 yuan was for perfect attendance.
It was a huge difference. 20,000 yuan? Jiang Yu, you're really picky.
The boss is not an idiot.
Will he pay 20,000 yuan a month to hire you? What can you do? Let's be realistic. 10,000 yuan is enough.
Xiao Kai held up a finger, and before they knew it, the group had moved from the anti-fraud live broadcast to discussing salaries after graduation.
Kai, I feel that 10,000 yuan is a bit much. We just graduated and are new to the workplace, we don't know anything yet.
It would already be pretty good if the company could offer a few thousand yuan.
Gu Feng, what do you think?
Zhang Tinia looked sincere as he turned his honest gaze away from Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai and looked at Gu Feng, who was sitting on the bed.
Facing Zhang Tinia's inquiry, Gu Feng silently nodded in agreement. I think Tinia is right. As far as I know, the autumn recruitment will start in a while, and our school will also organize a job fair. We can go together and find out. The specific salary of fresh graduates can be known at a glance at the job fair.
The four of them lay on the bed, chatting about everything from their salaries after graduation to national affairs, until after 11 o'clock when the dormitory gradually quieted down. The next day, just after class in the morning, Gu Feng received a call from Su Liuli. From the sound of her voice, it seemed that something very happy had happened. Near noon, he stood at the school gate and waited for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, not far from the school gate, Su Liuli, wearing a khaki-colored sweater on top and jeans on bottom, walked cheerfully towards him. Her soft, full red lips were delicately placed on her beautiful, elegant face, and her cute topknot made her look absolutely stunning.
Suli? Why do you have a topknot today?
Suli walked up to Gu Feng, who took a step forward and pinched the dark, small topknot on the top of her head.
Does it look good? I did it myself.
My hair is always in my face, so I thought it would be easier if I wore it up like this. After Gu Feng finished pinching, Su Lily lifted her hands and retied her bun tightly.
It looks good. It's quiet and a little cute.
Looking at it like this, the bun really suits you.
You said on the phone that you had something really happy to tell me. Now can you finally tell me what it is?
He looked at Su Lily with curious eyes. He had asked for a long time on the phone, but the other person just wouldn't tell him, insisting that he had to wait until they met in person.
Guess?
Deliberately playing dumb, Su Lily's beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon, her feet in cute canvas shoes, and she happily walked towards the door. They had agreed to go back to the villa together to make lunch, and she needed to go buy some ingredients first. Looking at Su Lily's graceful and charming back, Gu Feng had to hurry to keep up.
I really can't guess, you tell me.
She tilted her head and thought carefully before she said softly, since you're so sincere, I'll tell you. Grandpa called me and we've already set a date for the engagement.
What? We've set a date for the engagement?
Gu Feng was shocked and his voice unconsciously raised several degrees. Seeing that the surrounding students were all looking at them, Su Liuli was quite embarrassed and tugged on the corner of Gu Feng's shirt. Keep your voice down.
People are looking at us. Okay, I'm just so excited. Grandpa was really quick, he set the date so quickly. Do my parents know yet?
Well, Grandpa called Mom first, then he called me. Auntie sent me a text, she's busy right now, she said she'll call me tonight. She took out her phone and showed Gu Feng the text from her mother-in-law, which roughly said that the date for the engagement had been set, and that she and her daughter would talk about the engagement ceremony in detail that evening.
What time did Grandpa look at?
Mom's text message did not mention a specific date for the engagement, so Gu Feng could only continue to ask Su Liuli.
The 17th, 11 days from now. 11 days. There is still plenty of time. Let's go downstairs and buy ingredients for lunch. I'll cook today, what do you want to eat?
Learning the specific date of the engagement from Su Liuli, he was still quite excited inside. 11 days was not short, but not long either.
It was less than 2 weeks, and it would be over in the blink of an eye. Chapter 120, A Luxury Convoy. Back at the villa, Gu Feng personally cooked a sumptuous meal. After lunch, they went to school in the afternoon to attend the last class of the day. As the evening approached, Su Liuli sat by the bed in her bedroom, holding the phone in her hand, chatting with her mother-in-law Song Huilan. Gu Feng stood idly by, his eyes vacant and his expression strange. It has been almost 2 hours since the two of them started talking on the phone, and it is now almost 10 p.m. Same. In the Gu Manor in the imperial capital.
Song Huilan is leaning against the bed with her phone in her hand, and her husband, Gu Jinghua, looks like he has given up on life. His wife is on the phone, but she won't let him make a sound or even move. He has been lying on the bed for 2 hours, bored out of his mind, holding his phone, not daring to make a sound.
Liuli, then just do as we just said. Mom will order all the miscellaneous little things first, and when you and Gu Feng come back this Friday, we'll go look at the hotel together. Don't worry about new clothes or anything, I'll get you whatever you like.
If you don't like any of the ready-made clothes, we can still order custom-made ones, just let them know 3 days in advance.
Okay, thanks, Mom. Silly girl, how many times have I told you, you don't have to say thanks to Mom? It's getting late, you should get some rest. I'll send someone to pick you up this Friday. Song Huilan finally hung up after giving a few simple instructions.
Gu Jinghua, who was half lying next to her, let out a sigh of relief and asked in a low voice, "Wife, who should we invite to Xiaofeng's engagement banquet?" Master Su wants to keep it simple, but we still need to invite guests to the engagement banquet.
What do you think? Under the current circumstances, we can either invite no one or invite everyone at once. But if you really invite all the guests you should invite, there will be too many people. At that time, you won't be able to avoid a big engagement banquet.
Song Huilan heard this and placed her hands in front of her, her face slightly solemn.
This is indeed a problem. Please let me think about it. That's enough for tonight, let's go to bed.
It's not too late to discuss inviting guests after my son and daughter-in-law get back, not to mention considering the opinions of the elderly. Her own mother-in-law still doesn't know that her grandson is getting married. When her son and daughter-in-law return on Friday, the house will be even more lively. His wife lay down to rest, and Gu Jinghua raised his hand to turn off the bedside lamp, then lay down as well.
Shanghai, the villa. Su Liuli put down the phone, and Gu Feng was the first to come to her side. What did Mom say?
Mom said that when we go back on Friday, she'll take us to see the hotel.
Grandpa and need to invite relatives.
She'll send someone to pick them up, and will prepare a lot of engagement clothes.
Engagement clothes? Didn't we already buy engagement clothes?
We just bought them from the clothing store, and they both fit perfectly, so there's no need to prepare anything else. Well, Mom said that in addition to our clothes, she also needs to prepare clothes for herself and Grandpa. And the house needs to be decorated in advance, so she asked if I have any preferences.
Sitting by the bed, Su Liuli narrated the content of the nearly 2-hour phone call to Gu Feng in a low voice.
After summarizing it for a long time, there was only one point, and everything would be discussed in detail when they returned home on Friday. In the next 3 or 4 days, in addition to normal classes, he also made several special trips to Yunding Technology. The development speed of Pinnacle competition far exceeded expectations. In such a short period of time, it has basically become popular in most of Longhua. The number of real users has jumped from the initial million level to the tens of millions level. Nowadays, the number of real-time online users per day is the highest at even millions of people online at the same time. You have to know that this data is already comparable to those top-ranked first-class games in the country. In addition to the pinnacle of competition, the development of the subworld is also progressing in an orderly manner. However, the game is too large in scale, and even with the addition of technical backbones, the development speed has not improved significantly. As for the research and development of solid batteries, the time for the forum has been determined and set for next Saturday.
Chen Zhangyang has already obtained a few invitations, and Gu Feng, including Chen Zhangyang and Annie, will all attend. The scale of this forum is unprecedented. In addition to some large research groups in the Magic City, there are also many large companies from other places, and even many foreign-funded companies. Since new energy is a sunrise industry, and solid-state batteries are the general trend of future energy development, there are many people interested in it. The development prospects are considerable, but the risks are also considerable. No one has walked the path before, and no one knows exactly what it will become. As the saying goes, there are risks in investment, and one needs to be cautious when entering the industry. Once research and development does not yield results, all the money invested will be gone.
Time Friday morning, the morning session was over, and Gu Feng and Su Liuli packed their things and prepared to leave. Before the two of them could walk out of the villa, Wang Xiaoye had already arrived at the villa gate with two young secretaries.
Gu Feng paused slightly when he saw a few people through the gate. Xiaoye? Gu Feng, Su Liuli, have you two packed? Do you need any help?
Wang Xiaoye asked with a slight smile as she arrived at the gate and looked at Gu Feng and Su Liuli standing in the distance in front of the gate.
No, we're all packed.
Liuli, let's go.
Gu Feng responded, taking the initiative to take Su Liuli's hand and come to the few people.
The two secretaries behind Wang Xiaoye saw this and took the initiative to come forward and take the suitcases and bags from Gu Feng and Su Liuli.
Sister Xiaoye.
Liuli, you look much better than last time. It seems that Xiaofeng is very good at taking care of people.
The car is outside, let's go to the airport together.
Let's go. Wang Xiaoye took a step towards Su Liuli and put her arm around Su Liuli's shoulder, and they walked towards the villa together.
At the gate, 3 brand new Rolls-Royces were parked in place.
Beside each Rolls-Royce stood a middle-aged man, over 1.85 meters tall, wearing a suit and sunglasses.
Sister Xiaoye, is this convoy my mother's convoy? Wang Xiaoye looked at Wang Xiaoye blankly. 3 Rolls-Royces formed a convoy, how much attention would they get walking down the street? Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, Wang Xiaoye looked at Su Liuli with a smile. No. This is a convoy specially prepared by the chairman for Liuli.
The drivers are all the best among the chairman's drivers. They can provide Liuli with convenience while also protecting her safety. These drivers have all been strictly selected, and each of them is skilled in martial arts. It is no exaggeration to say that it is impossible for 3 or 5 people to get close to them.